Noob is all smiles, ready to play some Lycan. The hero's 5-3 now, after its recent received loss that we just covered in the third game of Spirit versus Tundra. Lycan is insane against Shadow Shaman. I think it's, anecdotally, I think it's Shaman's worst matchup in Dota. It's so bad. The wolves just run at you, the Dom creep runs at you, and you're just screwed. It's so difficult to deal with in a vacuum. Of course, Dota has more complexity and depth than that, but sometimes the simple things really work very effectively. And this also dissuades Liquid from potentially picking certain other heroes that Insania would want to run. A lot of Insania's 5s are backline ranged heroes that Lycan can exploit. One would be Bane, but he's banned. Disruptor, ironically now, is also banned by Nigma Galaxy. Lycan would actually be fine against that hero. Also a really tough one for him to crack. And they're going to keep their Insania hero for last, potentially here, grabbing the Sven while they can. Good carry matchup against Lycan in lane. You can cleave the wolves. You hit really hard later to actually bring him down in stuns. Is there a possibility Marcy's a 5? Do we dare entertain that idea?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
For Insania?
I mean, it could be.
Mind it.
It could be the 4 as well. Like, why can't Roster be the 5?
Yeah, it could be. It could be 5. This would be the first 5 game for Marcy if it were. But yeah, Shaman 5 with Sven is an okay lane. So yeah, Boxy on Marcy would be fine for sure. It could even be Saberlight on Marcy too. This hero is.
Yep, true.
Very good. And the thing for a lot of offlaners is they're already, many of the offlaners playing at TI are used to playing summons heroes because part of your repertoire generally as an offlane player is to play some sort of micro because the role just too often Beastmaster or Lycan or these heroes will find a way to be good for, if nothing else, just like a couple months. And then you get the hang of that. So then the transition to start playing with Dominator is also a lot easier because you're already used to microing a bit. And yeah, Dominator is obviously the easy version. It's just one creep that you have to control during the game.
That's right.
ET and Chen bans pretty quickly as well from the side of Nigma Galaxy. Whereas Medusa will be taken out. Medusa ban makes a ton of sense. Good with Caudle, good
Where's
against
that
Sven.
AM ban? Apparently it's God tier.
There was something in that last series. I would be really curious to talk to the players about that.
Of course, the Lone Druid. We saw this yesterday in the MGX game.
All right, what good carries are left for Ghost against Sven? I don't think the Tiny carry matchup is that good.
Troll again.
Troll is in the pool. Ghost has played really good Slarks. I personally don't like carry Slark in general, but he has made it look good sometimes, and Sven can be a matchup for that hero.
So it will be an Insania.
Enchantress.
So
it is the offlane Marcy for Saberlight. Okay, this is pretty telegraphed now. You're playing against triple melee core on NGX, so you can pick Troll, your example. Oh, he's banned. Never mind, he was banned second phase. Wow,
all right,
banned early.
Yep, so.
Dusa would have been great, not available. Slark got less, I mean, I say got less good. He wasn't good when the draft started. Razor.
Oh, don't talk about Razor again.
I don't think
underwhelmed.
Ghost wants to play it, though. Gyro is meh into Marcy Sven. It's tough. Like, what carries can stand against Marcy Sven, right? Like, kind of every hero just dies to that. Yeah. So...
well, if you want to... I mean, this is a dumb suggestion, but what about Lane Dominator against the melee? And you care less about it being a carry because Lycan can fill that role later on.
Which one, then?
Viper.
Viper carry. Oh, right. TA is good. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? This is classic against Sven. It's not that good against Marcy, though. Marcy, one of the heroes that can eat refraction very quickly. Obviously, God tier against Sven. It's the carry matchup.
GH God. You can't have a nickname like that without being a god.
I'm seeing him getting tipped, and his nickname is GH. There's no god in there.
Everyone knows his nickname. He's not going to call himself God. That would just be narcissistic.
Well, at one point, wasn't Yatoro called Yatoro God?
Yes.
For like, I got away from that real quick.
Yes.
There's been a couple of names into renames. We had Big Daddy go back to No Tail after a little while. Yeah.
Too bad you never renamed.
Yeah, into Big Daddy. That's what
you could pull off Big Daddy. You are quite tall.
I mean, that's my nickname in real life. That's what my friends call me. But you know,
well, I guess I'm not a friend then.
This is how you find out.
Saberlight.
Love the sticker.
That's good stuff.
They make sure to put this every game as well, Liquid. Or I'm assuming it was Liquid that put it.
Yeah, you never know. I guess.
It's a fitting sticker for Saberlight. He is a polarizing player. He has pop-off games and he has snooze games. This is like the duality of Saberlight. This sticker is like shrug.
Let's not overuse that term, please.
Which one?
That's for Kiyotaka.
Which one?
Huh?
Which term?
Duality of man.
Oh, did I say that?
Yes.
I don't think that's what I said at all.
You said duality of something, and I just blocked out the rest, so probably man.
Okay. Let's...
As the bounty runes are going to be upon us very shortly. Insania, smoke pops here. Omar is spotted. Sumail still in the cover of the shadows.
GH.
And Saberlight and company, they're going to try a little snipe here on the opposing bounty rune. Ghost will be able to grab it, though. Gets disposed. Will instantly use refraction, though. Now Boxy in a bit of trouble. Getting blocked by GH. Blood grenade applied. As GH, he's going to get the blinding light onto 2, Saberlight into the low ground as a result, and Boxy. The innate's going to pop at 1 point. Question is, who's going to get first blood here? There it goes. Disposed back. GH is going to die second, but Boxy falls to Ghost as the first blood, so NGX getting off to a very good start here.
Yeah. The Wolves arrive after this 30-second fight. Randomly 2 Wolves coming from the bottom lane to help. I don't know what's going on there.
Better late than never.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, nice head start here for Ghost. Of course, getting first blood on your TA in what is potentially a dangerous lane, but Blinding Light really is a nice X factor to have in this one. Yeah, Saberlight cannot win this trade just yet. Marcy needs those levels. He's actually in
Is he actually going to die here? Ooh, actually pops the stick, stays alive. Ghost takes a bit of a punishment there from Boxy, despite having that low attack range.
In the mid lane, Sumail on Nisha. 2 of the greatest to ever do it at different times.
Yeah, very true.
But Sumail, honestly, he's still got that dog in him. His mid laning mechanics, I feel like, never left him. Like, he still is hanging up there with the absolute best, in my opinion, in lane. Part of the reason Sumail has yet to win championships for a while is that Nigma Galaxy's overall, like, later game portion, I think Sumail is sometimes not exactly doing the ideal things later in the game like he used to necessarily, but it's also so complex. It's more of like a team dynamic thing, but in the lane, he always holds his own.
He's in a lot of trouble, trying to run away, falls as Boxy will continue to survive, gets the Hex now onto GH. And Saberlight and company going to be pretty happy with that exchange.
That's the level 2 power spike from Marcy lanes.
As Omar trying to run away, but slowed to a crawl. Another enchant comes out, trying to deny himself, but Insania claims it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's one of the benefits of Saberlight having, what is that thing called? The special delivery.
Yep.
He was very low on HP and then instantly got a salve. It's pretty nice to have.
Yes, sir. He's got boots coming as well. Looks like it, right? Yeah. Okay. Opting for the boots rather than getting a faster helm. Interesting. I thought possibly he would go the helm route this time around.
Maybe he's not a helm enjoyer in general. We'll see.
No, he's going. He's got it this quick bite.
Okay.
You're not playing Marcy without this as a core. I just refuse to believe it. It's just too good. Ghost again on the receiving end. Nice blinding light though, and rebound. No connection available for Marcy. Yeah, mid lane a wash. Not too surprising. Puck versus Void Spirit early on tends to go this way, at least close to. The bottom lane looking very good at the time for Liquid, obviously with the kill onto Tiny. He did manage to break the equilibrium though for his death. He managed to stack 5 creeps, and That in turn has given Noob something to work with. They do need to pull waves down here that lane.
Dispose onto the old man, the Coddle that is not GH, although in this case they are both one and the same. Not much damage done in the end though, as Saberlight now has to retreat.
Interesting. GH going for the Illuminate over the Chakra Point. I thought he was going to get Chakra Magic here to keep the refractions running and give himself Blinding Light with higher frequency.
He might have leveled that just to, well, maybe not actually, to cancel that salve. Did not do so in the end. Saberlight, Blinding Lit. Rebound is very short.
Grenade, he's dead.
But Dispose, Blood Grenade helps him get back into action, and Saberlight takes out GH easily.
Yeah, good thing for Saberlight, he had the boots. Otherwise, that's actually not a kill. He was going the Helm first.
That's true.
Needed it there. TP support.
Yes, indeed. Boxy going to go to the north. They split. And Boxy now likely to fall. Foul play will activate, and Omar will get credit for this one.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing the Enchantress versus Lycan. Talked about this in the Chen game earlier.
Yeah.
One of the classic counters to any summons heroes.
Noob is still not doing all that bad though. 16 for 6 in this lane I think is honestly completely fine. He is level 3, so he can start thinking about jungling, especially when you have Helm of Iron Will. You can tank way easier with your hero, and the wolves can stay alive and do damage. So he's in an okay spot, and I think this is the right call to make. Like just go jungle at this point. Let Omar look for trouble in other areas of the map. Try to help top, as we just saw. Maybe you think about mid with Coil.
Yeah, 3 members of NGX here. As Ghost gets disposed, Blinding Light though into an Illuminate, and a nice Avalanche. As well, rebound is enough actually. Saberlight finding huge amount of distance. Last right click though is there from GH. Nicely done from the Coddle. As Insania shows up now, but a little bit too late unfortunately for the Liquid side.
Yeah, and forcing Insania to rotate up here in turn will give Noob some nice space bottom in his tower to get some farm. So far, a very even affair, which is kind of what we were expecting. At least, me personally from the draft, I didn't think either team was going to pull ahead massively early on. The wild card for me was to see this Coddle in action, and now I've seen it.
Yeah, Pinecone continue to chase Omar's. The 6-minute rune is about to spawn. Sumail has a slight advantage in the CS and the levels as well.
Sumail with an interesting ward here. It sees the rune and nothing else.
And unfortunately for him, he will not be able to grab it. So Nisha with a damage rune, and now has the Astral Step at the ready.
It is a really interesting ward though, the one at the mid tower, right? It's like, oh, hang on.
Let's get the Avalanche into the toss. Illuminate does clip him on the side, and the coil expended from Sumail to make sure that Insania drops.
It's a nice kill. Sure, it's only the 5, but Insania is playing in a very offensive position, so he's putting a lot of pressure on the map, getting him out of there. We'll make things calm down a little bit. Boxy on the other side
finds a little Omar action. Nice Avalanche timing, actually cancels the shackle, but the death still comes.
Yeah. Amp damage rune, too easy for Nishi. Close enough.
And the Wisdom Shrines are...
This is the bigger story, though.
Saberlight.
Liquid getting both.
Yeah, Blinding Light. Oh, the timing, though. Not quite there. So Nisha and Saberlight both grab opposing shrines, and Saberlight takes out GH in turn.
This is the biggest play of the game so far, because now we're going to get a faster 6 on Shaman than the enemy supports. You're going to get a faster threat from Ench as well. Getting levels on this hero is... She doesn't necessarily have the most game-changing ulti, but having more levels in Enchant is really, really nice to keep the pressure up.
Was the Blinding Light not far enough, or was just the timing slightly off?
I think it wasn't far enough.
That was close. There's Ghost now level 7, and going for the Dragon Lance first, it seems.
Pretty standard here.
There's GH getting hounded by Saberlight, but not sure Saberlight wants to commit to try to find him.
Yeah, now that Saberlight cracks level 6, he unlocks Fleeting Fury. This is one of those facets in the game that does nothing until you hit ult.
True.
Now that he has it, Rebound gives a free 3 attacks and it extends the duration of Unleash, which is crazy. So whenever you jump and you unlock those
this
three...
is a big potential kill. Shackle into the damage.
They got it.
Aether Remnant solidifies it. Nisha takes out Sumail. Big kill for Liquid. You were saying?
I was saying whenever you rebound on Marcy and get the Fleeting Fury attacks, it extends the duration of your ulti. So her current ulti duration is 16 seconds. I think every rebound cast increases it by 3.
By 3?
Yeah, because you get 3 seconds ulti duration increased. It says on it, right?
Yeah. I didn't think it was 3 seconds.
It's pretty crazy, yeah. And the cooldown on rebound is 12 seconds on level 4, so you can technically do it twice while you have ult running.
Sania will drop to Noob.
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult yet. He's 1 creep away, 10 experience before he would have had Untouchable and probably lived there. For now, he is food for the wolf.
Yeah, definitely good against Lycan.
It's a pretty good, it's a very good representation of wolf versus doe. But of course, it's about to shift.
Yes, as we're used to seeing in real life, of course.
Yep. You go hunting a lot?
At Chipotle.
Yeah. All right. What's your best trophy?
Just a lot of steak.
All the steak antlers. Yes, those are. You have a steak hanging on the wall at home.
Those wild cows. They're hard to take out, you know.
Oh man.
No,
Coil?
Coil expended from Sumail. Omar in the area as well. Gets the toss up. And did not, I don't think it actually went off in time. Dissimilate is going to dodge the avalanche as well as Nisha astral steps, and he's going to be rewarded with not only his life, but an arcane rune as well.
Very, very welcome for him. Could put it to use to perhaps think about opening another tower. This mid-tower Ench wants to make that rotation anyway. Now you know you have this power rune to play around with. You know, Coil is down. It is a pretty good timing, but you got to act fast before next Coil comes up. Although Saberlight has other
trap from
other
Ghost.
plans.
Snake coming from GH. He might have to sacrifice his life for Ghost to live, but the rebound hits from Saberlight. They're going to try to go for both heroes. Dispose as well. Attempted TP, blinding light. Enough.
Wait, none of them died?
And GH, he's getting hounded by the wolf now.
Surely.
Saberlight, it's going to be an eventuality, so Saberlight will get at least the one.
They made him work for it, though.
Absolutely.
That took a long time.
Ghost living is a pretty big deal for NGX. I know there's 3 members of Liquid chasing him.
Yeah. NGX still yet to barely deal damage to towers. This is a little bit worrisome, of course. You're running this Lycan. You want to think about knocking down some real estate and getting space on the map for your TA to farm, but the aggression coming out constantly here from Liquid has made it difficult to really make a move of their own down bottom. And to be fair, their support duo isn't exactly the best for it, right? Caudle level 5 and the Tiny. And of course, this is just what happens when you lose both Wisdoms, right? You're just out-leveled. Kind of have to play defense for a bit. Caudle good at that at the very least.
Nisha, Aether Remnant, but Sumail bottles the Invis rune as Noob coming in with the shapeshift. They use the coil as well onto Nisha, and a nice snap coming out as GH with the blinding light, but Nisha able to get the astral step under the high ground, attempted TP, but at the last moment, Sumail drops him to the deck.
Wow, if you would have made that out, that would have been insane.
And Ghost in the meantime getting disposed as Saberlight. This would be an enormous kill for him. Melt Strike from Ghost, but the Unleash comes out, refraction at the last moment. Rebound to try to get right through him. Reinforcements arriving in the form of Boxy. Gets the shackle, and the right clicks are coming. The silence coming out. Ghost finding the distance. It's going to be close. Pops the refraction again. Going for the Melt Strike. Very greedy indeed. Another rebound. This time it's going to miss, though, as Sumail coming in to help out his comrade as NGX get 2 kills. Maybe even a third coming out. They'll all get away here as Omar living on just a sliver of HP.
Oh, they destroy the Serpent War. It's like half a hero.
At 300 gold.
Yeah.
My God.
That was really clutch from the side of NGX. It's probably going to cost them their mid tower. This is you can't win all the battles the way Liquid are playing right now. That one is the big one. making sure to keep Ghost alive once more. Nice amount of bank made from Sumail. Now has this Witchblade and half of a blink. And a lot of the time against Marcy, it's about outlasting this early insane power spike that the hero has and at least slowing the game down. Because sometimes Marcy can just completely run away with it with the items that you have when you have this Dominator up and you have this good match against TA. That defense, GH coming to the rescue at the right time, as well as Sumail.
Do you think Sumail is going to itemize towards this eventual Ags on Nisha? Half the Witchblade's going to go for Blink next. Nisha is halfway, a little bit more than that, towards the Ags.
Yeah, I think you buy BKB this game on Puck.
Yeah, we did see that
after Blink, because there's added value. It's not just against Resonant Pulse, you're also getting against Shaman and Sven. So I think, well, Sven less so. That one you should be able to phase shift at this level, but...
Sumail, Aether Remnant's going to find him into the Stormhammer, gets destroyed. That's a killing spree. Well worth it for Liquid. Sumail was aggressive. Off to such a good start.
Yeah. Yeah, the BKB we saw in Puck yesterday was Extreme Gaming, right? I think it was XM who went third or second item BKB on the Puck against... I'm forgetting now, but it was against Void Spirit primarily in that game. I do remember that much. Yeah, just the thing is, knowing Sumail, I'm not sure he's going to do it. It's not one of the things I've criticized him for this year is there were a couple of games he played where his itemization felt very overly offensive sometimes. Would love to see it in his quick buy after the dagger. If he does go an offensive route, he puts a lot of pressure on himself to play like a pristine game because out of position once, you're just dead to this.
Yeah.
Void Spirit Silence, Shaman. I think it's too hard.
Wow, Insania is going to dodge a potential death here. And he's super fast in the river here.
Both Ench and Chen love buying those drums.
Only a 1k lead for Liquid.
There's some pretty strong pressure. This demands a TP response.
Absolutely.
Gonna take over a Wolf.
Still a considerable amount of damage to this tier 2 bot. Of course, NGX losing their entire tier 2 top prior to this. Yeah, I have to say, like, I'm interested to see how this Solar Bind ends up benefiting side of NGX. It feels like the recall has been kind of the standard for Coddles. I mean, just the ability to get several members of your team globally brought to you is kind of crazy.
So far, the Blinding Light has been very good, though.
Yeah.
It had massive impact in the top lane.
Saniac.
He can't reach. He's too fast.
Indeed.
485 when the drums are popped. He also has the Cobalt Cup.
Yeah, true.
And there's the biggest item pickup of the game. Nisha is going to grab himself that Ag Scepter. So lots of kill potential on the Puck. Coddle is also in danger now. Literally, actually, just will reveal it. Find out the hard way.
Indeed. 3k lead now for Liquid. Okay, so let's see if the itemization shifts at all. Well, I guess Blink Dagger... Man, Sumail is actually farming so well. Already has the Blink Dagger and 500 gold to boot. Has the Shield Rune still in the bottle. As Mickey and company, they want to go for Roche really early.
This is a good play. I think this is not very obvious to Nigma Galaxy that this is happening, and if they were to contest, you're fighting into God Strength Sven plus the Shaman Ward. You can see Mickey holding the ult the entire time. He wants to have it if the fight breaks out.
Yep.
Doesn't need it.
Rasta Ward not quite as good as it used to be against Roche. But still does the job. Nisha grabs the Aegis.
Get to Nisha, interesting. Okay.
He'll be a little bit more active, and probably every Aegis after this, if Liquid secures it, will end up going to the Sven. Although it is a transformation hero, so
I guess
you could make the argument.
I suppose having it on Void Spirit is also extremely safe, because how on earth do you kill him twice, right? You kind of have to coil him for the first kill, and the second one's just borderline impossible. So he should be getting good value out of it. If it turns into a fight, he will be able to not die back to back. And if nothing else, if they're just using this to farm, I also think that's okay.
Just walk by each other. Yep, just passing through here.
It's not worth the effort, man. These creeps are so tanky. Can't be bothered.
Well, Noob now on the north side of the map. maybe trying to get a little bit of map control before the Tormentor spawns in a couple minutes.
Oh, Mar is really far from Blink. Whoa, hang on. He bought Pavis first.
Pavis? Against the Marcy, against the Sven?
I mean, I get it. It is a really good item this game, but I feel like perhaps they need that secondary Blink aside from Puck.
Omar is spotted and brought down by Nisha.
Tried to cut the wave. Not going to happen.
Now Liquid trying to secure this side of the map. See if they can get both Roche and the Tormentor. Still NGX keeping this very close in terms of the net worth.
Yeah, I think
and that's the joys
overall
of having a Caudle that can just do this. That's a support that can just farm.
Yeah.
And then obviously Lycan doing the exact same thing. But the map's so big, there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I assume GH will go for the Ags after Glimmer. I do like the Glimmer pickup a lot, though, because it puts more pressure on Marcy. She does have dusts right now, but slot issues are going to come out, and you're also giving a lot of protection against Void Spirit's Burst, as almost all his damage is magical when he jumps in for the full volley. So, I think it's solid. I can't really fault GH for going for both the defensive single-target items here. Seeing the secondary Solar now come out, picked up by Insania. The only odd one out is this Pavis on Tiny. I don't really know what to make of it, because you get a lot of mana with it, which is nice, so you can cast your spells more, but you already have Soul Ring and Caudle. So, like, was that necessary? The buff this item received to make the mana cost from 100 to 60 absolutely helps a big deal for heroes like Tiny to buy it, but yeah. We'll see.
Time will tell.
Yep. That's what Dota's like, Shannon. Sometimes you just gotta wait for the good stuff.
By the way, Noob has continued to hold on to the Sister's Shroud.
Yep.
On a core?
It's godlike against Sven.
Yeah, I guess so. As we're gonna see the Stormhammer from Sven, pops the God Strength as well, applying to Ghost, finally rips through it, but the Avalanche keeping them at bay. Nisha closes the gap, don't make it with the BKB, and the right click suffice. Ghost dies, and GH, well, like it's only a matter of time before they catch up to you, young man. So 2 kills for Saberlight.
Decisive attack there from Mickey. He burns through the refraction in 10 seconds. Nice for Sven, of course. The matchup's just bad, but he set it up, and that's all that mattered there.
Noob into shapeshift. He's going to get hexed. Turns from a wolf into a chicken, and now the full shackle. Box is getting really low. Mickey, yeah, Sister Shroud is doing some work there. And Noob should be able to walk away safely. Boxy getting hounded by wolves and golems, but his Serpent Ward and Mickey are there to oversee his safety. So in the end, after all of that, it was the kill onto Ghost, which is obviously still a big one for Liquid to take.
I'm really surprised this is only a 2K lead. I feel like with the amount of map that Liquid have had and the way they've played, I would have expected them to have like 4 or 5. So Nigma Galaxy doing a good job at finding efficiency around the map, while I would argue playing from behind. Now this one's obviously going to cost. It's the Shard, will be picked up by Boxy. I assume Liquid would have rather had the Sprink.
Who wouldn't?
Not sure what that means.
That's right, Cinderin. You wouldn't.
Oh, you wouldn't. I thought you said who wouldn't.
I did.
Okay. Well, now it makes about as much sense as the first time.
Yeah, Sumail continuing to go with the aggressive build, by the way. He has not found himself silenced yet by the Void Spirit.
Oh, all right. If he can get away with Octarine and then get a defensive item, sure. It's
What if he never goes defensive, Cinder?
I'll say this: if you're not buying BKB here and you're going Octarine instead, it's telling me that Nigma Galaxy are not looking to fight, right? Like if you're buying this, you're buying it largely to just have more efficiency and just farming around the map, and then getting the defensive item next, and that's your timing. Because I think entering a fight now as Puck is extremely dangerous. You do have the Pavis to count on, plus Solar and Glimmer, so maybe if your supports are nearby, you can get away with it. But being able to cover yourself and use those defensive items on, say, Ghost, I think it's just really valuable. But until the fight happens, BKB is useless if you're not fighting. right, then you might as well spend your gold on something else. So as long as they avoid set fight.
Well, the bash comes out into the dispose. Centaur Stomp's gonna miss.
Yes, blink.
And he will blink to safety. Pretty close call. Getting away with it, though.
Did Saberlight not get a bash there?
Oh, he got a bash instantly.
He got the bash too early,
yes,
I guess. Oh, that's unfortunate. He also didn't pop on leash, but maybe he used the 3 fleeting fury attacks, and then I think he wouldn't have got to hit again anyway.
How often do we see Ags on Marcy?
Somewhat frequently, I think. I mean, we haven't had that many games yet with Marcy. She's banned a lot.
Okay, finds a tiny. Nisha comes in with the Astral Step. Ghost is going to have to leave Omar behind. Saberlight on the cliff here. Only a little Arteezy action.
Pretty small loss there. Just getting the tiny, and he already has the dagger, so Omar has managed to farm that relatively quickly after buying the Pavis.
Okay, we'll spot Ghost, and he'll right-click a couple times, but with that God Strength running out anyway, won't be able to do too much. Has the Harpoon, Blink, a lot of mobility with BKB. Has a Serpent Ward placed for this Tier 2 tower. Does NGX come in force? Ghost going to start to work on the Serpent Ward. Takes out the Centaur pretty instantly as the Golem continue to chase. They can tell that the Shapeshift has been popped by Noob. Gets off the Howl with the AC newly picked up.
Oh, they didn't trap Marcy. That might have forced a BKB, actually. There was a trap in the river.
Okay. Meanwhile, they will find one in the form of the Rasta. Turns into several chickens now thanks to that shard, but they find the correct one. NGX, still, it's only sub 3K deficit.
I mean, this is anyone's game. Sure, you could give Liquid a little bit of an edge, but I don't think this is a... You know, going into the series, we said these two teams were probably going to be close, like 55-45, 60-40. This individual game feels the same. Absolutely within the realm of possibility here for Nigma Galaxy, and I don't want to count out late game Coddle either. I think this is a hero we've seen so little this tournament that people might forget just how much of a beast this guy is when you get multiple items later on.
Yeah, that's true.
And GH will get there.
Find the opening right now. Nikkei with the War Cry and the God Strength. They need to find something with this big ult usage. Coil onto 2 heroes. Omar still finding the distance. Eventually Saberlight gets the rebound, trying to find some more. They get the tiny, and GH looks like he's going to be able to walk away.
Oh, they didn't trap again.
And Glimmer to the side. Mickey continuing to hunt. Will they guess correctly? Onto the high ground, Sumail waiting.
God Strength running out now.
And Mickey just getting kited to a high degree as Noob runs right into him. He's like, okay, I'm ready to fight actually. Sumail with the Waning Rift. Apply a lot of damage to this Enchantress, so Insania gets melted, and now Noob and company on the offensive. That's a damage rune, though, on the Nisha. You have to be a bit careful if you're the NGX
this is a
side.
big one.
They get the big kill onto Mickey, though, as Sumail tears them apart. Ghost disposed, refraction up, does get melted through by Saberlight and company. A big illuminate from GH as Noob going to continue the pressure, though. BKB now gone, Saberlight destroyed as Nisha left to his own devices, getting melted as well. Gets up one more dissimulate, but drops shortly after to Noob's right click. Coil cancels the teleportation from Rasta, and that is going to be a full team wipe for NGX. Beautifully played, triple kill from Noob, and they can go for Roche.
Sumail's a genius for not buying BKB. That Octarine. He did so much work in that fight, though. He might have even been chakra'd in between, but he and Noob just carried the crap out of that. 7,000 hero damage on the Lycan. That's what Lycan can do when he's not accounted for. They put all of their focus onto the TA, understandably so. You're going to see the replay here. Obviously, this is after Ench is dead. Ghost, has, by the way, had a nice little detail there. He killed the Ench by attacking his side trap. Because obviously hitting Ench, you get really, really slowed, so just hit your trap and splash instead. But yeah, look at Noob. He's just...
Yeah, but this all started with GH juking them hardcore, wasting so much time, and by the time that they were ready to fight, the God Strength was already over. And at that point, Liquid just in way too deep. GH gonna get rebounded on, though. We will get some...
Not getting out of this one.
...level of revenge here.
But that's an
Aegis was picked up by Sumail.
Yeah, interesting they put it on him instead of the TA. Oh, TA was dead. Never mind. They didn't have the choice.
Well, that's your defensive item you're asking for.
Yeah, now he's not going to buy BKB. Now he can buy Parasma because he has. I honestly, I'm not really surprised because, like I said, this is how Sumail has been itemizing and playing a lot this year. He's been very much, I think, one of the most offensively itemizing mid laners. And for better or worse, in some games it looks amazing, and in some you're like, why not just buy X, right? So far, so good. He hasn't died since he picked up the Octarine core, so there's been no regrets about not having that BKB that we were talking about. And now you're starting to reach a point now in the puck where you're getting so many levels and a lot of health, so the Void Spirit damage is tapering off now. Void doesn't scale into you in the same fashion that other mid matchups that would be more dangerous would, so perhaps you can bypass BKB even as your next item now that these last 5 minutes went well.
Despite the good start, Nisha has dropped off considerably. He's bottom net worth of the cores right now.
This happens so many Void Spirit games. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in this hero personally right now because it's just some games it looks great, but if you were to like just look at the math for what a percentage of games this happens, I just think the risk is too high at this level. Like too many Void Spirit games this happens. Now, Nisha can bring this back. He's done this kind of thing many times before, but I haven't felt like Void Spirit was irreplaceable with another mid hero in this game so far.
Yeah, it feels like that's been the case for quite a while. As smoke from both sides, NGX fully covered right now. Mickey into the triangle. He's spotted. Waning Rift to start. And Omar gets off the avalanche as Nisha getting in really deep right now. Saberlight popping the BKB to get the Hex onto Mr. Ghost. Do they have the damage to rip through him? He's going to pop the BKB for himself as well, getting disposed. Ghost gets to the other side, though. There's a haste rune waiting for him. He's going to be able to... No! Sumail just steals it from him. Goes for Saberlight instead, but Ghost is going to live anyway. And now they have the nullifier applied to the Sven. Mickey drops to the deck. That's 3 dead for Liquid. Sumail knew that his friend would be okay. And Insania is going to be the 4th member of Liquid to tumble as NGX taking decent control of this game now.
Yeah, they push pretty fast too. This mid tower is absolutely a pickup now. Had Lycan been alive, we could be looking at barracks. I think you probably settle for the tier 2 in this position. But still a nice win for them. And yeah, kind of crazy considering, you know, the Aegis is on the puck, so Liquid really want to try to commit everything onto this TA. Couldn't even kill him once. So much protection, really good force staff usage coming out from GH. They have the solar plus the Pavis. It's just so many layers of damage. Maybe this is their way of dealing with Marcy. They're just saying, you guys can have Marcy. We're picking blinds and we're picking solar crests and Pavises on our heroes, and we're just tanking through the damage.
Did they not have Fortify at that point?
They actually get racks.
This is a full set then.
Wow, I did not think they had enough time for this, but they do.
That's crazy.
Okay.
7K lead for NGX. What a fight. The last 2 fights, in fact, have basically put them way ahead in this game.
One more fight like that, it's over, right?
Indeed.
Like Lycan, if Lycan survives in particular, he has that AC as well as a Black Dragon now. So, a lot of armor for the push. Big damage. Yeah, they just have to concede this tower as well.
That's the last remaining tier 2 for Liquid.
Imagine
30 seconds on the Aegis. They probably don't force the issue.
Imagine after 3 rounds of Swiss that Liquid and Tundra are 1 and 2. It is looking increasingly probable. Like, if we think these 2 teams are pretty even going into today and one team wins game 1, they're favorites, right?
Coil from Sumail is going to force the BKB from Saberlight. Now they know he doesn't have it.
Yep.
Shapeshift already used, though, from Noob as they spot Boxy. Look at the D-Wars as Omar with the Avalanche. Boxy super low, nullifier applied. But teammates have arrived. Ghost looking for a couple more right clicks. They want to activate the foul play, but they won't get what they came for. Still, a lot of D-Wards with that. I guess there's a gem now on Liquid. See if they can regain control of their triangle. But yeah, so far so good for NGX.
Game's on a knife's edge here.
I mean, coming into this tournament,
can't really make any mistakes.
Would you say NGX were kind of a question mark?
Yeah.
On what to expect?
Yeah. I think I remember when we did our predictions. I think maybe did one of us have them as our dark horse?
I think maybe.
I think you did.
Yeah.
I think you said you picked Nigma Galaxy as a dark horse for top 8, and I think I picked Na'Vi. or something like that.
Yeah, we'll go
Both
with
things
that.
could come true. The way this is looking so far, Nigma are looking good today. Na'Vi were good yesterday. The field is very tight this year. Very, very competitive tournament. Good to see.
Also good to see that there's some response to the Helm of the Dominator purchases.
Yep.
Just buy one yourself.
Sick.
Yeah. That was not a response from ChatGPT. That was a potential way to solve this issue.
Yeah. How do I counter Helm of the Dominator? Buy Helm of the Dominator.
That's right.
Huh? Thanks.
Nisha waiting for an opening, but looks like it's not going to come. As Nullifier is going to be next for him.
Yeah. Trying to get through all this protection, the Force Staff, the Glimmer, the barriers. It's a lot of garbage. Stopping him from assassinating heroes as he would like. But that's exactly the problem that Void Spirit runs into so often, is that he has a 5-minute span, probably, or 10-minute span, where he's really dangerous and he can burst supports. But it feels like with the amount of gold supports get on the map nowadays, they actually itemize and survive the way Void Spirit used to dominate games. Like, I don't feel like I very often see a Void Spirit have one of those like pop-off games with 15 or 20 kills. Those still mainly belong to Storm and Ember. It's no longer a Void Spirit that gets to pull it off now. Big item alert here, Revenant's Brooch in the pocket of Saberlight, so big damage from him next.
Okay.
I mean, they have the damage, right? You've got Marcy with crit, you got Sven with crit, you've got the lockdown, you got some burst from Void Spirit. You need to find the right targets and kill them fast.
Okay, Avalanche. Trying to force this BKB. Ghost getting some nice right-click damage as well. McKay just heals off some creeps. Not going to get baited.
They do get the wisdom, though. What they came for. The one on the right-hand side is available if Nisha fancies his chances, but doesn't seem to even want to check it.
Sumail has Shivas now. There's your defensive item. Kind of.
Yeah, okay, so now that you have Octarine, the Shiva becomes a much more appealing choice compared to the BKB, I would argue, because you actually have enough health now. You got through the part that I thought BKB would be needed for, and you managed without it. So now here's your grand reward. That you can actually perhaps bypass it entirely. I guess you don't want to buy Aeon Disc as an alternative because of the Nullifier on Void Spirit. But again, if they want to kill Sumail's Puck, they have to combine 2 or 3 cores now. Puck gets...
Oh, it's a big smoke.
Very tanky
Ghost.
later in the game.
Was he spotted? Oh, they might not find an opening here, Liquid. Seems that NGX have an idea that this is occurring. Scan comes out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they're still committed to this.
Oh, they have a good high ground placement here, potentially. They have a trap set up as well. If this springs, Nisha will get out of there just in time before the Tiny could have maybe seen him.
Yeah, a lot to deal with. Traps, you got wolves, invisible wolves.
Yep.
You got that creep guy, whatever his name is.
The Ancient Croaker.
The Croaker, man. Why don't I just default to that for every one of these new creeps? Congregations of the Deep.
Third Roshan is up, and Nigma Galaxy obviously know the timing courtesy of TA.
Avatos. There's the Congregations, gets deleted, but might be in turn for Omar. Big Astral Step onto 2. Barrier is actually keeping him alive. Sumail taking a lot of damage. He's already at half HP, but the BKB for Mickey is running out now, along with the God Strength. Noob gonna try to right-click to his heart's content. Gonna get another Congregation to the Deep with the coil to follow. They're gonna be able to take out Mickey. Sania and Saberlight get deleted off the face of the earth. Ultra kill for Ghost. Make it a rampage.
Strike!
My
Strike, yo!
goodness.
Give me that replay. They were lining up like that was Ghost went to the bowling alley. I'm just saying, like they literally knocked each other over in a straight line behind him.
Disgusting.
Oh my!
This is they're gonna GG as Roshan tries to kill off Sumail. Game 1 goes to NGX.
Holy!
That was disgusting. My goodness.
Ghost did. I think Ghost did more damage than his entire team combined in that fight in 4 shots of Psyblades.
That was sick.
They were just perfectly lined up behind the Sven. Wow, what a place to take that fight, and what a great game from Nigma Galaxy.
There's a reason they say the stars align.
Yeah, that's right.
GX in the end.
Yeah, it's also the theme of this year's TI. You know, you look at that.
Yeah, maybe it's meant to be.
It's meant to be. Wow, what a great game from them. I don't know. I don't feel like Liquid played that poor of a game either. That's the thing. It wasn't. Oh, Nigma Galaxy just took advantage of Liquid having an off game. I didn't feel. I feel like Liquid tried a lot of the stuff that usually works for them with their Enchantress strategies, invasive, aggressive plays. They had Marcy, arguably one of the best heroes of the tournament, or at least very popular ones, that is banned all the time. And in spite of that, Nigma just seemed to have the solution. So.
ဆိုင်ဖြော်လက်ဖေးခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖေးဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖေးဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ဖြော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖေးရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြော်လက်ဖေးကတစ်ဖေးချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ဖြော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြော်လက်ဖေး
吹能ထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code 吹能ဆိုကလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active 吹能ဆိုကပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကာဝယ်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
ရုပ်ရှင်အဖြစ်မြင်တွေ့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပြီးမျောလင်းချက်ကြီးကြီးမားမားတွေရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဘောကြလို့လည်းဆော့ဖြစ်တယ်။ခံကုန်ပြောရရင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဆော့ဖို့သမျှတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံးရှိတဲ့ဂိမ်းလောက်သွားကြ။
အများကြီးမှရှိပြီးတော့ retro game တွေကစလို့နောက်ဆုံးတော့ game machine တွေအများကြီး
ကျူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စီတာ Bella Roll On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
但虽然比那毛嘞，不拉多人留我这个，shiny 叫马嘞。
shiny စနေအောင်စီမွေး
Shiny အုံးစီရဲ့အဝလေးအဝပြောင်းကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny အုံးစီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကက်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စံရွယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်။ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်။ Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်ကြောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်။ Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ border ရှိတာprofessional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့အမိုက်စာ retriever တွေရင်ကုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ game game ပိုင်းတွေစပါလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament throwback
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီCoffee rich creamy Together no yada ချိုစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
ရုပ်ပတ်တောင်းပတ်မင်းကြိုက်ပါလားရှမ်းကြီးငါပြလက်ပတ်ထဲပါဟာတဲ့ရစားဖို့တွေ့လားရှမ်းကြီးငါပြလက်ပတ်ကိုစားလူရန်သာပြေစားကုန်တယ်ရှမ်းကြီးရှိတော့တအားပြုံးတိုင်းခမင်းမိန်ပဲလက်ပတ်ဆိုအကောင်းဆုံးကရှမ်းကြီးငါပြလက်ပတ်ပြောရှမ်းကြီးငါပြလက်ပတ်
Sunday နဲ့ coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှားပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက် coffee Sunday နှက်ဖြော် coffee
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးချနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ပြည်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်အရသာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
စပြီးကြိုက်တော့ပါလားအိုင်ဒီယာလေးဆက်တာမလို့ရောတင်းမိတ်တွေစုတော့ခံနေရတော့လား Mobile Legends ပြီးလိုရာဆော့ရဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေတော့အိုင်ဒီယာကဗီဒီယိုကိုက်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့အခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်လွှင့်ပြသတော့မယ် Sorry better
စိုင်းဖြော်လို့ပြီ
so please don't repeat yourself.
Well, I'm assuming there's quite a lot of different viewers for this series, obviously, so I will repeat myself as a matter of fact. Keep in mind, the only teams that are either guaranteed through or guaranteed out are teams that are 4-0, 4-1, 1-4, or 0-4. Those are the 6 teams that are through or out, which is 3 of each. The remaining 10 teams at the end will be 3-2 or 2-3, and they will play a singular best of 3 to decide whether they end in the top 8 or get eliminated. You want to avoid that bracket at all costs. And for both teams here, it all starts here, because whoever loses this series will already have 2 losses, and therefore at best end 3-2, and therefore have to play that elimination series in a couple of days. So, a lot on the line here. Liquid choosing to first pick Puck.
And they ban Marcy.
And they ban Marcy. So they're saying, whatever you guys did, we can do it too. Is this where you instantly pick the Dragon Knight? Ghost plays it as a carry.
Okay.
Do they also play it mid on Sumail, or does Sumail want another hero? I think when you first pick Puck, this hero needs to be responded to immediately. Okay, they'll respond to it from a support position. That's also fine. Grabbing the Bane first. I think now we probably ban Silencer, if you want your Bane player to have a fun time.
Yeah. Could also ban more summon heroes, such as the Lycan.
True. Lycan's
Or
in the
pick it
pool.
yourself.
Both teams play it. Saberlight and Noob have both had some success on it already. Obviously, Noob had in the previous game just now.
Will you ban TA, Synderen, after getting Rampage in such a fashion?
Not necessarily. I feel like TA was more of a response to Sven than just immediately standing strong on its own. You could maybe ban it in the 3rd phase. I think Lycan is the better one here, just if you don't want to pick it yourself. It's also, again, it's about the pick order, right? The fact that Nigma Galaxy are picking out of this phase has Liquid too worried. Because you could argue, conversely, for Nigma Galaxy, you want to ban Lycan because Bane is terrible against that hero, but you have the pick, so you could just choose it instead and not worry about it. Liquid get rid of it, not a concern anymore. They look a little bit deep in thought here.
Well, Nisha's
Maybe
eating, so
not the easiest
I
choice.
don't think he's that deep in thought.
Well, I can definitely see myself being deep in thought while eating.
No,
I think
it's
it's actually,
possible.
it's a good activity for being deep in thought. All right, there's the TA ban. You did call it. Well, you didn't. You asked, do you do it? But
That counts as calling.
you entertained the idea that it was a possibility to ban a hero, which is not bad.
We'll see if they want to go for the same thing that NGX did with that Puck and have a support Tiny.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Tiny mid could also be an interesting solution for Nigma Galaxy against the Puck. Obviously, Sumail, no stranger to Tiny. Beastly performances on that in the past. It's one of Puck's tougher matchups.
I think he's going to end up on Storm this game.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Any reason for that feeling? Just
Absolutely
a hunch?
not. Yeah, it's always a hunch.
Okay.
Hey, you think
Nigma
of-
Galaxy look deep in thought. Nobody eating.
No, nobody's eating. Okay.
Nobody eating. GH, though, is walking around a little bit. Maybe he's maybe he's walking out of the room and picking up a snack now.
Well, Kuro kind of looks like he's eating a piece of paper, like the corner of it there.
Yeah.
Can I digest that?
If I eat this draft, they can't if I eat the hero, they can't pick it.
Yeah, it makes
That's
sense
right.
to me.
Mm-hmm. Disruptor. Okay, so Silencer is in the pool. The reason I'm focusing on the Silencer so much is that it's from a support position. It really ruins Fiend Script the entire game. It's very difficult for Bane to play around. And on Liquid side, you have Insania, who loves Silencer 5. I believe Insania already played it this tournament, and I think, as a matter of fact, he played it in a lane against Mars, plus... I'm forgetting, but it was against Mars as the offlaner. Might do a repeat of that.
Is that the game where he went Glaives?
He went Glaives level 1, indeed, which historically is not that uncommon, but as of the last year, Silencers a lot of the time go 4-0-4, and we were debating what the rationale was, and we came to the conclusion he probably just wanted to trade really effectively, because he was playing with Carry Tiny. That was the game yesterday they lost with Carry Tiny. Tiny offers so little on level 1 to the lane, so Silencer skilling Glaives and just non-stop spamming the enemies might might be able to bridge the gap, but I don't think we're going to see the carry Tiny here. Unsurprisingly, there, a stat from Mars. 20 times picked, 20 times off lane. It's just where you run that guy. Shadow Demon. Okay. We've seen Extreme Gaming look incredible with this on Jinkyu. Very good against these two heroes. You get the save against Grip. It's similar logic to Global. If this hero is out of line of sight, he can always just save the Grip. You never really know. But it double dips against Mars. But here's the thing. Mars can take the anti-vision facet. So this is not as guaranteed of a save as you might think.
Yeah, that's true.
Nor is this one. Same problem. I think you absolutely have to take that facet now. I forgot what it's called. The other one's Victory Feast. What do you call the no vision one? Let me check.
Yep.
It is called... Oh yeah, Bloodsport. That's right.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so 2 saves now on the side of Liquid in form of the Snowball and Disruption.
Yep. Oh, look at those win rates. Interesting. Bloodsport doing significantly worse, but also more games. Picked 65% of the time. This is a healthy distribution of facets. For a hero that performs the same role in the games by being the offlaner every time, it's nice to see the facets that close. Because on a lot of heroes, the facets will either be, oh, you're playing at carry, you're picking this facet. You're playing at support, you're picking the other facet. This one is like, this one hero that does the same role can, in different games, look for different things. That's nice to see. Okay. Ember for Sumail will be the choice as...
It was a Spirit.
Yep. True. I guess, arguably, who of us was closer?
Oh, what did you say?
I said Tiny.
Yeah, I wonder.
I feel like it's pretty close. He's melee.
Oh, come on. He's a Spirit, brother.
Well...
He's literally related to the hero that I chose.
Tiny is the spirit of the rock.
Oh my God.
Unlike Earth Spirit, who's the spirit of the earth. It's different. Oh.
Void picked up from Liquid. Okay.
Huh.
Saw this in the previous series with Crystallis playing it.
Yeah.
Long-winded game.
Similar fashion. Not the most damage in the chrono. Puck is okay.
10 seconds remaining.
But you don't have that, like, really big oomph or something like a Phoenix as one of your supports or whatever.
Okay, is there any possibility this is not a carry Void? And
There
it's
is.
Off lane that goes time zone with Puck and Shadow Demon with all these lower cooldown spells?
There is a possibility it's an offlane Void, but I personally still think Time Zone just isn't very good. I think you can play Void in other positions than carry and then still go chrono.
10 seconds.
Yeah. The stats would support that theory, but I think all these 7 picks have been carry as well. So I don't think we've seen mid-void or... Exactly, there we go. But the hero does have flex. I'm a genuine believer in Void played in other roles and focusing on time dilation. And then you can go all sorts of things. If you're a support, you can go for auras or like stuff, sort of Solar, Crest, and Glimmer. If you're playing offlane, you can sometimes even go Radiance Vanguard. Similar logic on mid, but... Yeah, haven't seen too much experimentation with that this tournament. Liquid
Brewmaster taken out of the pool.
Yep.
Interesting ban. I guess the
banned last game as well.
Dispel for Ember.
So it was just targeted against Saberlight, one of his best heroes. So I believe Nigma Galaxy did ban it last game as well.
10 seconds.
There's nothing inherently obviously great about Brew here except the Cyclone against Bane. Dispel against Ember is okay,
Is
but...
Enigma a hero anymore?
Yeah, it is.
That's a Saberlight special.
True.
Double bubble.
It's a lot of the same stuff, though. I think this last pick from Liquid cannot be that archetype hero. I think it needs to be something lower cooldown that either plays with Puck. Either you keep Void or you put Void offlane and get a carry that's faster, or vice versa. There you go. This is a faster offlaner than... I say faster, it's Undyne.
Yeah.
It's faster than Enigma.
Yeah.
It's aggressive. Now, what does Ghost want? So TA not in the pool, that would have been great. Ursa. But you're against Demonic Purge for Overpower, and you're against Void Chrono. Spicy. But we did see Ursa. Maybe Troll?
Yeah, our favorite hero.
Troll could be good here.
I like the Ursa.
I find Shadow Demon to be a really nasty matchup for Ursa.
Yeah, status resist doesn't do anything against disruption. You talked about demonic purge. There's not. It's good against Tombstone though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of value still.
Carry Lina could be interesting.
That's pretty squishy.
It is, but it has a couple good matchups.
Alchemist. All right.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, well, this won't be a support Alchemist.
I don't think that would have been one of my first 5 suggestions, so I would have never thought of this in this spot. But I will say the interesting thing about it is the pacing it presents. Alchemist is one of the faster carries at coming online and then potentially running the game, and this is Nigma Galaxy saying, we don't want to go late against your Void Puck. And I do think that's the right approach. I don't think you want to play against a Nisha Puck late game if you can avoid it. And Faceless Void, one of the hardest carries in all of Dota. You are, however, picking Alchemist into an offlane Undying lane. That's rough.
But, wait, does this work anymore? The zombies, do you get gold for them?
You should, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
If there's ever a lone Tombstone out there, I remember watching Weehaw do this
Yeah.
back in the day. You just sit around the Tombstone and farm up all the zombies. You get like hundreds of gold.
Yeah.
Pretty hype.
If you get the right situation, sure. I guess Undying will also take the facet where when he attacks you, he spawns a zombie. Maybe you just fight him. You don't kill Undying on purpose, and you let him hit you. So you can just farm the singular zombies that he's bringing your way when you're hitting each other.
That sounds like a winning strategy to me.
Yeah, it works in Turbo. Why wouldn't it here?
That's true.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, Turbo is a great microcosm of late game Dota.
That's true.
You're skipping the laning stage. Like there's some value there. If only we could have a Turbo TI
tournament in Turbo.
I'd be up for that.
Honestly, it would be kind of cool to see. No joke. Just as a one-off, just try to.
If only Moonduck still existed, we would do that ourselves. But it's not worth. You know, it's not worth the bank account going depleted completely. Slightly depleted is fine, but completely depleted? That's a little bit too much. So whose draft do you like in this game number 2?
I think it's kind of close. I don't really... This is the second Faceless Void pick today that I'm not fully necessarily on board with. But the Alchemist also didn't necessarily inspire me. I get what they're going for, but I just think both teams are vulnerable to different things. Nigma played better game 1. I don't think it was a strategic win. I think they genuinely outplayed them. So with that in mind, if I don't have a strong favorite in the draft, got to go with Nigma again, right? So we'll see Liquid level up.
That's fair enough. Yeah, Liquid looking a little lost in that last game, but we've seen them bounce back before.
Sure have.
Many a time. These are the defending champions we're talking about, Cinderman.
Liquid rarely do it the easy way. They like playing more games.
True.
So, if they like playing more games, they got to get to game 3 here. That will give them one more game.
Absolutely.
Smoke on smoke action. GH will be the one to break it. NSO will Insania instantly getting the vision out. And a nice D-ward for the side of Liquid. Boxy getting 100 gold for his troubles.
I hope this is a 60-plus minute game, Cinderin.
I think that's highly unlikely given the heroes. Don't you think? Do you think Alk can play this game that long?
Yeah, why not? You gift Ags to people at some point.
Well, sure. I just mean...
Infinite scaling.
I think Nigma Galaxy's game plan falls apart before 60 minutes is what I'm saying. I don't know if this is realistically going to go that long.
Disruption. Ghost, gonna be able to pick up the bounty, gets off the concoction, gives GH a little bit of space, but he's going to take considerable amount of damage. Saberlight blocking him. Blood Grenade should seal his fate. First blood to Saberlight on the off lane, Undying.
Add insult to injury in this bot lane. It's already going to be hard on paper for the Alchemist. Throw a bit of gold Undying's way. Could maybe buy 2 mangoes if he wanted to, or get a faster soul ring. Omar is a really good hoodwink, by the way. We didn't talk about this in the draft, but I think this is probably, if you ask me, his best hero. So getting his hands on that in this game, Be interesting to see if he can pull off some nice combo. He does have some solid setup, right? There's a lot of things that allow you to connect your Bushwhack and ult. You've got Slight Chains, you've got Arena to hit sharpshooters with. Bane as a setup. The support duo is actually lethal here.
Yeah, that's true.
So the saves of Liquid need to be on point.
And in the mid lane, it's going to be Nisha on the puck, his best hero, surely.
Yeah, it's his best.
Has there been a better puck in the history of Dota? I don't know.
He's playing against his second best hero.
Yep, that's true. Sumail on the Ember. As Ghost taking a bit of a beating. And we'll see how long it takes for somebody to die in this lane. Saberlight will continue the pressure, no doubt. I mean, what hero do you like in this matchup, Puck versus Ember? Get Flame Guard in this lane.
In the lane itself, I like Ember a bit more. Overall in the game, I think it's double-edged.
Ice Shard's blocking and Ghost. Concoction is going to have to be self-stunned. That is unfortunate for Ghost. Saberlight gets the kill. He is off to a terrific start.
They do lose the Tombstone, though, so GH gets something the other way. But yeah, that's...
Really good timing on the snowball. They'll have to use Fairy Fire. Nisha going to continue the pressure, though. Bottle will keep him just barely alive. Each hero will get their own Water Rune now.
Close call there. Now, in the past, what Embers would do in this lane against Puck some time back would be maxing Slight and going Blightstone to just whittle away at the Puck in lane. But I think Puck's ability to regain resources through the new Innate, as well as the overall nerf to the Orb of Corrosion buildup, probably swings this matchup a bit more. I still think Ember is favored, but it's more tolerable for the Puck. And Embers also like going 4-1-4 build with Chain Gang. So
Sumail is doing quite well. 17-2 versus 10-1, so not really that close at the moment. As a result, level advantage for Sumail as well.
I also have to say that I think this season, Sumail has been a better laner.
Okay.
Than Nisha, so it's not too surprising.
GH, okay, Tombstone is going to go down one way or the other, but Ghost taking so much damage to the tag team. He gets the Tombstone, dies afterwards. Saberlight is on fire right now. He is on a killing spree, 3-0.
What can I say? You asked for this when you picked Elk in this game. Like, you knew you were going against offlane Undying Tusk, and they picked it anyway. It's high risk, man. I was worried for them. Maybe they can get a trade here, though. Ghost coming back.
Oh, he's going for farm. There's no way, and his courier goes down as well. Oh, man, it's a disaster for NGX in this laning stage. Of course, Alk does have a lot of comeback mechanics. The fact that he gets more gold than other heroes, in case you weren't aware of that.
Yeah.
But
he's going to need it.
Start. And, I mean, it gets worse in the fact that you can't, like, if you're losing this lane, you're going to lose control of the Lotus area as well, which a hero like Undying just absolutely thrives on.
Yep.
So we'll see how long they can even stay in this lane. Feels like they, from the NGX side, going to need to switch something up potentially. Of course,
good news for...
from Sumail could do wonders once he hits level 6.
That's true, and the good news for Nigma Galaxy is the other two lanes are going well, right? So Ghost is having a horrible time, but Sumail is doing well in mid. We already established that, and Mars, again, against Void, most offlaners just like playing against Void because the lane is kind of free to farm in. He's 20-9. Make it yet to get a deny. So, not looking too shabby there for...
That is kind of unusual.
The Mars. Sumail going to do the long walk of shame back to base here, getting whittled away at by Nisha over time, but with the early advantage in CS, he should come back and be just fine.
Oh, this is still rough to watch. And you have to block these creeps just to have a chance of getting experience. Like, you forget about the gold for now, because you can't get close. Just leeching XP as GH stuck inside the shards, and now we see the tag team again.
Oh, this time it's a bait, though.
Oh, it's dodged, though, at the last moment, but Omar has arrived. A lot of damage being applied. Blood grenade onto 2. Boxy. Looks like he's going to be able to exit. Last right click, not enough for Omar, and now Saberlight turning his sights onto the Hoodwink.
Nice stick usage there.
Not enough. As Omar stuck inside the shards, Has the acorn shot at his disposal. Concoction again dodged as Omar does find his way to the grave, and now Ghost is on super low HP. This is tough stuff.
This time they set it up as a bait to get a 2v3, and they still lost it. This time they brought a third hero, and the third hero dies.
Boxy has dodged, what, 4 spells already?
Yeah, Tusk is just incredibly good against Alk in this kind of lane. It's really, really... At this level, you're just going to pull that off consistently. You're going to dodge these concoctions. It's telegraphed. There's a countdown timer. You know how long Snowball lasts. So it's really hard. And Liquid will take advantage of that in a big way. Now, with the Hoodwink rotation failing, who are they bringing next time? Is it going to be Puck, or are they just going to accept... Because there's 2 ways of playing a game like this. You can try to bring Alchemist into the game by bringing heroes down there, or you triple down on pressuring the other sides, of other lanes of the map to force rotations.
Fortunately for Noob, the spear did not latch to a tree, and this turns into a 1 versus 3 as Boxy makes the rotation, and this is going to be a kill for Mickey. Now that bottom lane starting to bleed into some of the other lanes as a coil from Nisha onto Omar. And that is enough for yet another kill for Liquid, 6-0.
As you like to say, the duality of Nigma Galaxy here.
Yeah, of course.
Disruption?
Yeah, Insania is going to accompany GH inside this area, but both Boxy and Insania get the Shrines of Wisdom. So Liquid just adding insult to injury as GH falls to Nisha.
This is 2 games in a row now that Liquid get both Shrines at 7 minutes. Last game they ended up losing. This one looking very, very healthy though.
Absolutely. Boxy this time will get speared to a tree. And this is going to be the first kill for NGX unless he dodges everything.
Missed 2. Wait, does he have Sister Shroud? No, that was just 2 uphill shots. Tower plus Omar both missed.
Yep.
Simultaneously. A little bit of good RNG. Still dies, though.
NGX on the board.
Here comes Saberlight. He's going to start diving Ghost one-on-one, and Ghost has to run away. Because if Undying ever comes close, he'll pop his ult, and he'll kill you.
Yeah.
Have fun in the jungle. He has 34 CS, actually. I wonder how many of those are low value.
Trolls, yeah. As we see the coil. Nightmare save, though, giving some space for Sumail to go back in, potentially. A lot of damage being applied by Nisha. It's not going to be enough for a kill, though. He's up orbing away. And this was not even for a rune, so unusual timing from both sides. Now some pressure to that tier 1 tower is NGX just looking for something to go their way.
This had me thinking, Sleepwalk is actually an interesting counter to Puck, where you coil someone and they run to the edge of the coil and then you nightmare them out of it. And during the invulnerability frames, they can actually break and snap the coil and not take the stun or the damage. It was close to it there. GH, I think, was trying for it on Sumail, but he was a little bit too far from the edge. But might come into play later. Keep an eye out for that. Nisha pulling Sumail back. Throw a couple of remnants and refill. And return to mid. He's got his work cut out for him this game. I think this game at this point for the foreseeable future is heavily riding on Sumail's individual performance. After that death top, Mars is still looking fine. But yeah, the Alchemist recovery is still ahead of him. As I say that, he is second on net worth, but...
It is an Alk.
It's Alk.
More than I thought he would have.
Yeah,
still.
They have actually done better than expected, all things considered. So maybe I have to eat my words. Looking at the board is not that bad. How did he recover that much? Even if they have some stacks, that's still surprising. He was able to get that much his way.
He goes for the Talisman Evasion first.
Yeah.
Into the eventual Radiance. Have to see what kind of timing that's going to be. It feels like it's going to be maybe regular timing for a regular hero. Unless he's given all the space in the world now. GH eventually spotted. This was a long time coming, it feels like. Oh, the TP. He's actually fine.
Heads up.
Walrus punch yet.
Time wasted for the supports of Liquid, and of course the more time they spend doing other things, the less time they spend contesting Alchemist on the left side of the map. And even if they knew you were there, it's kind of hard to access that without a smoke anyway. It's one of the safest places on the map right now.
That's right, the old Tormentor spot. We all miss it.
Yeah, all of you miss that.
Now that the Tormentor doesn't exist anymore for us lowly players, as you said last game. Very sad.
Try getting good, then it exists again.
Okay.
Maybe people just don't go for Tormentor and Turbo. They don't have time.
Yeah, the game's over by then.
Yeah, they're busy.
Tormentor needs to spawn at 5 minutes.
They're queuing Turbo because they don't have time for a long game. So as soon as you hit minute 5 and 10, you're just brawling, right?
That's right.
There you go.
Late game Dota, gotta love it. Nothing better.
Yeah, that 10-minute late game.
Yeah, why not? Criticize so much. You know, a lot of people play Turbo.
Turbo is a great mode. No joke.
Stuck inside the shards. Saberlight, he's actually gonna pop his ult for this.
Yeah, he needed to, I think.
Really?
Well, otherwise they have to extend the chase with Boxy. I guess they could have done that, but then there's the risk of a turnaround play. Like, you kind of just want to get that kill and get out of there. It gets awkward if they chase another 5 seconds, so... Omar again, Coil.
Coil comes out from Nisha. This is going to be a support kill onto Omar in all likelihood. Another shard block from Boxy. Just S-tier class Tusk play from Boxy, as always.
One of the best to do it on this hero, for sure.
9-1 advantage for Liquid. Only a 1k lead against an Alk, though.
Yeah. But Saberlight's having a... I think Liquid's win rate when Saberlight is top net worth at minute 10 has to be incredibly high.
I mean, I feel like you could say that for any offlane hero.
Shut up.
When they're offlane is top net worth, they have a high percentage of winning. It's crazy.
That was the opposite of shut up.
GH.
Okay. Disruption. Think he's gonna die here?
Yes.
Thank you. 10-1, mid tower, under siege.
Still racking up. And really, this is the Alk watch on Radiance. He's 2k into the Sacred Relic.
Yeah.
As the tier 1 tower pressured down, Saberlight and company will claim it.
And Saberlight himself is obviously going to make his way towards some big items. He's close to Lotus Orb already.
Man, that has been a very common pickup.
It's so good.
Very early.
It's so good on Undying. And in this game, you're against Bane, you're against Searing Chains.
I feel like you have to do something about this if you're NGX. Absolutely cannot give up your stacks. Disruption comes out.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah, Sharpshooter hits. This should turn into a kill onto Insania. And Saberlight puts the tombstone on the cliff. He gets speared. They're going to be able to take out the tombstone as well. Saberlight in a lot of trouble. Remnant comes out. That is the death of the biggest hero in the game. Double kill for Sumail as NGX still trying to defend their Ancients, and Liquid's still around to try to contest. Mickey does have the Chronosphere at the ready. Noob's gonna be able to get the arena off and the spear onto Mickey as Saberlight in that Flesh Golem form. Sumail is gonna get snowballed and coiled. He's in a lot of trouble now. He drops to the deck as Nisha gets credit for that one, and Saberlight and company now will be able to clean up the Ancients.
Yeah.
Started off kind of rough, but the Sharpshooter coming out, it's enough. So Omar snipes out one.
Nice
Obviously
kill.
that helped a lot that Saberlight has an innate that gives you another life.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if he doesn't rejoin this fight, this doesn't go this way. And Nisha, with some great backline play, managed to kill the Bane alone, and then he follows up and still has the coil for Sumail. So I was just about to criticize Liquid for making that invasive move without truly committing for it, but yeah. Conveniently forgot that Undying has 2 lives, so it works.
Yeah, it looked really good for NGX there for a moment.
Yules for Noob coming up. So the build paths that we've seen on Mars in this tournament, we've seen XXS went Pipe in this slot, and then he went Yules. Omar might do the opposite order or bypass the Pipe entirely and get something else. GH, oh, Nisha, if he gets gripped here.
Searing Chains onto 2. Tombstone is placed. Saberlight doesn't have a second life this time. Is broken right now. It's a Sharpshooter doing a lot of burst damage. They have to exit, though.
Sumail dodged the coil.
Resetting, but look at the pressure applied to poor Noob on the Mars. Wrong place, wrong time for him. As Liquid, again, that looked okay for NGX at first, but Liquid just prevails. Close to the Blink Dagger now for Nisha. Mickey has the Maelstrom on the way into the eventual Mjolnir.
Yeah, Alchemist is 4th on net worth, minute 16.
Yep, that's not good. Does have Radiance, though.
Yep.
16-minute Radiance, that's, like I said, normal timing for a regular hero.
Yeah.
Bad timing for Alc.
Yeah, it's very, very slow. They've got a mountain to climb here. The thing for Nigma Galaxy, though, is one well-executed team fight, and there's this awkward moment in the middle of this game where I think Liquid are actually going to maybe struggle with damage a little bit in, say, 5 to 10 minutes. It's when Puck is not quite there yet for the next damage item after Witchblade, and Void is still not fully there after Mjolnir. Like, there's a possibility in that window that Nigma Galaxy with good itemization could take a team fight and win it off of being tanky enough. But if they miss that window, the curve swings up again when the next items come out.
Noob trying to get a pick off here onto Box. He's going to force a rotation, though, from Mickey. Snowball.
Still has that chrono.
Oh, he actually does connect despite the Mars Arena going down. Noob stuck inside his own arena now, outnumbered, and will eventually fall as the grip comes out from the sideline. The GH.
Ghost.
You have nobody nearby.
That.
Ghost dies. Okay. And GH looks to be next on the list. So double kill for Mickey.
Ghost died to Puck Shadow Demon.
Yeah, this is rough.
Ember seemed nowhere near this, and yeah, you can see the damage breakdown there. Big damage coming out from Nisha at this point. As I was mentioning, it's not right now. It's when the next items come out that becomes a concern, but... Oh, he's self-stunned? Oh, no.
That's not
well,
good.
That would explain it. That'll do. Liquid with a Roche now in a very commanding position.
He has a hard time getting concoction. You have the snowball dodge, which we've seen. You have Puck phase shift. You have disruption. Like, it's not an easy spell to even hit.
It's true.
Oy.
It's understandable, though. He did, well, they last picked the hero, so they knew everything.
That is true.
He didn't get counter-picked. They chose it themselves. Liquid now in a good spot, and they've got to feel really comfortable, right? This is when Liquid are at their best, in my opinion, is when they have better late game and Nisha's playing Puck. Like, that's just that is the best Liquid setup for winning.
I thought it was going to be something deeper, but yeah, just pick Puck.
Yeah, well, they first picked it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Nisha, Puck, and good late game, and get there, you're golden. So Mel, taking some damage, no commitment though. He's just trying to poke a TP out of the side of Nigma Galaxy, not biting though.
Are we ever seeing the other facet on Puck these days?
Pretty rarely.
Curveball
is so good.
Until the buff. As they find Sumail, Sleight of Fist, Remnant, into Saberlight's arm.
Ooh, hello.
Right. Decay hits. Sumail has a Remnant out, but it's not that far.
Oh, now Nigma Galaxy are kind of deep.
Oh, Mickey almost ran into him. Looks like Sumail will live as Boxy survives the sharpshooter.
This is so awkward. They're actually getting away with 0 deaths here on both teams. Wow, that was an insanely deep dive from Liquid, but recognizing that Nigma Galaxy don't really have what it takes to fight them back. And I think a really big difference between this game and the first one has been GH's inability to really set anything up. On the Coddle, he had massive impact. This one on the Bane, 0, 6, and 2. They picked it as an immediate counter pick to the Puck. Haven't really got much for haven't got their money's worth for a first pick, I would argue.
No.
Might change now. Mickey.
He has used his
They got him.
Getaway. And that's going to be an easy pickoff for GH.
Oh, GH is on the board.
Yep. He needed that one badly.
Got a Ghost Scepter now.
That's a big kill for NGX, but they're going to need a lot more of that. Saberlight won't waste any time as Tormentor will be Liquids.
Short for Insania, Demonic Cleanse.
That's
Chains.
for Chains and
Enfeeble.
Yep.
Not skilled though. So yeah, just pretty much just the Chains. Offensive Yule, I guess. But it's never bad to have the utility, and it also heals, right? So even if the cleanse isn't useful, you heal 450. It's a really strong heal when expiring.
He's almost done with a blink dagger. Good grief.
Yep. Still looking very, very healthy for Liquid. In spite of losing Mickey there, it's a little bit of a bump in the road, but game plan is continuing.
Misha.
GH trying to be cute here.
To counteract this, GH pays the ultimate price.
I will say he was successfully cute, but he didn't get the shrine.
Well, that's always the case.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying and he's successful in that. Spear missing.
Yep.
Chain.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Is anyone?
Self-concoct, Boxy.
Oh, there's no. Okay.
They're going to get one.
Pew.
Not pretty, but NGX will take what they can get at this point.
Yeah. It's something.
You still feel like one good fight for NGX that can get back in this, or are they a little bit too far behind? They need a few, like 2 fights.
I think one is enough, but I mean, it needs to be a pretty convincing one, right? Getting like a 3-for-2 trade is not it. You need to win a little bit more than that, but it's mainly if they can keep this gold lead at around 4K for the next 5 minutes. I do think they hit a timing eventually at some point for a little bit, but it's a narrow window, and you got to play it really clean.
Yeah.
GH trying to be annoying here. Unfortunately, he was cute instead. And the tower will fall to the hands of Mickey or his faithful friend, the Centaur Conqueror. Can't tell which one got the last hit. I think it was the Centaur, though.
Really important.
Yeah. Gotta give credit to whoever gets it, right? If it wasn't important, why even show it?
That's true. Looks like the Aegis is going to expire for Liquid.
Yeah.
They have pretty significant map control right now.
Nisha going Lincolns against Bane. It's pretty standard. GH will obviously skill a point and Enfeeble to counteract that, but it does make things a little harder. It gives you that moment to react. And is there anything else that's good against Concoction? That's pretty much it.
Outworld Staff.
Can't use that offensively.
Omar getting chased by Mickey. Looks like he might survive. Yeah, Mickey doesn't want to waste his time.
It's such a nice little nook there for Hoodwink.
Yeah.
That little corner. Alk is top net worth, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. And he has BKB when the courier is respawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah, he can go back and buy it, though. There was nothing on the
I thought
courier.
that was on the courier. Okay.
It's just all stash, so there it is. This is one of the items I was looking for Nigma Galaxy to be able to fight. The other one is probably Sumail finishing Kaya Sanj. And then you're looking at a bit of a dead space before you get more damage, right? Like, no, Mars is not suddenly going to show up and deal 50% more. Like, the hero just doesn't. Yeah. So there's a lot of pressure on the Ember and Alk to do the output. Yep, that's a shield rune for Ember. It's good. They can still Demonic Purge it, though.
True.
But if that gets used on anyone else, it will be
hunting.
Very nice.
Nobody in the area.
He caught a courier.
Okay.
Much like you hunting at the steakhouse.
Well, I wouldn't call Chipotle a steakhouse.
That's true. Well, you did say you hunted steak, though. It's close enough.
Well, they have steak at Chipotle.
Yeah.
You know, I know you guys don't have that in Europe, unfortunately.
Yeah, we don't have steak.
BKB online for Mickey, and that means go time for Liquid.
Ags for Saberlight, too. This is a nice level up heading into this fight.
Ooh,
he is big, bad, and birdie.
It's funny that one of the most conceptually cool, like watching it, Ags in the game, and it's so simple.
Yep.
Gives you stats.
Yep.
Very cool.
Doesn't all have to be all this.
Meanwhile,
your hero
for
does
Invoker, when you get Ags on each specific facet, completely different skills.
It's Mickey going to be able to take out the tier 2.
I didn't know you were a voice actor for the Goblins in Baldur's Gate 3. That's good to know. GH.
No, we're not going to worry about that because Omar dies on the other side to Saberlight. GH on the run, Insania. GH is pretty fast, though. Tania, Shadow Poison not going to hit. Does give some vision though. He will continue to chase as Nisha.
Lincoln's.
Indeed, Concoction blocked. And now the damage being applied.
Oh,
Tombstone placed as well as Noob pops the Essence Shift. You'll be able to get off the ult at the last moment, and Ghost trying to get something desperately here. Going for the Tombstone, going for some kills. Noob died first, but Boxy follows suit to Sumail. So in this little engagement, it's a 1-for-1. Saberlight shows up though with that Flesh Golem as Ghost will just blink away.
That fight.
Is this still a chase?
Yeah, he's dead now though. That fight might have gone quite well for Nigma Galaxy if that Spirit hit, right? He speared only the Undying and he speared him away. There were a lot of trees, but managed to score the goal instead. And then the arena came up afterwards. So a little bit of missed execution there for the side of Nigma Galaxy. In spite of everything, the gold lead is not growing for Liquid. But it's also, you're against Alchemist, so arguably every passing minute that it remains 4K, you are winning more, right?
Yes. That is technically true.
Yep. Oh, Mar and GH. They have eyes on Mickey. This would be a big one.
Bushwhack into the grip and Concoction to follow. Huge kill
that is
for
some
MGX.
Offensive farming. Look at the map layout right now that he is over there completely alone, trying to steal Ancients away from the enemy team. Risky business.
Okay. Was going for a potential kill, but looks like he's going to leave the rest of his team behind. Omar drops. Looks like the next support for GH on the list for Nisha. A little bit of miscommunication potentially from NGX as they kind of split the uprights. Ghost just went to the north.
Yeah, this another moment that could have maybe been good for them given the man advantage. No Void in the area, but Ghost blinked to the enemy high ground and exploded on himself. That's not exactly the way you want to set that up, but Liquid once again continue to find a couple kills here and there. I'm still baffled by the gold not moving more than it is, actually, in these last 10 minutes. It feels like it's hovered between 2 and 4K. Ghost. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Keeping up his stun ratio. Saberlight.
Saberlight. Oh, they're going to jump right on top of him. Sharpshooter to follow, but the save from Boxy. Wisdom Shrine does go to Ghost in the end because of the snowball. This is going to be a lot of damage applied to Saberlight. He dies, instantly spawns thanks to the innate. We're going to see a repeat of the last time we saw this. Noob absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, didn't get off arena. Gets
a Ghost, another concoction. He actually wants to go in. He will. Trying to right-click his way on top with the bushwhack to follow. Lotus is going to be able to reflect on Mickey. Gets off the BKB and now turns his sight onto the Alchemist. Gets off the Chronosphere. That is a dead Minotaur face, whatever that cosmetic is. As Omar going to drop as well, and now Liquid showing up in full form. Get the tier 2. Will they continue to push?
I don't see why not. 50 seconds on Alchemist. They thought they had more damage than they did, but the Demonic Cleanse obviously can remove the Orchid, and also Mickey has BKB. I think that just wasn't going to happen. It's a costly mistake.
Ghost Scepter. Sumail trying to lead the charge here. Gets off a Sleight of Fist. Does dissuade Liquid from going any further, though. Alk not up for another 30 seconds, but Liquid's still going to back away. Potentially Roche time.
For the first time, it feels like this game, the lead is over 5K for either team, despite Alchemist being in it.
Yeah, that is true. Tag team going to help out in this endeavor as Roche will go down. You can see Sumail gonna scan it out.
A little bit wild.
In the charge now, trying to go for Manisha, gets the Aegis. Sumail, he
got the banner.
He did get the banner. We'll see if that matters in the end here. Sharpshooter going to be dodged thanks to the disruption. A lot of damage applies to Sumail. There's the arena from Noob as Nisha still trying to find his way to Sumail. Another orb comes out. And the Yules now as Noob going to be able to get off the spear. Does take out Insania, but eventually Sumail just goes down to the simple right clicks. Saberlight, no second life this time as Ghost shows up and shows him who's boss. Another concoction going to be... Oh, actually, that was really smart. That was really cool, actually, from Ghost. Blinks into the snowball and gets the stun anyway. Another concoction to follow, and this is going to be another valuable kill for Ghost. So despite not getting the Aegis, NGX showing up and having a pretty good fight.
Yeah, another more or less even trade when all is said and done. Of course, the Aegis still sitting on Liquid is really good news for them, but they lost the banner in the middle of that. It's pretty random. And Sumail just jumps in and picks that up. Hard to see a world where Nigma Galaxy put that to good use in the next 10 minutes.
The fact that you take that away,
you take it away.
That's
yeah,
nice.
That's the big thing, is that the side of Liquid do not have it for their inevitable attempt at breaching the enemy high ground here. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with, for the most part, what Ghost is able to pull off. Like, he's had a couple of self-stuns that weren't great, but remember the start of his laning phase, and then they recovered him quite well, and he's finding small moments of opportunity in what I would argue is a pretty difficult game for him.
Yeah, for sure. Noob spotted out, coiled, will expire.
Yeah. It's going to help Noob a lot to get BKB. He's close to it. I think he was trying to find it on the side of the map there. Nisha is beyond Godling on Puck for the 17th time this year. 12-0-6.
Oh, GH spot at the last moment. Cancel of the TP. And just a matter of time. Mickey claims it.
And all of Liquid are here. They want the second Tormy.
Indeed.
And they will get it. And who will it go to? It is Boxy.
Ice shards.
He has maxed out shards, so they kill a creep wave, basically. It's quite nice.
So Ghost opted for Bloodthorn, and it's going to go for the shard.
Oh, Mickey spotted out by an invisible Alk. Oh,
trying for the concoction play, gets off the Orchid, but away.
Ironically, the cleanse has been best against an item we didn't even talk about because it wasn't in consideration at the time. But it's the Orchid that he's mainly using it against. It's very nice against the Bloodthorn.
Yep.
And I think if at all possible, oh, hang on, Nisha.
Yeah, Ghost has to pop BKB in retreat. He's stuck inside the shards, though. They're going to use the arena. And, well, they still see him, though. They get the snowball and the chronosphere. Mickey not leaving any chance. 80 seconds of no Ghost. And now the high ground is ripe for the picking for Liquid. It's Nisha getting it pretty deep. Takes out GH in turn. Just like that, 2 out of the equation for NGX. And Liquid building shall melt in their presence. One more fortification. They're actually gonna go for 3 lanes at once, potentially. Saberlight just wants to keep the creep wave nearby.
Yep, it's good. Might as well push out this additional wave for later. Hopes with the pressure coming in later down the line. Yeah, this is at least 1 lane. I don't know if they go for more. They have 50 seconds on the Aegis and no chrono, but I don't really think there's any risk whatsoever because, once again, Nigma Galaxy's damage right now heavily contingent on the Alchemist being present.
Yeah, but the backdoor protection does kick in.
Sumail did cut the waves, so this is all they'll get. A lane plus a tower is a good prize, though. And yeah, we're reaching the point of the game that I was talking about. It's just Liquid will win these games. We're reaching late game. You have Puck on Nisha, and you have Faceless Void. Like, this is starting to look borderline impossible for Nigma Galaxy, and it's not because of the gold amount, because you can obviously recover from 13k deficits, but the look of the lineups, you're also seeing the desperation here. This feels like a Hail Mary. Like, we have to make a move. If this fails, they might just throw in the towel for this one.
Yeah.
Maybe they could get a backstab on Saberlight. Since he TP'd in, he wouldn't be able to re-TP with his innate if it were ready.
That's true. The entirety of Liquid are active here.
Insta-counter smoke.
Be popped. Big slide. Ghost gets the Abyssal, or the Bash. It's Boxy. They get the Ice Shards out. They're going to punch the Alchemist. He's already low HP for the ult, though, and the BKB trying to turn his sights onto the Undying. Actually grab allies himself as Nisha looking to turn the sight on him now. They are able to kill off the Tombstone eventually. They kill the Void during all of this as well, so 2 big kills. As the Shadow Demon in quite a bit of peril, Insania drops to the deck. Boxley looks to be next. That's 4 dead. This is going to be 5th with the GH still having his ult throughout all of this. A full team wipe for NGX.
What the fuck? They all died
How?
like that. What?
I missed the Void dying.
That's crazy that they pull that off, especially, so the way that all started.
Off.
They don't get Chrono off, but also Ghost, the way he just jumped in and started that fight, you're playing Shadow Demon and Tusk saves and Shard on Undying. There must be a way for them to save each other there, considering, once again, Nigma Galaxy's damage is not burst heavy. It takes time to get these kills. How on earth did they set that up? That's a 12,000 gold swing.
Yes.
Right there. So look at this. So they open on the Void. He gets snowballed.
Okay.
Goes into Ghost. He could just BKB here. He doesn't. He's trading away. Double spear.
Oh, double spear. They're
We
right
couldn't
on top
see
of
him.
each other.
They're stacked.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Clutch find there from Noob. He's had a quiet game here.
Yeah, typically that Shard
is
on Mars, we only
massive.
talk about the damage over time, but the double spear, wow, that's crazy.
And then maybe because they were stacked, so they didn't have Snowball because they already used it. Then they were stacked. Disruption, either maybe on cooldown or Insania couldn't click him in time. All right, it's not over yet.
It's not even
It's
game
not
in terms
over
of
yet.
net worth, but you do have an Alchemist on the NGX side, so still Liquid favored, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's still a pretty inspirational moment for NGX. They've got to be feeling themselves quite a bit after that. Could pave the way for some more moves, and they finally kill Nisha for the first time this game as well. GH getting his first Fiend's Grip, it seems, all game there. Full duration on the 13 and 0-9 puck. What better target to find?
And Nisha has the Nullifier. Parasma going for the Octarine next.
So Mail off of that fight is going to get level 25 at the same time as Nisha basically now.
Wow.
So these talents are really, really strong. He's running Ags, so he's probably going to take the left talent. There we are. So minus 12 seconds recharge time. Ember is doing so much more damage now.
Ghost. They have their sights set on him. He's going to pop the BKB. Saberlight in the area as well. Cannot fight his way out of it. Insania gets credit for that one. A big kill for Liquid as the rest of NGX on the exit.
If Liquid are lucky here, they can get Roche off of this, but we see the timer. It's pretty long, courtesy of Gabe Newell's sundial here.
That's right, on his gun.
Yeah, it's modern. You wouldn't understand it. This is actually a clock from the future.
Oh.
And this is about a minute and a half. So Ghost will be back.
So how much more room do we have to grow for Ghost? So he can get Abyssal, he can upgrade the Blink, he can take Radiance apart for a Nullifier.
Yeah.
And then
Gift Ags.
Gift Ags, I guess?
Moon Shard. So he can get another like 40,000 gold probably, 30,000. So he's halfway.
Yeah, Ags for, I mean, you can just do the refund for the Ember, I suppose.
Yep.
I think we're still, I mean, at what point do you prioritize that over an additional item? Or is there a point?
I don't think there is one in this game. I think you're looking after yourself the whole way. And when you have nothing better to do, you gift Axe.
I see.
Because there's also, what Ghost can you gift? The Bane one would be interesting, to be fair. But the hard saves make it difficult even with Ags, though. Disruption and Snowball.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a melee Rax, although Fortification comes out. Alchemist up in 10 seconds back. Obviously doesn't want to expend it now. This will be a second lane. As Mickey gets Lotus and will be able to walk away here.
Keep your eye here on the Hoodwink with the Blink Hex as well. There is some play potential for Omar to find a big move. This game, at this point, is mainly about can you play around Faceless, because in that last fight that you won 5-0, Void didn't get Chrono off. He has 2 Chronos now.
Oh.
With that
But 2 times 0
refresher.
is still 0.
Yeah. If you set up the same play, you're going to get the same outcome. But that's the challenge here.
Yeah, big punch onto Omar. In a lot of trouble. Gets the sure off, but
no
not enough
buyback
to get away. Yeah, that's now a 5 versus 4 in favor of Liquid.
And Roche is about to spawn in 10 seconds, and he does not need to cross the river because he's spawning past 40, so Liquid are set up if they want to keep controlling that area. They get a red scan. This is really good news for them.
Oh, Ghost.
They might assume he went left, though.
Well, they're going to
piecing it together.
Yeah. Oh, Ghost still continuing to farm.
Oh, if he farms this camp, this could be bad.
Nearby, he's gonna pop the BKB, the disruption to avoid Bane using any spells. Concoction gonna come out, but Ghost is gonna take too much damage. Does have the buyback, but they lose another support without buyback.
Yeah, it's free Rosh.
And Liquid, yeah, exactly. Rosh number 3.
Surely this is the killing blow.
And the mid lane is pretty pushed in as well.
I think just put this Aegis on Void this time, I think, instead of on the Dominator.
Let's see. It will be.
Because they put the previous one on Nisha. I just think the only way Liquid lose a fight here is if Void dies, more or less. And with this, you're just so incredibly safe. You're playing triple save and Aegis. How on earth can Nigma Galaxy find this angle? At this point, the Void play doesn't exist, so you have to jump supports. Have to kill SD, have to kill Tusk, and then try to survive the 2 Chronos.
Saberlight has Ceaseless Dirge up as well, so going for him. He just comes back. And I think they're just going to give up Megas. Still 30 seconds on the death timer before the out.
That's a range track's top, but yeah, 20 seconds. Mickey should make that in time. Way there, the way there.
Yep, Spear, Searing Chains to follow from Sumail. Sharpshooter. Not going to do too much here. Now the Nullifier applied. Oh my god, Sumail's just getting bursted from 100 to 0. Does have the buyback as the Mars Arena comes out, but Mickey just has the Chronosphere. It's going to get gripped though. Do they have the damage? Again, he has the second life, so there's only so much you can do. Buyback comes out from Sumail. As Mickey popping the BKB, has the second Chrono if he wants to use it. Kind of running out of steam here, gets off the Shivas. As Ghost focusing on the Tombstone as Liquid, their supports are crumbling now. There's the Chronosphere number 2 from Mickey, but the nice save from GH for the time being. But Sumail does drop to the deck. 2 minutes down and out. As Ghost, some help thanks to the arena, bashing the crap out of the Void Life number 1. Buyback now from Insania. Concoction coming for the Faceless Void. Noob and company can try to apply some pressure. Gets the Sharpshooter off and the Rebuke. That's a... Down goes Mickey, but they have mass buybacks from the Liquid side, and they can likely just try to end it, knowing that that's a dieback for Sumail. Noob drops, but does have the buyback available. This is still going to be a 3 versus 5. And now the building's starting to melt in favor of Liquid. One more smoke for the road. Still the buyback being retained from the Mars. Tomar trying to set something. Rosh's banner's placed. Ghost can try to backtrack. He stuns himself, though, and that should do it. My God. Oh, dear. Nullifier applied to the Mars in the last moments of the game. And Liquid coming back in this game number 2. Still no GGs coming out from NGX, which I guess is to be expected. As Nisha just frontlining, only dying a single time in this game. Just an absurd play from the best puck in the world. As Nisha will pop his BKB. As the Ancient goes down, and there go the GGs. So Liquid extending this to a 3rd and final game.
I think that is a fitting outcome here, because what these 2 teams have shown so far today is that they are pretty close together in current power level. So 3rd game at this point kind of feels like anyone's to take. If you factor in just how hard of a game this was for Ghost early on and how they managed to pull it back, this genuinely could... I think this 3rd game becomes a question of...
High Sport ရဲ့ News Program တွေကြိုဆိုလိုက်ပါတယ်။
Sunday နဲ့ coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေတဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက် coffee Sunday နှက်ဖြော် coffee
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြန့်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့တစ်ဖက်ရကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ပြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
စပြီးကြိုက်တော့ပါလား item တွေဆက်တာမလို့ရော TBD တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေ Roshan ဆော့တဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေတော့ item က video guide နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်လွှင့်ပြသတော့မယ် Party Matter
စိုင်းဖြိုး
This was actually what I was expecting and talking about, right? The puck. Maybe it's just going to be banned out specifically between these two teams. And guess what?
Oh.
Here comes Coddle.
Coddle. Let's go.
There is no reason they wouldn't do that, right? Based on how game 1 went, unless the puck is really important to get after Coddle, but I don't think so. I think that hero is more replaceable than the Coddle is for how they deal with Marcy. But perhaps the discussion here in the Nigma Galaxy camp is if they're being baited. They don't care.
They don't care. I mean, how can you get baited? Coddle can be flexed, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
You have options.
Yeah, if the Marcy turns out to be a support, I also don't know if that's that big of a deal. I think when you have this good of a Coddle player, if you have strategies that work around it and you're good at playing with it as a team,
yeah,
it doesn't necessarily matter that much what the enemy team has. So
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
I think they're all good.
Very happy. He won't be playing it though.
But he's happy to be playing with Coddle because then he gets mana.
Yeah, you can see GH in the background stretching, getting ready to be able to click the Q button.
Mm-hmm.
And the E.
Yeah, that's the one that gives mana. Unless he has a weird hotkey setup. Everybody plays QWER, but GH plays REWQ.
But at the same time, Marcy can be flexed as well.
Yeah.
We've been seeing it more often as core lately, but support, definitely a thing. Being able to rebound a teammate, for example, that facet.
Yeah, the pick-me-up can be interesting, but again, I don't know how much Nigma Galaxy really worry about that flex necessarily, just because, well, if the way they pick Coddle dissuades the enemy team from playing Marcy core, then that's fine. Then you can just play a Coddle as support, and you just deal with the game as it flows. I don't think that's necessarily too much cause for concern here. Now this next ban I think is going to be a bit telling because you're picking out of phase here. So if you think to yourselves, Marcy's taken care of, we can do whatever we want now, then okay, they're setting up for mid. Coddle Storm, baby.
Hell yeah.
All right.
I was a game late. Sumail will get his Storm Spirit.
Yep, you called it.
That's right.
You called the future.
Mana battery. Gotta love it.
Look at those win rates, actually, how clean they looked. That looked pretty... That doesn't look so clean, though.
7 picks, huh?
He won once.
That's very bad.
Now here's the question, will he win twice?
He's certainly better than a 14% win rate.
I wonder who got the win.
That's a good question.
You and I, did we cast a Storm that lost?
Oh,
we did, right? We cast BZM's loss. Or was that the game that he won? It happened earlier today, but...
You're asking the wrong guy.
Okay, here comes...
Silencer for Insania.
Insania on that... Not exactly his patented silencer, but he's probably the player that enjoys it the most, I think, in this tournament so far. And they're going to run the Ember as well. So, okay. This makes Lotus Orb an incredibly good item against Team Liquid.
Seems like every game Lotus Orb is an incredible.
Well, it's extra good here because of the global. Now, Storm is obviously in this game, well, I was going to say obviously going BKB, but it's Sumail, so he might not go BKB because he doesn't like that. I think it's valuable to consider what offlaner can we pick here that likes Lotus. Mars came to mind, but he's getting banned out here by Liquid actually after that previous game. They were impressed by Noob's performance, even though they beat him, or they just wanted to switch things up. Obviously forcing Noob onto a third hero here as his 2 previous picks have been banned, both of them. Centaur, a consideration perhaps?
Okay.
With Lotus. Also good with Storms, like a good dynamic killing duo. You set up Coddle, quite nice for fights. Could be a thing. Noob's best hero probably overall is Doom, but I don't actually know if I like it that much here. Especially with the uncertainty of what you're about to face next as the phase closing picks. And I think Nigma Galaxy would be wise not to get too many greedier heroes. Right, here's Doom. That is...
Said you didn't like it, though.
Yeah, well, here it is.
Why
So I have
don't
to
you
do,
like it?
So my main concern is if you're running Doom here and Storm, that if the lanes don't go too well, that you're kind of stuck in this we do nothing for 10 minutes stage. And that's kind of what happened last game when the Elk lost its lane. And I know that that isn't necessarily going to happen again, and that Nigma did make it competitive. But honestly, that previous game was a little bit of both teams they were both responsible for that game getting as close as it was after 10 minutes. I think that was a very clear Liquid lead, and they dropped the ball a couple of times.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
So Phantom's Embrace, pretty annoying for Ember.
Doom is very good to put
Double
Inkswell
Doom.
on. Double Doom with the Soulbind, double Vortex,
I mean,
double Solar Bind.
Soulbind in general for the Marcy.
Yeah.
And the Ember, very strong.
It's interesting, and I think Grimstroke is also a much better hero now than it was earlier in the year. It's been buffed a couple of times, and other heroes have been nerfed, so I don't mind this pick. The problem
It does
is
feel a little risky, though, doesn't it?
you don't know your matchup. So if you're playing Doom Grimstroke, but the enemy team just picks a hero that deals well with this type of lane, then if you can't truly run it over, are you getting enough value out of this is the question. Let's see it. It definitely, they've got Liquid thinking, if nothing else. This is not an easy pick to make. Carries that are usually popular against Doom specifically, it would be something like Wraith King, Medusa,
Monkey King it is. So it's still a lot of flex, because, I mean, can you play Ember anywhere but mid?
You shouldn't with Nisha in your team.
I guess that's a good point.
Just put Nisha on the Ember.
Okay, so the 1, 2, and 3 are pretty... I mean, how often do we see Marcy as the 1? Almost never?
It could be the 4 for Boxy.
Oh, that's true.
He plays it well.
I mean, even Monkey King has some flex.
Technically, yeah, I think this Monkey is a targeted pick against the Doom, though, for the lane. But this lane is not a free win for Monkey King, in my opinion. I think Monkey Silencer can actually die to Doom Grim. It's a lot of damage. Silencer offers no defensive utility. He just has 1 slow. And silencing these 2 heroes doesn't matter if they've already cast, because they cast all of their spells running in, right? You cast the Ink on Doom, he casts Scorched Earth, and then you do your move. And then if you last word them after that, doesn't really matter. Like, they've already got their stuff off. They're going to stick. So I can't say I love it too much. I think this Monkey versus Caudle is a little bit dodgy, actually. You can Blinding Light him out of the ring. You can catch him in the trees, potentially, or find him. Once you get Ags, if Caudle goes that route, that's also good against MK. So I wonder if there was a better choice, but I don't mind the focus on shutting down Doom in lane, of course. You really want to try to take advantage of it. But other heroes can do the same. Like Ursa was available, for example, right? But maybe he also gets punished too hard by Doom Grim. It's a strong lane.
All right, well, they're going to ban some offlaners. NGXR, that is, so...
Yeah.
Still, I mean, how often are you banning a support, even if you have a good feeling that it's going to be a support with all this flex, but...
Yeah.
You still prioritize, unless there's some crazy... I mean, Rasta's still in the pool, for example, you know?
Yeah. Don't think he's that big of a concern in spite of you having Storm. I still think you have decent solutions. I'm mainly curious about what Liquid are thinking for their offlane here, more so than Nigma's carry. I think this pick is really important and really difficult, because all you see is a Caudle. And if you're playing Marcy 4, and now you're last picking a carry, then you have no idea what type of Caudle lane it is. If it's a defensive lane or if it's going to be a spam lane. There are so many different heroes that they could bring out for Ghost. Okay, so they are committing Marcy to core. So it's Marcy 3, Snap 4, I'm assuming. I mean, either way, if those are swapped in priority, they're still laning together. So with this information, what could you run here? You could be tempted to pick Medusa. I think maybe it's a bit too greedy, though. Medusa, Doom, Storm, Tricore.
Well, Anti-Mage has been banned a lot this tournament, Synderen.
Yeah, maybe something faster. Bristleback carry? Is that a thing here?
What happened to... I thought PL was supposed to be a hero this tournament.
PL is honestly an interesting suggestion, but again, little bit concerned about the pacing here. See the win rate of Ursa looking very healthy there, 75%, so he's 9-3. That could also work, technically. Ursa can hold a candle to Marcy in lane, you just fight back, you have Blinding Light.
It kills the creep.
Kills the Dominator creep. Yeah. It's faster. I think it's one of the better ideas so far. I'm running out of time.
Yeah,
Sven.
only 5 seconds.
Sven?
Yep, it is Sven. It only took 10 tries, but you got it. They were waiting for you.
Yeah, so the thing that is interesting about Sven here is Warcry armor against Marcy and Monkey King is really valuable, even to an extent against Ember Slight. And you are one of the carries that can kill Marcy, which... can really do work, because in reality, what do Liquid really have against a Storm BKB this game? I don't really think they have anything.
They have nothing. Well,
they have global post BKB.
Yeah.
But that's kind of it. Then you have to kill him during the global. I guess you could pull that off with maybe a bash on Marcy or Monkey King and then some heavy hitting attacks. But I think there's a lot on the line here looking at the mid lane. I think for Liquid this is going to be a stereotypical Nisha Ember performance to make this game simpler for them. And of course, my eyes more so than mid actually at second thought are on top lane. How is Mickey going to do against this Doom Grim? I think this is a really interesting lane to watch because I don't think it's inherently obvious to the teams either when the exact timings are here, when you're strongest, when you rotate, and who wins it on paper if nobody interferes. Doom Grim is nasty. We'll see.
Yeah, it's been a long time for that Grimstroke.
Yeah. I'm really happy to see Grimstroke played. I think this hero is super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
Just makes a lot of moments.
And like you said, several Inkswell targets, and it feels like if you can check all the boxes on this hero, it becomes an insane pick. The Phantom's Embrace against the Ember, like we talked about, extremely annoying for Nisha. I think the one thing it's missing, not that they're going to ever get to this point, but the Aghanim Scepter, where it makes a stronger version of another enemy hero. It's not particularly amazing this game.
That's true.
But that would have been icing. It's already good nonetheless.
Yeah.
So Ghost and GH. So how impactful is this combo in terms of getting like the double storm hammer?
It's powerful in the mid game. In this early laning stage, Sven usually doesn't get multiple points in Stormhammer, so here it's not really going to make that big of a difference. But yeah, further down the line could be a big thing in fights. Oh, gonna pull in. They're actually gonna blood grenade him too.
Yeah.
Going for the kill on Ghost.
A lot of damage. A
Boxy's
nice job
eating
from
the
GH,
wave.
though, and this is gonna be first blood to GH.
Oh my god, he tanked 4 creeps during that entire engagement. Just the entire wave was just on Boxy's Snapfire when he went for the Shredder. That is very good news in the Nigma camp to get first blood onto GH's Coddle here. He can get boots off of this immediately, and we saw how that mattered in the first game against the Marcy, having the boots Coddle.
Yep.
Could just run it back.
A bit of a misstep from Boxy, which is very rare sight indeed for this series, considering his Tusk performance in game number 2. Saberlight gets to dispose off another little shredder action as Ghost, another blood grenade from Boxy, and this should lead to the kill.
This time I got
second time's a charm for Liquid. As the okay, not the rebound, the cookie rather onto GH. He's a very fast hero though, and has 10 sticks, so I think he's gonna get out. Here the tower is safe, but does take a beating in the meantime.
Trying to get a last second pull here, but nice heads up play from Boxy to maybe. Oh, he still got the half pull beautifully done there. Nice little manipulation with the ranged attack pulling into the tower. This is just a half a wave completely lost for Liquid, no experience gains. And in addition, this will make the wave push, so you get back into a nice equilibrium state outside of your tower. Mid lane Samel.
Nice ward as well. That's some good gold.
Yeah, this mid lane is pretty even. I also think this is just a skill-based matchup. Storm against Ember tends to be quite even when the players are comparable in skill.
He already popped the Fairy Fire. As Nisha now taking a beating as GH. Little Shredder again reserved for him. So a lot of action in that bot lane.
You got to be careful trying to contest Lotuses against Marcy Snap. That lane is something else.
When you dispose, when they're in the air, do they count as a unit?
Oh, for
like the Lotus or the Shrine?
I think so. I don't think it has verticality, but I'm not certain.
Noob.
He's left
all alone, and it's going to take a beating now as Nisha kills off Sumail. That's the bigger kill, but either way, Liquid not able to take out Noob in the end. So Nisha did fall to Omar.
Yeah.
Got the most important aspect of the experience.
Yeah, Mickey immediately plays aggressive top because they see Omar TP mid to try to help the Storm against the Snapfire gank. So a cascading effect here of all the lanes effectively being involved in mid. And I think when all that is said and done, the winner is Liquid, because the Doom having to do this long walk of shame back to base, he's missing a wave and a half. And this was the lane we were talking about that would get interesting, would be that Monkey King silencer lane, but with this advantage.
And this is the other thing, you leave Saberlight alone, he can actually survive in this 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
Unlike the Doom.
Yeah, and on top of that, Noob has also chosen to skill defensively here. He skilled the Purge, or rather, he skilled Devour to get a Purge.
You see the first Ink Swell combo onto Mickey. They get the stun, Illuminate to follow. Mickey not able to get any HP back thanks to the Jingu. GH gets credit for that one. Phantom Embrace, and this is going to be the death of Insania to a neutral creep. Okay then.
That is a very good result for him. Great rotation from the GH Coddle there. But again, nothing comes for free.
Oh, the cookie actually does hit just on the outskirts, and that's going to be enough. Ghost down and out. Lot of action in this game number 3 between Liquid and NGX. Pretty entertaining affair as Sumail is at a slight disadvantage, has to jungle until he hits level 6, then we'll feel safe again to return.
Yeah, overall, it's pretty even with the Ember. They're both... Sumail's actually slightly ahead on experience, and net worth, but not by a significant margin. This, however, is starting to become more and more of a problem. It's a good thing for them that GH helped with that gank up top, and now Noob will be getting something in the tower.
He needs this badly.
You get the first point Infernal Blade. Usually side lane Doom you see go 0-1-1, but opted for the early point Devour. Perhaps really wanted this purge creep against Silencer and against the Monkey King Jingu stacks. Being able to purge offensively onto Monkey King is extremely valuable here.
That's true. Some action here. Inkswell, Insania, going to be the recipient of that one. And Sumail will snag the kill. Nisha, though, wants some revenge. Gets the Searing Chains. Omar completely out of mana at the moment. Sumail, though, has enough to zip away. But the Remnants, brother versus brother. Nisha not able to find the connection. Does still see Omar, but running out of resources here as GH dies again in the bot lane. This is, despite that little flub at the beginning of the game, this is where most of the kills have occurred for Liquid.
Yeah. Marcy, baby. Making the moves. 0 kill, excuse me.
Oh, they're gonna go for it again. Rebound into the scatter blast with a little shredder to minus armor. Ghost gonna get some help from Sumail. Saberlight getting slowed to a crawl onto the tower. It's a successful maneuver from Sumail. Gonna end up netting a second kill. Will Ghost get it though is the question? No.
That is just a fully premeditated bait. It's very clear that they have good communication here. Ghost is telling Sumail, if they go on me, be ready to TP, I'm gonna bait. And Liquid, hook, line, and sinker get pulled in there. That's massive to get this double kill onto Sumail here and keep Ghost alive. Sumail is now 1,000 net worth up on Nisha minute 7.
Yeah, but the experience is another story. The Nisha took the Wisdom Shrine from NGX, and you see a double scan come out from Liquid to make sure that nobody was going for theirs, so they can get theirs a little late.
That's 3 games in a row that...
Yeah, again.
Nigma just don't get Wisdoms. That's definitely something to work on going ahead in this tournament. It's really, really important to get these 7-minute ones. But yeah, the trade-off in that instance, losing Wisdom Shrine to get 2 kills bottom, I think probably worth it, considering who you got down there and who got the kills. But in turn now, it does mean that the supports of Nigma Galaxy need some time. As I say that, Omar's level 5.5 without Wisdom. It was just that 1 kill he got mid on the Ember earlier after Storm died.
Yeah, not too bad.
Probably helps him a lot of the way. It's mainly GH that's a little bit in the dumps, but they're giving him space up top. Get some experience.
3 Sister Shrouds for NGX, by the way.
It's fine.
The creep is stolen. Sumail able to keep his life, though.
3 so far. Doom doesn't have a neutral item yet.
True, let's see.
Still make it 4 here. He's going to be able to pick now. What are his options? He is not offered Sister Shroud, so
that's
he can't
unfortunate. Now Omar getting ganked in the meantime. Inkswell does a decent amount to delay this, but the result is still the same in his death. Sumail not going to go to defend, instead going to go for the top as Doom applied to the Monkey King, and now the tree is dropped. This will be the death of Mickey. Nicely done from Sumail.
This is a very, very good start for Nigma Galaxy. And this kill mid, like you said, Grimstroke delayed it, but they also used Unleash. Like, they're using big abilities to just kill this support. If they don't do some meaningful tower damage here, this would have maybe felt like a little bit of a waste of time. But they are getting to work. I don't think they'll get it fully, but pretty close to finishing the mid tower here are Liquid, so
I think
they might just get it. Yeah, you're right.
Deny, not going to be there. Boxy gets credit for it, and now GH going to pay the ultimate price for trying to deny it.
Even better.
Insania, Brain Drain.
+1 for the Silencer.
GH is going to be fine, though. He's got a lot of int on that hero.
Yeah.
Brain rot is not a thing for GH, despite Coddle being an old man. You'd think that that would, you know, dementia would kick in a little early.
He is really forgetful in the lore, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
So there's nothing left to lose.
I guess so. Ghost very low, farming away, but nobody really close to him.
10-minute power rune. Who gets lucky? It will be Nisha grabbing himself a shield rune down bot. I say lucky, they covered both runes, so he was getting it regardless.
How
but
lucky?
Not necessarily the rune you were hoping to see there. I think amp damage right now would be very nice to make an aggressive move onto bot and kick at the tower, but of course you can also dive with the shield rune. So looks to be the next play that Liquid are planning here. A big commitment, bringing Monkey King down here too. This is effectively 5 heroes in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And Liquid will get this tower, but the read is correct from Nigma Galaxy to not get caught and try to go for a trade of their own up top with Siege Creep. Sumail can do this solo. So probably getting a little bit more efficiency out of the map, considering how long Liquid are running around their heroes with here. I say that. He's in base on Sven. Come back mid now, though. And, oh, if he gets caught, though, this is good.
Yeah, Mortimer's Kisses beating into him. Ghost in a lot of trouble. Pops the war cry, but that has too much magic damage.
All right, that makes it worth it for Liquid. That is a very good play. They were patient. They were waiting around for somebody to go mid, getting the slide chains into the Kisses. And
but Sania gets solar bound. And Sumail wants to finish the job. The Cookie's going to get a little bit of distance, and now a little bit of trouble now for the side of NGX. Sumail getting low on mana. Has a soul bind, or solar bind this time. Boxy on the Nisha. And unfortunately for NGX, Noob is in the wrong place. Easy kill for Boxy, as that's 5 members of Liquid surrounding him and taking him out.
Yeah, both teams in this game are playing very tight. Like the rotations have basically 4 or 5 heroes every time. But the biggest thing in all of this is probably the kill on Sven. That was the big one for Liquid. Try to slow him down.
Liquid have 0 neutral items.
I think that is a great indication that they've been going together too much. Yeah. That's crazy.
It's 12 minutes.
That's crazy, man. What? 12 minutes.
Who has the most Mad Stones right now?
Monkey King has 4 now, so he's close to 1. He just killed a camp.
Maybe they'll realize, like, oh, okay, we could get a free item. So NGX with a 2K lead and 5 neutral items more than Liquid.
Yeah.
Big advantage, I'd say.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, Ghost. Saberlight's going to be hounding him from the north.
Again, solo.
Opsy Unleash going for the kill. Ghost gets the war cry off. Boxy's here as well, not needed though. Saberlight destroys him.
Situations like this really highlight, I think, why pro players are banning this hero so much. The win rate doesn't really reflect necessarily how good the hero is. And it's just, you just don't want to bother with situations like that where your carry just gets soloed by the offlaner in 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
It's very unforgiving just how much damage Marcy does with this Helm of the Dominator tech.
At this stage, when you're getting the neutrals for Liquid, you surely go for the Dormant Curio. We're seeing 1 now. You're not going to get much value out of tier 1s at this stage.
Very true.
They are going to smoke.
Make it with the Echo Saber. So Echo Deso is his plan
nope.
again.
Again, caught off guard. Mortimer's just too much damage. Starting to rack up the deaths on this Doom. Has the Helm Dom with the drums. As the tomato will be sacrificed as well. Liquid extremely active. You see the net worth still NGX favored.
Yeah, it's a lot of the time this is what's going to happen when even if you make successful moves, you're just bringing so many heroes. So
yeah,
you're not finding the same amount of farm overall. So you're just compensating for lost farm with kill gold. It doesn't really shift the game that much.
Wants the kill onto Sumail. Global Silence disposed to follow. Unleash is doing quite a bit of searing chains at the last moment from Nisha was definitely needed. Huge kill for Liquid.
That's a really nice executed kill.
Wukong's command, Noob. Gonna get the Doom up, wants to fight his way through it. Does have to worry about the Jingu. This creep is doing quite a bit of work as well. And yeah, the Jingu not gonna heal, obviously, as Ghost comes in and throws a casual Stormhammer for a kill that he desperately needed.
That's one of those my carry moments right there.
All right, what else is he supposed to do?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Noob is happy that Ghost takes that kill. He has faith in him. Ghost has been carrying many
I thought you were talking about Monkey King. Okay.
No.
Yeah, what is he supposed to do? Not steal the kill? And Noob. 1,000 away from Blink Dagger.
Yeah, his game looks fine. Despite those 2 deaths that he just had back-to-back, he's still looking quite healthy on the net worth. He's staying neck and neck with the Marcy, who's having a very good game. And that's in part the 30 CS differential.
Sumail in trouble again. Rebound with the searing chains. Does zip away. They didn't have global silence this time.
Cocky enough to turn around there for an attack onto Nisha.
Sumail being cocky, you say?
No way.
Unbelievable.
He's matured. He's all grown up now.
No, he is. But you got to keep the cocky mentality in game at least.
Yeah, I suppose.
Otherwise, you cannot strive to be the best.
I think GH would disagree with that.
Yeah. He's an anomaly, though. Let's be clear. Saberlight. So there's Solar Bind and Soul Bind. That's gonna be hard.
At least there's not Solar Guardian too.
True. See if they get Solar Crest.
Yeah, there will be. There's one on Caudle.
Oh God, I just won't say it. Omar will be the recipient of some Mortimers. They're gonna be close to being out of range, but Nisha not able to get any connection onto Omar. He's actually going to walk away. Instead, they want the old man on the horse. So GH will be the sacrifice for NGX. And Liquid keeping up the pressure. And now some minus armor on this tower. Is this actually going to be a successful tier 2? Relatively early. To keep the siege. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, good call.
That looked like it had enough HP.
Oh, they still glyphed. Huh. Maybe they thought the Dom creep was going to be too big of a problem. I'm not sure if that's the case, but...
Oh, global silence for the mid lane to save Nisha. So defensive global, and that means NGX can group up potentially.
Oh, but he gets doomed on the other side.
Gets it off. Insania is nearby as well. Noob just needs a little bit more damage, but the zip from Sumail should be the end of the Ember. Nisha down and out again as GH and company. Gonna surround Insania. That's gonna be an easy cleanup, and Boxy likely to fall to Sumail, although he is running a bit low on mana at the moment. Gets the last Electric Vortex. Mischance is there with the Sister's Underwear, but does find the kill in the end.
And Sumail doesn't need to go back. He's playing with Caudle, so he's just gonna stay active out on the map here, just constantly ramping up. And this time around, Shannon, it's happening. Sumail is buying BKB's second item.
Wow.
A rare sight here, but a very, very welcome one, in my opinion, if you're an Nigma Galaxy fan, because I think this is the kind of game that Storm can just completely pop off in.
Yeah,
with Caudle at his
side. In
side.
game 1, and he dominated without it, Cinderin.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't Storm.
Okay. So that's the difference.
And I also didn't say he was going to pop. You're just making stuff up. I said none of that in game 1.
Why do you hate Sumail so much? He didn't answer my question.
I'm not going to... I plead the fifth. I'm not going to play into these rumors that you're starting. What's this?
That's a very Jenkins thing to do.
It's a random thing. It's like, why do you hate Sumail? What are you talking about?
Okay, Noob. Gonna be stealing the shrine. So they end up equalizing the shrines.
That's a very late shrine. 1845?
That's true, that is really late. Sumail, searing chains on him. Rebound, not there in time. And the global goes off. Uh-oh, Ghost gonna pound into Insania. That's an easy kill.
Oh no, Liquid, this is real bad.
And the rebound's gonna hit though. Sumail's getting super low. Dispose is there, and Saberlight gets the kill. A little bit too cocky now from Sumail.
Okay, now it's not that bad for Liquid anymore. Now that they got the Storm at Sumail's own...
Yeah. My mistake, he didn't use
initiative. Yeah, he has it now.
Could have sworn he did.
You just went temporarily deaf.
It's okay. I mean, that does happen.
Oh. But yeah, if that move fails completely for Liquid, if they don't end up killing the Storm in the end, it's such a big overextension for so little.
Yeah.
But at the very least, with the Storm kill, it feels somewhat okay.
Yeah, Sumail playing a little bit too greedy in that instance. Pretty close to his BKB.
Mickey is not having a good one here either. We haven't talked about that too much. He's 2k behind the Sven, and he's not buying Battle Fury.
Saberlight, Storm hammered, he's doomed
hooked.
up, he's done.
Send him packing another kill for the side of Nigma Galaxy here. 14-14 the score, but more gold in the Nigma Galaxy coffers, and obviously there's a bit of inflation due to Doom. But it's a thin silver lining considering this is a really good game for Doom as well. When Noob is having this type of performance on his best hero, you know they're comfortable. 7,000 the lead now. And
yep, looking pretty. And Coddle. Ooh, everyone gets out. My goodness. And the shard goes to said Coddle, Mr. GH.
Keep in
2 charges of Solar Bind.
Keep in mind that Liquid chose this Monkey King as a response to Doom, and I feel like they've got no bang for their buck here. Like you ran this as a lane counter, and the result at minute 21 is that Monkey King is down 2k against Doom. So you just did not get what you were hoping for. And in addition to that, Mickey has gone for a tempo item build. He has not gone Battle Fury. He's gone Echo into what's now Echo, BKB, and then Deso. His damage output is pretty underwhelming for the time being. So that did just not work for Liquid here. It's the ultimate conclusion at this point. And now I think you're kind of playing a little bit of the waiting game, which is scary when the enemy team has so much explosive damage and this amount of scaling.
They're going to try to bait a fight here potentially. They're taking some decent stacks for Nisha. Looks like they'll get it cleanly if they want. And NGX not going to really bother with that at the moment.
Is this almost BKB on Noob? Am I saying this right?
Yep.
He's just missing 300.
Yep.
He's a tough one for them to deal with. Like, they have this heavy single target damage between Marcy and Monkey King when Monkey King gets another item. But until then, I feel like Noob is pretty safe to just BKB blink in and just go on literally anything he wants. I think he can just break the fight. And going on Marcy, dooming Marcy is extremely impactful. So I think that's the dream start for a fight for Nigma Galaxy, is that Doom finds Marcy and then everybody else just plays around that. Dooming Ember, of course, is also great. Speaking of,
Ghost.
Nisha's in there.
Recipient of the Searing Chains. Mortimer's Kisses to follow the Boundless Strike as well. Noob trying to tank a little bit of this. Pops the BKB. Still has the Doom available. Soulbind onto 2. Looking for, he could get the double Doom if he wants to do so. Beautifully done, but Sumail gets insta-gibbed. Insania with the global silence, setting it all up. That's BKB from Saberlight. Okay. Didn't want to pursue any further, it seems, and the Doom will be shrugged off by Mickey in the end.
Wait, how did they kill Sumail? Did he jump in with BKB on and then get globaled? Did they just time it perfectly? Yes. Okay. No. Wait, he's rooted first, right?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to think, like...
Go ahead and dissect it.
So the kill recap doesn't show when he BKB'd, right? Because it only shows offensive abilities?
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, it's hard to tell without a replay then, but... Either way, it's definitely the global sounds that makes that moment so crucial for Insania to have the perfect timing there.
It was a double Doom, too.
Okay, we're going to see the replay here. So Sumail, rooted.
Rooted, BKB, global.
Yeah, okay, just really nicely timed there. It's so important. If Insania is half a second slower, they lose that fight, I think. Clutch.
Indeed. As Omar and company, they're going to find a Snapfire by Mickey with a nice Boundless Strike onto 2. Soulbind applied, though. And Omar going to try to shrug this off himself, but eventually will be found by the rest of Liquid.
Okay, Liquid bounce back.
Yeah, that was a very big engagement. Sumail with an Arcane Rune, though. As a Doom is found in the meantime. Noob has to pop the BKB and retreat. Liquid forcing out a lot from NGX. Showing a lot of life all of a sudden.
And into the pit.
What do you think of this late Deso choice from Mickey?
I think it's decent. You're playing with Marcy and Ember's Slight, so there's some added value for teammates in applying minus armor.
Well, it looks like they're not going to fully commit.
Yeah, they can't make it. They could have actually made it, but they weren't sure how close Nigma Galaxy were. So now Roche is going to go for a walk. That's a lot of wasted time.
Yeah. And NGX are ahead of the curve. They can wrap around.
Oh, this could get so awkward. They don't have Unleash now. Marcy is only half the hero at this point.
Oh, yeah. Warcry to try to buy some distance. Saberlight, they're going to spot him. Noob. Hoof Stomp actually starts things out. He's in a lot of trouble. You can be able to pop the global silence though, as Saberlight with a rebound away. Looks like he might be able to survive as a result. Mickey spotted out though, Battle Strike again.
Double Doom.
Yep, Double Doom comes out with a 4-step onto Sumail. Looks like he's gonna survive. Do they have any follow-up? Ghost finally comes in with the Storm Hammer onto one. Saberlight and company are super low on HP. They try to exit now. A big zip from Sumail, wants to finish the job. Battle Strike destroys him though. And Nisha gets credit for that one. So another flub by Sumail. My goodness.
Are they actually gonna finish the Roche now? Can they? It's half HP. I don't think they can kill it yet. With the uncertainty about Nigma Galaxy's whereabouts, this is not easy to do, but damn, Sumail, that is uncharacteristic. He's 6-5 now. He had such a good start, and all of it down the drain. Maybe BKB is just cursed for this guy.
He's not used to buying it. Yeah? What can he do?
Liquid with a big recovery.
Oh yeah.
This, oh my god, the Doom just ended, so he could stick as well and get off the Boundless. Yeah. That fight was really close multiple times over. A lot of heads-up plays. If they could somehow have got a little more damage out of Ghost, like one more swing, they might have killed 2 or 3 heroes and taken Roche themselves. That's what we're talking here.
Yeah, that could have been game-defining for sure. Instead, Liquid with the Aegis, 4.5 minutes on Nisha.
Yeah, it's going to go Lincoln's again, similar to his previous game, and obviously makes a lot of sense against Doom. Also against Storm, it can be quite nice.
Okay, he's going to show himself in lane. Oh, but they find a Grimstroke instead. Omar getting healed up a decent amount thanks to GH. And the Stomp comes out as well. Another, well, he's going to be able to take off that silence immediately as Noob finds Saberlight, and that is another death for the offlaner of NGX. Second time somebody's just run into a solo Marcy and died.
Yep.
As a core.
Don't do that.
And GH now in the area of Mickey. Boundless Strike to start things out. Solar Bind is applied to him though. Being a lot more annoying. And all of a sudden, we're close to an even game now.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy bled out a bit over the last few minutes. Just a couple of situations where they overplayed their hand a little bit, and then on top getting picked off in between. So Liquid are starting to have a clearer path now to structure fights now that they have the Deso on the Monkey King, and Nisha is continuing to improve his situation. I think his Lincoln's is actually arriving now. Yep, sure is. This Ember is going to become a potentially big problem.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time, if you give him that time.
Almost walked into some mail there, very close. GH.
Yeah, this time probably not going to be getting away. I think he could really use that shard at some point. Feels like he's been a couple of instances now.
Yeah, he could buy it now. He has the gold, but I just think you have to invest into more stats. Shard doesn't really help you much when you're doomed anyway.
True. Which now is more likely that Nisha has the Lincolns.
Yeah, they've been dooming Monkey King pretty consistently with Soulbind anyway, so the last 2 or 3 fights. So I think getting stats up on Monkey, or maybe even Lincolns, would be nice, which, I mean, that's also stats. And it is indeed what is in his quick buy. Was that a misclick, or did he see anyone? Oh, they think they can get Doom, but he juked them out by running in a straight line. Next level plays from Noob.
That's right.
Now he's being spotted on a ward, though.
Yep,
Saberlight could try again.
Yeah, TP support's coming, but not happening. Yeah, Blink TP. Looks like he's good to go. Another kind of late Wisdom Shrine, 2 minutes after.
Yep.
And Ghost getting pretty close to Daedalus. I feel like we haven't, even though he's the top net worth in the game, haven't seen a ton of Ghost.
No.
I feel like once they're able, I mean, again, NGX on paper, like this lineup, if they can take a a fight where they're the aggressors, I feel like they have such a good shot still in this game.
For
the
sure.
Global Silence is just such a big counter to all of this.
Yeah, the Global has been a thorn in Sumail's side primarily. But obviously it's an ability you largely itemize your way out of over time as well. Insania is not having a good enough game that the refresher is coming in the near future. He is queuing it up. This is pretty standard silencer plays to get one utility item and then go refresher next. But he only has 1,000 gold, so plenty of time to go before he gets there.
He got greedy neutral though, Cinderin.
Yep.
Kazu would really be ashamed of us if we didn't mention that. He likes to mention it 3 to 4 times per game.
Greedy?
Yeah, the greed.
Okay. Yep. Well, he is barely killing creeps now, so...
Yeah, that is one issue.
He can't really kill them. Okay.
Only a minute left on this Aegis. I mean, from Liquid's side, what's their game plan? Like, how do you... What did you want to get out of this Aegis? Did they get enough?
Yeah, I think the main thing was to take it away. I don't think you're in a commanding enough position where you can just like try to force anything with it, like a tower or... I guess there's nothing else to really force, right? Tormentor, I believe, just respawned recently, if I'm not mistaken. Or wait, was it? Yeah, they did take it early on Nigma Galaxy, so... I guess maybe you could have gone for the Torm with this. But Tier 2 instead now is alright, now that it's set up. Not really committed for this, it's just a natural progression of the wave push, and Nisha will do it on his own with a little bit of shrapnel help. Or shredder, I should say.
Well, he's going to spot a TP, going to go on the aggressive to go for Insania, but now will zip completely out of the way.
Trying to poke and prod bait some response. He did get one out of Monkey King. And perhaps with that, that should open up bottom and mid a bit for the side of Nigma Galaxy. You're seeing the line drawn here as well from Omar. Just drawing push out bot, but it's not fully safe just yet. The Silent Assassin is here.
Disposed with the help of his trusty Centaur Conqueror, Permastun. My god, that is filthy. That is so dumb. Yeah, it really is such a crazy item for this hero, isn't it?
It's obscene.
The whole reason Rebound is balanced is because you don't always have a unit next to you, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's changed with Marcy. Which just begs the question again, how did this take so long, this tech, to figure it out? It's been like, had years to figure this out.
Well, it's a compounding of multiple factors, right? The Dominator got buffed, other heroes got nerfed, Marcy got buffed on other abilities. It's just, at some point, heroes reach critical mass, and it can be kind of hard to predict when that is. But I would definitely argue that Marcy is there right now. Even game now on gold.
Oh yeah.
But the gold distribution is what's interesting here. So Sven is ahead of everybody else, but the next 3 are Liquid heroes with a decent gap now. And then GH ahead of the enemy supports. I think I would kind of like to see GH go Ags here for a couple reasons. First of all, the type of fights that we've seen so far are pretty long. So dropping the Ignis Vastus in the middle of the fight is nice, but in addition, you can cut Monkey King out of trees.
That's true.
With it, which gives it some added benefit in this game. And considering that a big part of the enemy team's damage is Monkey King and Marcy, who are very much going to stack on top of each other in fights in order to assassinate heroes, you might get some pretty good value out of it. I suppose the downside is that Marcy can break it pretty quickly with Unleash. But if you're even misdirecting her in the fight to do that a little bit, I think that's already quite valuable. So far, he's queuing up Greaves. I can't say I love that.
Well, the Dispel for the Silence.
Yeah.
I mean, it did feel like they needed a Lotus or something this game.
Yeah, the question is if it's GH's responsibility to get the Dispel versus Omar. I think Omar...
Considering the farm for Omar right now.
True. Doom could also have bought Lotus instead of Shiva's, I would argue.
Yeah, he can sell it.
True. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe Greaves.
Case shown.
I think if you want to go the Greaves route, then you should go Lotus instead on Caudle, I guess, because then you can also use it on a teammate instead.
Yeah.
If there's a key moment where Sumail gets silenced and you can Lotus him, it could just change the entire game.
True.
For example.
Oh, Nisha. He's going to pop the smoke. He's invisible. Saberlight, they think it's only just a Doom right now. There's the zip from Sumail. Inkswell. He's actually going to get Boundless Strike. Oh my goodness. Both they actually get the global silence as well.
Oh.
That is so unlucky for Sumail. Down for a full minute. And Ghost has to pop the BKB in retreat. Question is, will everybody else get out? Nisha looking to push the envelope, trying to force a buyback that is not to come for Sumail. Soulbind used with nothing after the fact.
I mean, not that it ever really is the time, but that is just not the time to play a worst game of the tournament, is it? Like, Sumail just multiple times over having these moments where things just go wrong. And again, credit to Insania with a good global, but at this point you have to begin, you must have got used to it, right? Like, this has happened 3 times in a row now in this game. So you have to adjust your playstyle around it and approach the fights differently. I think instead of Sumail initiating in the fashion that he is, send Doom in the front, accept that you don't get a double Doom, and maybe just start something, and then have a Sven follow up, and Sumail has to be a little bit more patient. Perhaps that would be one way to do it. But at the very least, the way Nigma Galaxy are doing it right now is just punishing them over and over and over again.
I mean, that's a good point. It feels like they are trying to get this double Doom when in actuality, I don't know if it's 100% necessary to win to get that, right? It's nice.
Yeah. And it's also not that reliable. That's the other thing, because you need specific conditions to be met first.
I mean, they have 2 Lincolns, so it's going to be hard to.
It's getting harder and harder anyway, yeah.
Well, that one hurt NGX quite a bit. Liquid now the 4K lead. Roche will be up relatively shortly. It looks like a full timer, actually. Another minute.
Yeah, pretty much maximum time, you're right.
Wait, is Boxy going for Ags? I see. What is the point booster for?
It could be Octarine as well.
Where's the rest of it? It just wants the point
Maybe it wants a point booster.
Okay.
We need more points.
Boxy
Galaxy, he's breaking the smoke.
The smoke is going to be spotted. The Shiva's off from Noob. We'll be able to take out the pesky Snapfire, but at what cost exactly? Ghost uses the God
Saberlight is in a very compromised position here.
An opening with the Doom. They're going to try to go for the double Doom. There's the global silence though, but the right clicks from the Sven are quite a bit. Saberlight will drop as a result. Now Ghost on the run, but Mickey's there with the Boundless Strike to delete him. Buyback now from the Grimstroke. Mortimer's Kiss is not going to do too much as Boxy. This is going to be a dieback for him. Drops for the 2nd time as GH will drop for the 1st. So Sven dying, likely this is the end of the fight for NGX regardless, and now Noob, only a matter of time before he bites the dust as well. So 3 dead for NGX. And Roche is now available.
I think maybe Nigma there were hoping that Global was still on cooldown from the previous engagement, but Insania did have it again. And this is a really, really big fight for Liquid to win, because this is going to give them the 2nd Aegis. Buy them a little bit more time, and there it is. Refresher now. Insania only had 1,000 gold for it 8 minutes ago. And all of a sudden, couple 1 engagements. This is potentially the biggest single item that Liquid can get in this entire game, realistically. Because now you can use the global silence #1 in a different fashion now, right? Knowing that you have a backup.
Yeah.
So you can start using it offensively as well, instead of having to reserve it for when Sumail goes in and pops BKB. So at this point, Marcy can jump someone like a support, and you can just global and burst them. Same for Monkey King. And if you want to keep it for the same fashion that you've played it so far, I mean, you just have twice as much of it. You can extend it and effectively burn Sumail's entire BKB with silences. It's a very, very, very big pickup here for Silencer. Now, that said, this is still not in the bag for Liquid whatsoever, because, as you've pointed out, were Nigma Galaxy to get the right initiation once, they can roll a fight completely.
They have to kill Insania right away.
If they can kill Silencer, that's the dream, but
they always have to worry about the buyback silence, though.
Insania can stay in the fountain now as well. He, like, technically speaking, he can give Boxy the wards and just jungle.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the rest of the hero is not that important right now, comparatively.
Can you get kicked for being AFK in a pro match?
I mean, you obviously want him there for some added benefit from Solar Crest, right? But it's way, way, way more important for him to stay out of trouble than try to min-max everything. His 2 globals are 90% of his impact. The last 10%, it's nice, but just make sure you're never susceptible to getting jumped.
Yeah.
Big item.
Yeah, that is an Aghanim Scepter for Storm. So Sumail will have the blue hole, as we like to call it.
Now this stops his Vortex from working with Soulbind, right? Because now it's AoE.
Yeah.
But not that he was getting double pulls before anyway, and if he were, he would still get them now just with AoE most likely, so... Yeah. It's strong with Sven, no denying that. Pull them together and cleave him down.
Indeed. Yeah, they have the Wombo combo, no doubt about it. Haven't seen it yet, though. But the potential is certainly there. As Liquid smoke up, onto the high ground, Mickey, in that triangle area, trying to get away. At the footsteps of his base, Mortimer's Kisses from super far away. Saberlight, okay, he's going to take the Soulbind himself. Doesn't get lashed to Nisha. They're going to try to turn this all around as Ghost pops the ult, trying to apply some pressure to Saberlight, able to rebound away. Try to turn it around onto the Doom instead as Ghost has to run back to base. Already 3 dead.
Double global, they don't know.
Global comes out, Boundless Strike right on top of Sumail. And that is another death for the mid laner of NGX, and that might do it, honestly. 4 dead without buyback. Ghost, the lone member of NGX, alive.
And Nisha was not giving up the chase there. Wanted to keep going for Sven, but Ghost did get out, as you mentioned. But yeah, it gets too scrappy. I'm not sure how this fight exactly played out. It was hard to see everything at once, but in conclusion, Doom got nothing off. No BKB, no Doom.
Yeah.
And that just can't happen when Marcy's getting isolated somewhere else in that fight, right? You have to be able to find that follow-through when you're Nigma Galaxy in these situations. It started, honestly, quite well with the Grimstroke being able to kite so far back to base. Then ultimately GH tries to help, he gets caught as well, and it all falls apart. Comes crashing down.
It's gonna be 2 lanes minimum.
Yep. I think so.
Liquid in prime position to go 2-1 so far in this Swiss bracket of the road to TI. And yeah, with only 20 seconds left on Storm, I think they'll back away with this second set completely destroyed.
Yeah, they have a lot of items to buy up. Satanic now completed for Ghost. This doesn't really feel like a sustain issue as much as stick on your target issue for him.
Yeah.
He's just getting kited a lot, which is ironic considering he has the help of Inkswell and he has Storm to pull people together for him. It's just not quite coming together for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but this could be the moment. Is this the repeat of the other game? Lose your racks and then find...
Yeah. Well, they have
like
the blue
previous
hole,
one.
so if they can set up this Wombo combo. Mickey spotted. Electric Vortex applied. Ghost is there to beat down life number 1 of Mickey. Meanwhile, Sumail disposed and destroyed. Oh my goodness. And another global silence coming out as Ghost will pop the BKB, trying to go for the 2-shot onto Boxy. It'll take a couple more than he would like.
Okay.
Just support though.
Noob might
now Ghost
be
running out of steam. He's in a 1 versus 2 situation. Saberlight just gets 3-shot. His creep a little bit too late on the stomping. As Ghost going to continue the pressure. Nisha has the remnants to be able to get away though. So Ghost finally showing some life in this game number 3 rather.
In the meantime, off-screen, Noob chased down Monkey King down to 10% HP, but Mickey did survive and got off a Jingu Slam on the Ancients for a big heal.
And Mickey now gonna find himself inside the base of NGX. Another Searing Chains on the GH, able to dispel that with the Greaves though. 3 members up for Liquid. See how long they want to stay. There's a buyback available for Noob.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan comes out to make sure that Liquid are not up to any sort of shenanigans. And NGX, all they can do is wait.
Yeah. They just need a better fight from Sumail. That's really it, right? They have to find a way of setting it up, whether it's going to come from him or come from someone else. It's just so much harder now that there's Refresher and Silencer to really pull this off. But if it's what it takes, I think they have to just be exceptionally patient on the Storm, or he has to buy a different item. So he's going Refresher now. Yeah, I guess then you can refresh BKB when you jump in. Perhaps. I don't know. Is it crazy of me to think he could buy like Wind Waker or Lotus as well instead? Or maybe Refresher's just the better choice in that case regardless. Is that a rough one though?
Yeah.
No matter how you look at it.
Yeah, 8 deaths right now.
I think it's the second most in his team. No, it's the most.
Yep.
On Storm.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have been on top of him, no doubt about it.
Liquid 17k lead, likely to wait for the next Roche before trying to finish this one. And GX, again, all they can do is kind of just wait in their base. Maybe they go for a smoke play at some point, but they do have to worry about these lanes pushing it at all times.
Dire are scanning.
You can see Omar working slowly towards a sheep stick, try to get that double hex, but feel like might not have enough time to finish that one.
Yeah, is there a world where the Ags is good enough? Probably not, right? I don't think it's good enough.
No.
You have to just go Hex. I don't think there's any other item that's good enough. Blink Dagger now on Boxy. This is actually a pretty big pickup because he has Ags, so when somebody gets doomed, now they can even blink save with the snap. Make sure to get in position and get them out of there.
Yep, gobble up. Gotta love it. Nisha, shield rune. Super tanky now. I mean, the Dooms are going to be, they're just getting harder and harder. He had to go Force Staff just to proc the Lions.
Yeah, and as a result of that, he's far away from Refresher, which you ideally also want. There's just so much stuff you want here.
Would you have rather just gotten a creep? Single target active on a creep to take that job and then save your gold for a bigger item?
Maybe. The Wolf Aura is good, though.
I mean, Force Staff has a faster cast time than any of the creep skills.
Yeah, that too. Honestly, I think it's fine. This is just it's an I don't know if unfortunate is the right word to use here, but it's a sad circumstance that Noob was having such a good game just 20 minutes ago, but then fight after fight after fight comes just kind of crumbling for Nigma Galaxy. Now he's 6th on net worth as Doom, right? Like, he's just poor. 47 minutes, Doom wants to be 6 slotted, and he has 3.5.
Oh, this is a bait. Nisha on the high ground, gonna get the Searing Chains onto 2. Look at those Mortimers as well. Omar has tried to retreat to base. Sumail already at half HP. Oh, Saberlight able to make the connection onto Sumail. Not this time, at least. An interesting trap that Liquid set. Didn't end up netting much, but
if they had more heroes next to Nisha, that would have been really, really good. Oh,
GH spotted.
Whoa.
Pops the Greaves to get out of the Searing Chains, but now he's in a bit of trouble. Nisha, his Lincoln's is gone. Wukong's command coming in from Mickey to get the Abyssal Blade onto Ghost. Pops the BKB, but he's still taking so much bash. Cannot move at all. Saberlight just destroys him. GH next on the list. That's a double kill for the Marcy.
That did not seem all that organized.
That's a buyback. Soulbind onto 2. Can they do the Wombo combo? Electric Vortex into the Doom as well. Saberlight takes a tumble, and Nisha is next. Can they get Roche off the top of this? Can they get more kills off the top of this? Sumail into the pit as Ghost will pause.
Okay, there's an amp damage rune, but Liquid have 2 buybacks and there's no Doom. This is a pretty interesting situation.
Yeah, do you buy back here?
If you might feel like if you buy back, you're opening the door that one mistake could actually lose you the game.
Looks like they want to buy it. And Scatterblast is going to be shown here. There's the cookie to make this a little bit more annoying. Gets cleaved down by Ghost easily. Insania still has Global at his disposal. As Noob trying to go on the aggressive. Zip in from Sumail. There's the buyback number 1 from Ember. There's the global silence that follows. Mickey inside the pit. Who's going to be able to get the Aegis? Ghost catches it immediately as Mickey in a ton of trouble. He dies. Will buyback instantly, though. And now Boxing with a nice cookie onto several heroes. Nisha, a lot of remnants to be used here. Sumail will drop here. Does buyback instantly, though, as Ghost gets 4 steps to the other side of the cliff. But Nisha trying to finish the job. Only will require a little bit more. That's life number 1 for Nisha. And the Coddle going to get destroyed in the meantime by the Scatter Blast as the rest of NGX trying to exit into their base, but Ghost get caught off guard. Wukong's command with the Mortimers as well. Down goes the Sven. That is effectively a dieback. 2 minutes. Cannot get back in this game. Last buyback now from the Grim. 3 versus 5 as Liquid looking to close the door on this game 3.
You have to have some magical wave cuts here with the Storm. I don't know if there's
Roshan
any other way.
Nope, no Doom for 20 seconds. Gonna try to delay as long as he can. Mickey takes down the first tier 4. Noob jumps in. Gets Boundless struck. He's all alone right now. He's taking tons of damage. He should be able to fall, but a nice Vortex coming out from Sumail. That's a lot of damage being applied to Saberlight. He's getting extremely low as well. He's going to be able to walk away, though. Sumail's running out of mana, but 3 dead now for NGX. So it's just Sumail and Noob versus the world. They were so close to getting a couple kills here at the end, but now the last tier 4 will fall.
He has Doom available.
And exposed. And they can keep him searing chain. Doesn't have BKB for another 5 seconds. They have to pop the fortification. Now the creep's starting to stack up. Noob walking in very awkwardly. Gets Boundless Struck, pops the BKB, looking for the Doom. Will get it onto 2 as Sumail comes in with the Electric Vortex, but another global silence will spell the end of Sumail and NGX in this game number 3. Insania just having his number all game long.
Yeah, wow. That was a very close and hard-fought series for both teams, and Liquid do come out victorious here. They don't look all smiles exactly. I think that was maybe a little bit tougher than they would have liked, and probably for them, starting to consider that leveling up is going to be necessary if you want to get that 4-1 scoreline required to avoid the elimination round. You need to win your next 2 series back-to-back, and yeah. They do ultimately get it done here. I think, as you mentioned, the global silence playing a massive role in that game. I think Insania
တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖိဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖိဆိုင်ကိုသွားစီအောင်လို့ချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ဖြိုချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖိရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြိုတစ်ဖိကတစ်ဖိချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ဖြိုရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြိုတစ်ဖိ
ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကာဝယ်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
ရုပ်ရှင်အဖြစ်မြင်တွေ့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပြီးမျောလင်းချက်ကြီးကြီးမားမားတွေရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဘောကြလို့လည်းစော့ဖြစ်တယ်။ခံကုန်ပြောရရင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်စော့ဖို့သမျှတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံးရှိတဲ့ဂိမ်းလောက်သွားချ။
အများကြီးမှရှိပြီးတော့ retro game တွေကစလို့နောက်ဆုံးတော့ game machine တွေအများကြီး
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
Shiny OC ရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny OC ဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စန်နယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလားShiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်။ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မံထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်။ Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပျက်စီးခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်။ Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ဘော်ဒါရှိတာprofessional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ master rejuvenator တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာလူမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy Together no yada Chose jai tu twa Come on we kwa Nga le jai so rich creamy Long ta tang ta ni jai ta la shan jing a pi la pa the ba Ha te ra sa mu twa la jing a pi la pa ko sa Lu ran da mye sa kong nai Shan ji shi ro da a pyong nai Come in me me la pa so Kong song ga shan jing a pi la pa yo Shan jing a pi la pa High Sport ရဲ့ News Program တွေကြိုဆိုလိုက်ပါတယ်။
Sunday Night Coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica Coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။
အကောင်းဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေတဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါလေနူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်စုံတဲ့အာရီဘီကာကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီဆယ်ဒေးနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
ဟီးရိုတွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလားအိုင်ဒီယာလေးဆက်တာမလို့ရောတေးမိတ်တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends ပြင်လိုတောင်ဆော့ရဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအတွက်အိုင်ဒီယာကဗီဒီယိုကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် Hurry man
စိုင်းဖြော်လို့ပြီ
There is
Kinda
that
forget
Aster
about that
Legacy
phase for a little bit.
It was the time of Aster Legacy, and you know, it's also going to make for a really good matchup mid. I think both these players, obviously Emo has proclaimed at times to be the god of the mid lane. I'm quite interested with what he offers when it comes to him going up against Sumail.
Yeah, it should be. It can definitely go either way, depending how they're playing. I would generally favor Sumail, but last game did seem rough. But he hasn't stayed a top player for, you know, just tilting out. So I do think, you know, you can make mistakes, but he's the caliber of player that should be able to bounce back now into a brand new series, which starts with the draft, as we've got here. Dawnbreaker makes its way through for the first pick of Yakuto Brothers. That covers of the a lot of the global rotation that is so strong nowadays. But you will have to deal with the Bane potentially, if that is position 5 Bane, which helps a lot in the lane. Dawnbreaker has a lot of kill potential, but you can use Nightmare to dodge things. You can use it to interrupt her combo. So that should set up your carry. Ghost, who has been... He doesn't always have the greatest laning stage, but I feel like he's been fairly impactful in all the games that I've managed to catch, whether starting ahead or behind, which actually I'd say that's almost better, right? Like, you don't want to carry that only does well when he's playing off a good start. The fact that I'm thinking of like that Lone Druid game, he had a terrible start, and then he ended up ratting his way to victory with the Lone Druid play. So hopefully with the Bane, it's a good start for their sake.
Ghost is like these somewhat out there carries, I feel like, that aren't exactly what we've been seeing all the time traditionally from most of these games. Because I would say Lone Druid's kind of out there, right? Like, it's not the most out there pick you can make, but it's not like everybody's chomping at the bit to be playing a Lone Druid game. But he's somebody who can, you know, pull something out if he really needs to. And I'm kind of interested to see what he ends up wanting to go for as they pick up the Storm Spirit for Sumail. Almost 100%. I mean, there's a non-zero chance, but I'm pretty sure this is just the Storm Sumail pick. And now you go into the Shadow Fiend, which we've seen a couple times, and Shadow Fiend currently is 9 picks, 8 wins. That's not bad.
Yeah, he's a very powerful flex pick, unlike that Storm Spirit, which, like you said, pretty much going mid. Shadow Fiend could go mid, and he would do fine. The raises are very good versus a short-ranged hero like the Storm Spirit, and then you build up a damage advantage and just deny him a lot. But you could end up going carry if the matchup works out. The negative armor aura benefits the whole team, especially someone like Dawnbreaker, who actually brings a lot of physical damage. They are going fast here.
Yeah, this is a really fast draft.
And Dragonite coming out. That is quite nice. The egg hitters are not fully here yet. Shadow Fiend hits decently fast, especially if you're a carry Shadow Fiend. But Dawnbreaker and Disruptor are not the best egg hitters, so you might need someone else to help you deal with the Phoenix team fight. Though Static Storm's kind of nice in case you dive into that. You can't actually egg in there.
Do you pick Snapfire? Is that even... I mean, it's not a bad duo, right?
You could if you wanted to. She has been very popular. I wasn't a big believer in Snapfire coming into TI, but she does kind of fit the bill on, the flexibility between 2 support roles. It's good versus, the Phoenix and the Undying Tombstones with the little shredder like usual. The ultimate is still a lot of damage. So I think it's about like a 50% win rate on the Snapfire with a fair amount of picks. I forget exactly where it's at. But yeah, if they want to run it, I don't mind. You need an initiator for your last pick, though, if that is the case. And if this is a Shadow Fiend mid, that means you're looking for a carry for your last pick, and carries don't usually initiate unless you get one of the few that kind of can in the Sven. So that is going to be a mid Shadow Fiend unless Baboka is doing something wild here. That should be
I've seen it before.
I would not be. I would be pleasantly surprised, though. I don't know if I would believe in it. Sven now can blink stun for you, so actually you could get someone like the Snapfire if you wanted for a final pick. I wonder if you're willing to flex the Dawnbreaker, or if they are just last picking a support here at the end.
Now, hear me out. This is a crazy B-Cop theory. For Sven.
I mean, it has been done. We don't see
I know
it as
it's not
much.
going to happen, but I'm just saying.
We don't see it as
All right,
much.
production, you didn't need to do that. I
Look, that's
say
a
support
really
Sven and
that's
you
a
put up
really
the
bad
roll.
idea, B-Cop.
Come on, guys. That's not cool. That's so mean.
Yes, the stats show you're a fool if you don't run it, Carrie. No, I mean, we did used to see the support Sven with the war cry, and it had its merits, but it did get nerfed. And I would say if you were against more physical damage, you'd be more interested in doing it. For example, if you were against the Shadow Fiend, war cry as a support kind of counters out the negative armor aura from Shadow Fiend and the physical damage he's looking to do. Right. And, you know, if you really had to flex it for some reason, you could. But this seems like a fine carry Sven game to me. The blink stun, do the damage you can. Even though you're a strength hero, you actually do pick up a decent amount of attack speed because the build is usually like Power Treads, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber into Blink BKB. And that means you can deal with the egg. You can initiate onto these heroes. The Fiend script will be a little bit annoying, but you do have the Dawnbreaker to help you out, the Static Storm, Long Range Glimpse. And you'll get some bonus damage from the negative armor aura of the mid Shadow Fiend. So he is set up for a good time. You just need... I still think you want an initiator because you don't strictly want your carry Sven to always have to go in. So Lion actually fits that build really well.
Yeah, it's burst damage too. I kind of like it. Gives you multiple ways of lockdown with the Hex as well as the Earth Spike.
10 seconds remaining.
Mana Drain is kind of fun. At least when I play Lion, I like it. You know, especially if you're dealing with any of these heroes that need a bit of mana to kind of get one more spell off. If you've got that shard, you're just draining a bunch of mana. Or even giving it back, truthfully. You know, it sets you up for maybe a little bit of longer fights, but this is going to maybe make life a little bit more difficult for both supports.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun as a Lion or a Disruptor. Well, on one hand, you get the kinetic field, which is kind of good versus the Lycan running at you with creeps. You can trap them in there. If you miss the trap, though, because they're all running at hasted move speed and kinetic field takes a while to form, you will simply be run down because these supports don't have a good way. want to see an initiator, they grab the Lion. You need the Blink before you can really initiate on the Storm Spirit and the Phoenix, right? Hex them before they can use some big spells, cancel the Bane, Fiend's Grip, things like that. Stay in the back so you don't get run down by Lycan. But if you're having a bad game, that Blink's going to come out really late on a slow farmer like Lion. So how the laning stage goes will matter a lot to him. And then so will the Static Storm timing. That is a really powerful tool to have versus the Storm Spirit. The supports as well, you know, Phoenix, Bane don't like dealing with the big AoE silence. So if you lose your Wisdom Shrines, if you have a bad time on laning stage, again, another ultimate that is going to be very delayed on a slow farming support. So that is, you know, that's kind of setting the stage for me. How do these lanes go if you're just doing fine? Like, you don't even have to be winning. You just need to be even so you hit your 6s at a good time. Then I think they have the tools they need to get a good tempo going.
I feel like we say that a lot in a lot of these games, right? Like, it seems like the supports that are being picked right now are ones that heavily rely on getting a quicker 6, and it makes life tough. But they are going to fight at this bounty rune, and they will throw that Earth Spike on a Ghost. He might drop for First Blood. The raise lands by Emo, and they do, in fact, get Ghost. That's a good start for the side of Yakutu, and they need that over mid, especially to keep this perfect record in the mid SF category.
That is a scary hero to give First Blood to, because not only do you enter the mid lane with a couple extra souls so you get better damage, but with that First Blood gold, you get your bottle sooner, you get your item sooner, and Shadow Fiend's a mid hero who can really get out of control, because as you get more last hits and denies, you get more damage to get more last hits and denies, and potentially really shut down this mid Storm Spirit, delay that level 6, which I think he's the playmaker for his team. Bane, Fiend's Grip will be useful later, but of course your Storm Spirit's going to hit 6 before that. So if you can get him online, he can start helping out your side lanes if you're not getting shut down by a Shadow Fiend that just got First Blood.
Oof. Yeah, he hits 2 first. And I'm looking at the supports from both sides, and I'm thinking obviously a little bit later ahead when we're looking to maybe come over contest Water Runes or the first Power Rune. These are good supports to do it with for the side of Yakutu. Disruptor maybe not as much, but just having that extra stun and maybe that Hex here for Lion is more than enough to secure. I would say Emo the rune, but also potentially to get Emo a kill at that mark where like Sumail's not 6 quite yet, but you know, is in that spot where maybe he just ends up dead. And taking a look there as Ali has to walk it back as he is not having a good time being hounded by a bunch of wolves. Some people's dreams are to just have a room full of dogs. It's not supports when there's a Lycan in the game.
I think if it was his own wolves, he'd be down for that. It's enemy wolves that aren't so fun, just running at him. You really can't do too much. The first few levels of wolves aren't too bad. You like farm those. Once you get level 7 on Lycan, those wolves are terrible. Alpha wolves, oh man, I'm glad those days are gone. That was even worse.
Oof. I shiver as a support player. What a room.
Imagine being a level 10
Sumail.
support just being killed by a wolf. Just out there. Yeah, we see. I like this from. I like this from Sumail. He's already started creep dragging in the mid lane. Knows he doesn't want to do an honest, you know, like, oh, let's, you know, go for clean timings on the last hits. You know, let's compete that way. No way. This guy's got, you know, extra damage over me. I'm not playing that game.
Sentry by Emo gives him a bit more gold as it finds that OBS that was on the high ground. That's pretty nice, and a couple of raises land. Bottom lane, GH here with Ghost, and you know, Phoenix definitely a hero that can make you suffer, but let's steal that Lotus as they did not want to fight the 1v1 with the Fire Spirits being thrown onto Bobica. Bobica does play, especially if he has a good lane, a very greedy style of 4. And sometimes an itemization that you might question, but I feel like Lion is one of those heroes that you're kind of stuck in the standard. There's not much you can get that I'm thinking that really deviates you too much.
I mean, unless you go fist
Straight
to death, and then but he didn't this game. It's a Essence Eater, boring, boo. But I think it makes sense. It's a good game for it, especially the Storm Spirit, right? He zips in any mana you can remove from him is useful. Might as well do a little damage in that time as well. I say he hasn't gotten a point in it yet, which is fine because he's only level 2. But sometimes if Lions really want to mess with you in your mana department, they'll get extra points in mana drain early rather than some of their other spells. So we'll see if he wants to do that. But as you were saying, it doesn't let you play as greedy as maxing your stun first.
Yeah, I've now we're seeing Lion hit level 3. I've seen some different variations where it's mana drain maxed out, but against honestly Phoenix DK, it's not like the most important thing. Having that extra bit of lockdown might lead you to get a kill on the Phoenix if you can get that Earth Spike and then land a Starbreaker behind it. Especially you go from that level 1 to 2, it is another extra 65 damage on the Earth Spike there too. Top lane looks like it's just been pretty quiet. I mean, honestly, the game's been quiet since the first blood at the Horn. Like, this has not been much aggression, but I don't really see lanes in which that we're going to see too much unless it is bottom. Like, if there's one lane that I think it's going to happen in, it's bottom.
Yeah, which I think this, slow, even game is good for Yakuto supports. But I will say, I was worried about Sumail in that mid lane dealing with the first blood Shadow Fiend, but I like what he's done. He was doing the creep dragging. He just shoves out the lane and then comes over here to jungle. So, I mean, if we look at the net worth, yeah, Shadow Fiend's a little bit ahead, but a lot of that is the first blood gold, which means through his efficient farming, he's kept up, and it looks like he should be getting a Lion kill here with the help of his
GH
supports.
is here too.
Thinking about maybe save
but
him,
it's just too late.
Yeah, Storm Spirit's doing
rough.
perfectly fine.
Ooh, and the D ward too. So even what you came over here for, to place this ward, to have this vision on the Storm Spirit's gone. I mean, obviously that's why he's there, but like, it does feel pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a good read on what should happen, but it's actually just slightly late and maybe a little unlucky with the supports coming in, or arguably a good read from Nigma. Hold that thought. Omar sticking around a little too long, gets killed.
But when you trouble though, Sumail went top. He's gonna get this kill onto the Sven. They know that both supports went over there towards mid, and they're vulnerable in the side lanes. That's a good pick off by Sumail. I'm really impressed by the audible called. Like you said, like to just go back into the jungle too. He had 6 before Emo did, and now he's using that earlier timing to get a kill and seeing the moves over mid to get not only a kill, but getting a kill on the opponent carry.
Well, they still want to punish him a bit.
They want to go for this. They want to try and steal this out. Not easy. Emo doesn't have a lot of mana.
It looks like they're debating, like, do we really want to do this? I'm not
Just
so
take the
sure.
wave, we'll leave.
So they're going to back out. But you do force a bit of rotations. Everyone had to back out to make sure they secured the Wisdom Shrine. Dawnbreaker gets their own on the other side. So you don't steal it, but, you don't really lose anything for that play either.
Turns into an early lead for the side of Nigma Galaxy, which is, not too bad if you're the side of Yakuto, and Fly getting a bit of a solo lane so far. These supports have sat over mid, and they are looking to maybe just stick around for this 8-minute power rune to try and give Emo a bit more over in this mid lane and maybe get a kill or something like that. But we've talked about how you kind of need these level 6s and these supports, and with them sitting mid and splitting this experience and not really doing much or not really being in a lane, both these supports are level 4. GH about to hit that level 6 marker, and it was the Dawn that took the shrine over in the dire side of the map, and that leaves them, getting Dawn half of that shrine and one support getting the extra experience. And even with them here, they don't control the power rune. It goes to Sumail. He gets an arcane rune. You need to be careful now if you're the side of Yakuto.
Yeah, these supports on the side of Nigma are a lot stronger pre-level 6, right? Like, no one wants to fight into a Phoenix or a Bane. Not when you're like a Disruptor and a Lion that really just don't have a lot of damage. So you can bring the heroes, but you can't actually face off against the supports on the other side. And while we've been so caught up in the mid lane, the action happening here, I gotta say, Sven's off to a bit of a slow start, and actually so is the Dawnbreaker. The side lanes struggling a bit here with heroes that are usually quite stable. I suppose their supports have left them for quite a while, So maybe that adds up to some of the difference, but I would have thought they'd be able to stay in lane, you know, versus the Dragon Knight and the Lycan. Like, everyone just farms. So I am a bit surprised to see such a gold diff already.
Yeah, Bobica is going to get caught here. There's really not much of a place for him to go with Noob right behind him. And it forces Sven to go back further into the jungle where he pops his God Strength and is just trying to farm. I'm more surprised. I would say that Beyond doesn't really have the farm. A 1v1 versus DK shouldn't be awful, right? Am I just not seeing where that ends up being that bad?
I mean, you certainly can't kill him like you might other carries, but yeah, I would have thought you should at least be similar farm. Granted, Dragon Knight has some good damage, so you'd have to fight for the CS, but you know, this 1,500 gold difference is a bit more than I think should have happened.
Sven kind of behind, and I'm a little worried about timings being missed, where Fly's map's just going to shrink too much.
With that said, Yakuto's emphasis has clearly been on Emo Shadow Fiend, right?
Yes.
They have been helping him out, rotating around, trying to slow down the Storm Spirit. And in that sense, it's been successful. Like, he is at the top of the net worth. They did slow down the Storm. I wonder how much you can do now with that, though, because going back to the 6 timings on supports, right? They're not quite there yet. So here's a support Phoenix currently just walking away. They do manage to get the... Oh, okay. So Phoenix has their level 6. Actually just uses the egg to not give up a kill. And they don't want to set up on it, so off he goes. I guess you get the egg cooldown, but that is a smoke with 3 heroes that don't really get anything.
And the thing about that, too, is like, yeah, that cooldown's kind of long for level 1 on Supernova. It's 2 minutes. But those 2 minutes are probably going to be spent on both these supports for Yakuto getting their level 6s. And they're actually using that Sunray to try and go and get a kill here onto Emo. The Sword Guardian will keep him alive. He'll look for the Requiem. He does get it off, and maybe they get a kill here onto the Bane, and they do. But the glimpse back onto Sumail. They don't have the damage for Morsh. Still shapeshifted is Noob. But that's a good save to keep Emo alive, especially like you said, they're keeping emphasis on Emo mid. And they need to keep that advantage that they have with SF at least alive.
They had everything going to help him out. Fortunately, the Dawnbreaker has her level 6, so she was able to come in. And then Emo has Raindrops. He's got that Sister Shroud. So all the extra survivability to keep him alive there long enough for the rest of his team to show up. You get a return kill on the Bane. That's not the worst, but using that many ultimates and bringing that many heroes and not getting the Shadow Fiend, and in fact, he's just straight back to farming stacks that are prepared for him. That is the part that, you know, you're a little sad about on Nigma.
Mambo.
Just stun here as it's another power rune for the side of Nigma Galaxy. Thinking about picking up the haste rune, but holds it for Sumail to bottle up. So he's, I think, gotten every power rune.
I think there was an illusion rune for Shadow Fiend. That's part of what helped him survive that last one, too.
So he got the worst rune, but a good rune when he survives. But having haste,
that's how the illusion rune feels, right?
Yeah.
It either sucks or you're like, oh, this is so good.
But meanwhile, every other rune feels so strong.
All the time, yeah.
Especially with the changes to regen rune. Ever since those
that one's
happened,
ridiculous.
It's like,
they gotta nerf that one further.
Yeah, take that out of here. Make it the OG. Just get regen rune to... You get hit, it's over. Don't mess around.
I'm all for it.
I'm in the Overlord soon for Noob. He's happy with his farm. He's only 500 gold behind the Shadow Fiend. But Sven's catching up.
Yeah, he's quietly farming away. I mean, it is the nice thing about Sven, right? You have the natural cleave. You get that Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. So your farming speed in the jungle is all pretty good. And looks like he's got a stack of Ancients for him with this God Strength. But I will say the fact that a Sven is behind a Dragon Knight at the start of the game is pretty good for Dragon Knight, who is not nearly as fast of a farmer with the, you know, he doesn't have that free cleave anymore.
Fly. I think he's got all the gold there ready to go. Does he want to fight with this? You have no God Strength. You're probably going to have to wait for the next timing on that to maybe want to go. And I guess hopefully by then you've got yourself that Blink Dagger, but that's not going to happen in 60 seconds. So do you wait for the God Strength? Do you wait for just the Blink Dagger? I guess that's also what comes your way, as this is an Earth Spike and a Finger. Maybe the kill, but he's so quick. Even when he's stuck in an animation, he gallops so far away, and there is a pause coming through from Nigma Galaxy. They got some packet loss. What is
I was just
loss?
about to say before that gank started, it's 14 minutes in. We haven't seen Static Storm and Finger yet, and that was kind of our worry a little bit, that they had a slow 6, slow tempo. Finally comes out, and because it took so long, right? He has a lot of gold. He's got a lot of levels. He's a pretty tanky hero on this Lycan. So he gets away scot-free. In fact, I feel like he almost kills the lion with his summons. In fact, he's still not safe. There's a Helm Dom hunting down this lion. Needs help from Shadow Fiend to help me out, big brother. He's bullying me. Save me.
God, keep me alive? No, that ain't happening. Ghost getting the kill there. Puts them up 2,000 net worth. That first Finger, you don't get a kill. Ags is off the table.
That's your benchmark. Get a kill with the first ult. I get Ags. No kill, no Ags.
No, it's not that. It just keeps the dream of maybe wanting it later down the line alive.
I see.
The stacks maybe mean something.
I actually still would find it funny if he eventually gets one. Nigma's been playing a lot of long series, so perhaps this game and the series will drag on, and he'll have time to go back for it.
At this catch on Omar.
Glimpse.
Yeah, throws down that ward, grabs that vision, gets the glimpse onto Omar. It's not the quickest kill. Oh God, if he had somehow found a way to get himself denied by skeletons, more power to him.
Fortunately, the skeletons on their own aren't too strong. They buff up others, but relatively weak on their own.
Thank God for the two of them, because that was a long kill for just the Bane. Only took a little while for him. Another shapeshift, because they've got this wolf, and it does see Bobica, and look at the damage on Bobica immediately, but the Requiem comes in, the race is on to Sumail, and this is Bobica dead, but it's Static Storm! Oh, Sumail just walks out of it, the kinetic field not up in time. Sumail will survive this all, and Beyond now needs to run. They're looking to get this kill on the Emo, but a Starbreaker from Beyond stops Noob, and that will let Emo survive, but Beyond is going to die.
The kinetic field did not keep the Storm in the static. Otherwise, I think you at least get a kill onto the Storm Spirit, which is pretty good. But instead, you end up running away on this. Your most farmed hero, Shadow Fiend, or was. Sven just passed him since he didn't join the fight. He's been quietly farming. Trying to get to the Blink Dagger before he joins in, which, I get it. If you're just trying to run in this fight, you're chasing a Lycan, chasing a Storm Spirit, you're going to get Fiend's Gripped, right? You're just going to be controlled in these fights, so you did need this Blink Dagger. But that means Nigma had free reign in that last fight. Smoke up, though. Blink reveal. You got to find something. It's been a very slow game for them so far.
Can they do this?
I think Bane caught sight of that.
Yeah. This seems super difficult to try and jump into. Smoked by Nigma Galaxy. But these heroes aren't committing yet. There's still 40 seconds till Dawnbreaker has an ult. And they'll go for Fly. They've got the lockdown, and they've got the kill. They make that look easy. Fly never even has a chance to go into the God Strength. Both these supports are looking pretty fragile, but Ali able to get at least behind the tower, but Sumail's right there with him, and he gets a triple kill.
Well, that is some much-needed recovery for the Storm Spirit. He's been the focus of the Dire. They've been trying to bully him. They've been trying to shut him down, but what can you do? Amplify damage into a triple kill. He is back to where he needs to be, and they're going to get a tier 2 off of this now for free, and then just head straight back to Roche. You tried to stop us. All you did is give us free kills. Now we're still going to get Roche.
Yeah, why not, right? Honestly, the Sven in this game is giving me similar vibes to the Sven Nigma had in their last game. Omar. Requiem does go off. That Fiend's Grip's not going to do enough, and that glimpse is Gonna pull back a dead body as Emo finishes off Omar. Hey, not a bad kill to get.
That off, they might actually be able to find a fight there because the tier 1 is still up, so the other heroes rotated in, but Fiend's Grip just a second too late.
Ooh, he is in the river trying to find something. Stormhammer with the glimpse into the static storm. They have found themselves ghosts. This would be a big kill to get. They go to the finger, they get the kill, and they'll take up the DK. That's the second one. Is there anything more on the menu, or was that the final course? It's looking like dessert might be GH and Will. A 3-course meal here for Yakutu.
Now you should get the tier 1 tower finally. A little late, but better late than never. And then maybe you push, farm a bit, go straight over to Tormentor, but you won't have your ultimates besides the Dawnbreaker. So I actually don't know if you could fight it. I think as they respawn, Nigma is going to be saying, like, that's ours for free, head straight over there.
Which is what I thought they were going to do prior.
Yeah, I guess they had a little bit of time, right? They were trying to play fast. They made that play top. You send the Bane bottom. Bane is one of the best heroes at going on its own because between Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, it is so much time. You can find someone, start locking them down. Your team can finish what they're doing, you know, take a little break, start the TP in, walk over, and you're still being Fiend's Gripped in that time. So they sent Omar down there. That's why they ended up moving down there, but didn't quite pan out the way they were hoping.
It's like 12 seconds of blocking. And actually, it might be Nigma who end up getting themselves this Tormentor while they lose GH. It's Noob taking it alone and getting a shard here for the Bane, who can start picking up farm duty now with this Brain Sap upgrade. It's always nice to have.
Yeah, the build right now is Aether Lens straight into the Aghanims because it makes it a lot easier to use the Fiend's Grip, but also really brings down the cooldown to less than a minute, or a little more than a minute. A little bit more than a minute, and it's a BKB piercing ult. Very good versus a Sven. So, yeah, a bit more farming speed with that shard. Feeling good going into this the longer it drags out, which has it's been a lot of their games.
Yeah, a lot of their games have kind of gone long. They've followed this back and forth cycle. Ups and downs and ups. It's quite tough to have a good cardiogram when you're a Nigma fan. As you continue to watch the spike rates.
That's why people like the team, right?
Yeah.
The ups and the downs.
yeah, sure.
All right, Blink Dagger on the Lion. Last time they had the Blink on Sven, it led to them being triple killed. Hopefully this Blink reveal goes a bit better for them.
And that is Bobica's first item. That Blink Dagger coming in. Ooh, boy.
I mean, he does need it. We identified in the draft, right? He wanted to be the initiator, but he needs a good start. This is what happens when you don't have a good start on the Lion, and why it's usually a little safer for cores to be your initiator. This is a 21 minute Blink.
Smoked up. Nigma looking for their opportunity to go on a fly-5 with the instant hex from Bobica, as well as the finger and the Earth Spike. Ollie's gonna run. The kinetic field is down. They've used the Fiend's Grip onto Beyond, who came in with the Solar Guardian. They get the kill on Ollie. They'll take out Beyond. 2 heroes dead. Fly never popped that God Strength, but it doesn't look as though he really could have done anything with it. But the quick 1, 2, 3 ability usage there from Bobica onto the DK that really didn't even feel it was kind of interesting.
I think he gained health while it was happening.
600 damage, not enough to, you know, get Ghost's attention. Although another Blink in and another Dragon Tail. Requiem flies through. God Strength used. Fly trying to get the damage up for the Nightmare. Now the Supernova, they get the kill to Bobica, and now they got to run on the side of Yakutu. They're going to try and get out of here. Ollie looking to step forward, sacrifice his life, throws down the Static Storm. They also get Roche at the same time. Ollie running away, but there is a ball lightning right behind him, and Ollie will die here to Omar and that Brain Sap.
Every time they try to... Oh, guys. They're leaving it for... They know they chased everyone out of here. Give it to
It's not the banner.
Oh, yeah. No one cares about that. Just leave that at the pit. Now, I mean, they keep trying to contest Roche on Yakuto Bros, but Nigma is ready every time. They're getting extra kills. I feel like they were baiting Roche for the last 5 minutes, getting, you know, 6 kills, something like that off of this.
Looking to just bait them in, gain that net worth lead, 9,000 net worth lead now, and
one more for the road.
Yeah, this could be an issue.
2 more for the road.
Oh boy. Sumail, you're with Noob. Beyond should be pretty dead, and they get him and Fly. I mean, that is another double kill here for Sumail. He is 8-0-3.
Should be able to get this tier 2 mid pretty easily, and then that's the last outer tower, so you still have some time to chip the high ground a little bit. I don't know if you want to fully commit to it, because you have a lot of time on this Aegis left. I think you could siege a little bit with the remaining dragon form time if you want, and then as they respawn, just back off, wait for another pickoff. They've been very successful at that. They have good vision. You have these invisible wolves to help you find targets as well, right? Just get another pickoff, and then go off of that, which seems to be the plan. They are backing off a little bit here.
They back off, but it is putting pressure on all 3 lanes, right? Ghost is, well, not really pushing the lane at the moment. He was thinking about pushing it a second ago. You've got mid pushing in. Top was pushing in. Noob's kind of backed off of that. He's going to farm up a Blink Dagger. Also looking for a BKB. So they're just, yeah, like you said, resetting the timings, get us back in there.
We're trying to set up some deep wards to help them see when Yakuto Bros were leaving their base. But they know the game plan, so they're putting down sentries, trying to remove those deep wards as they farm as a group. This is kind of what you need to do when you're in this situation. You can't afford to be picked off.
GH is close, but they just do not see him or Ghost. Circle comes through from Ghost, kind of giving an idea of where they might be. And they are kind of set here on Nigma Galaxy. Not hard for them to kind of join the fight with the 2 heroes that are out of the group, with both the Storm as well as the Lycan. Lycan shapeshifts, runs in, but the ball lightning in from Sumail could secure a catch. They don't go for anything, and they will back up on the side of Yakuto, as they will go all the way up into the high ground and still continue to try and defend. But as we've learned in the past, as we've learned at times, no lead is safe for Nigma Galaxy, it feels like. But I really like where they're at in this game. I'm not gonna put that on them. I think they are in a very secure position at the moment. Not trying to jinx anything.
That's the hype of it, man. If I told you, if you could see the future, it just wouldn't be the same to know, like, oh, this team's gonna win, you know? Like, do you go back and watch old games you already know the results of? Rarely. That's the exciting thing. Like, is Nigma gonna win this? Is there gonna be a throw? That's the hype. That's the fun. That's the excitement. Right now, they're just trying to play off their vision, which, you know, props to the Dire. They have been doing a good job removing things, placing their own vision, trying to play around this, but the hunt continues. Heading top. They may find Emo as he clears out this way. Oh, fast blink out.
Gosh. That could have been brutal. Sven had just taken the Twin Gate bottom. This is now, what, a minute? Yeah, a minute left on this Aegis. Lincoln's soon to be completed here on Storm Spirit. Not much targetable that'll make his life difficult. They are TPing down bottom. Omar is here, ready to go for Fly, but another quick blink and another escape. Ooh, gosh, it doesn't get tighter than that. That was close. That was potentially rough, but they now have found themselves a kill here on the Emo, and this is what happens every time. It's never just one, because Beyond is trying his hardest to save somebody, and it ends up being him as well. He is 2-4-4. He hasn't died a lot, but the last few deaths we've seen from him is him reacting just a second too late to try and save these heroes and then throwing himself into a death.
This got melted, man. Lycan's got the AC, you've got the corrosive dragon form going. This is what they've been waiting for, right? As soon as you get
there
one,
by Fly. He's trying. Oh my God!
Also 3 shot.
Yeah, I don't know, that might have been 2, but Firefly trying to stand his ground. He's got himself a static storm. They go to the Ear Spike. They've got themselves the finger. They get the kill and it goes, but now Firefly melting to the Sunray, and the help from Sumail. Down goes Bobica, full team wipe, and that was a buyback from the Lion too. They could take these buildings real quick, even without the DK.
Yeah, and this is why Nigma was so patient with that Aegis. Even though you could probably siege with the creeps and with the dragon form, they know if we just find one good pickoff outside of the base, then we'll destroy it in, I think that was 5 seconds to finish a tier 3 tower. So they knew it was that easy. They find a pickoff at the very end. Now they're in a good spot, trying to stagger some death timers here. That's another kill onto Shadow Fiend. And maybe
Buyback
even
feel
beyond.
good on him, honestly. Beyond Sunray, burning,
Oh my
nowhere
goodness,
to
the damage.
go. Supernova with the Sunray. 2 sets of racks are taken, and Yakuto still holding on to the 2 letters that hold them from their ancient being destroyed early.
Might not have to hold them very much longer. This is the last barracks going down. There's no real reason to back out. This has been going on so long. You know, the shapeshift is back up. Dragon Knight, who died earlier, is about to respawn and TP to the outpost. Join another fight here. I guess you get one more defense on the side of Yakuto.
It ain't gonna be easy. I'm wondering if they wait for Roche. The timer is relatively close.
Getting baited by a creep?
Well, yeah, Firefly's out here to get 250 gold. Meanwhile, Ali's dead inside the base. They pop the BKB. They look for the damage on a noob, but they don't have it. Firefly getting chased, but now Earth Spike Finger Noob's dead. That's something, but the BKB pop by Sumail looking over. Firefly still the damage. Not enough. Bobica, Firefly, and Ali die. They'll call GG. Beyond will die a second time, and Nigma Galaxy will take game number 1.
It was very sneaky from Noob, hiding in the trees like that. Dude, you're just playing support. You're not even saving your own base. This wolf just pops out of the trees and kills you in 2 shots. What a tough time. That's why Lycan is such a powerful late game pick. Like once you see the supports can't deal with Lycan,
ခွက်တော့ဘူးတဖိတ်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတဖိတ်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ဖြိုချူစိမ့်တဖိတ်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြိုတဖိတ်ကတဖိတ်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ဖြိုရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ဖြိုတဖိတ်
ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကာဝယ်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
ရုပ်ရှင်အဖြစ်မြင်တွေ့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပြီးမျောလင်းချက်ကြီးကြီးမားမားတွေရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဘောကြလို့လည်းဆော့ဖြစ်တယ်။ခံကုန်ပြောရရင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဆော့ဖို့သမျှတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံးရှိတဲ့ဂိမ်းတော့သွားကြ။
အများကြီးမှရှိပြီးတော့ retro game တွေကစလို့နောက်ဆုံးတော့ game machine တွေအများကြီး
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
但虽然比那毛嘞，不拉多人留我这个 shiny 叫 shiny 叫嘛嘞
shiny စင်မြအောင်စီမွေး shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စန်နယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလားရှိုင်းလေးကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်ရှိုင်းလေးထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်ရှိုင်းလေးစံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
လိုကယ်နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ဘော်ဒါတွေရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့အမိုက်စာ retriever တွေရင်ကုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာလူမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ coffee rich creamy together no yada ချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
လုံးပတ်တောင်းတခမင်းကြိုက်တာလားရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ထဲသွားဟာတဲ့ရစားဖို့တွေ့လားရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုစားလူရန်သားပြေစားကုန်တယ်ရှမ်းကြီးရှိတော့တအားပြုံးတိုင်းခမင်းမိန်ပဲလက်ဖက်ဆိုကောင်းဆုံးကရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ပြောရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ချင်းဒီမဲ့ရတော့ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်စားမင်းပြမဲ့ဟစ်တော့ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ချင်းချင်းငငန်းဆက်ဆက်ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကောင်းဆုံးပဲရှင်
High Sport ရဲ့ News Provider တွေကျေးဇူးလိုက်ပါတယ်
Sunday Night Coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica Coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်
အကောင်းဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့ညဉ့်ညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေတဲ့ညဉ့်ညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်ညဉ့်ညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့အာရီဘီကာကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီစန်ဒေးနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့ တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
ဟီးရိုးတွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလားအိုင်ဒီယာလေးဆက်တာမလို့ရောတေးမိတ်တွေစုတာခံရရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေလိုတောင်ဆော့ရဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအတွက်အိုင်ဒီယာကဗီဒီယိုကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်လွှင့်ပြသတော့မယ် Hurry man
စိုင်းဖြော်လက်ဖက်ရည်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးစိုင်းဖြော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရည်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒေးစိုင်းဖြော်လက်ဖက်ရည်ကတစ်ဖက်ရည်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီစိုင်းဖြော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒေးစိုင်းဖြော်လက်ဖက်ရည်
ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman
into a static storm, and they end up going to the Earthshaker first, which is a flex pick.
He's been getting more popular.
Yeah,
he really dropped off after they changed some of his numbers and facets around. But I think people have been finding a lot of the mid hero pool was these, Spirit Brothers like Storm Spirit. It was Pucks, all these heroes. And it's like, oh man, we never have enough lockdown. And we also need to beat them in the lane. Earth Spirit actually Earthshaker, solves a lot of that if you pick him up early. And then if you want a different matchup, you could just move him to position 4, like you said, and he's still going to provide those stuns for you. Even if your lane matchup is bad, Earthshaker is the position 4 for messing up equilibrium, either through dragging or fissure block. He's got the most tools for it. So it is a very safe pick early that I have seen get a little bit more popular as time has gone on, or at least we're finding out it's more popular. Maybe they already knew in scrims and it was happening in pubs, but it's a surprise for us going into this.
Now a silencer ban makes me think that this is probably support, or actually it doesn't need to be, right? You could still just go mid, Earthshaker, keep it flex, pick the Dawn and go. And that is kind of those two supports banned in the silencer and the disruptor that still kind of make me think that way. Storm first pick too. Storm first pick against and banning that silencer is a little bit interesting. So it makes you definitely, able to pick up that Dawnbreaker, but they now ban the Puck. We'll see
That's
what
I
they
was
want.
wondering, because usually the main reason to see silencer bans nowadays is the Dawnbreaker, and then preemptively countering a Puck or a Storm Spirit, something like that.
Right.
So even though they had the Earthshaker response, which we were thinking, maybe that's your mid matchup, they opened with the Earthshaker. Maybe they were still thinking, move it to support, end up taking a Puck in the mid lane, and let's ban out the silencer in case we choose to do that. But also the Dawnbreaker, right? She's actually still in the pool if now Nigma wants to grab it for themselves. You don't have to worry about that silencer pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Good amount of time to think about what they want right now. They've got a good amount of reserve to work with, and Bane gives you that solo target for the side of Yakuto to have that Fiend's Grip. Like we talked about in the last game when there was that Bane, it's about 12 seconds of lockdown if undisturbed, with the last level of Nightmare being, 6.5 seconds, and then you've got the Fiend's Grip there too. And now they've picked up this Coddle, and you're putting it on a team that absolutely loves this hero, very proficient with the hero, and one of the best Coddles is going to come from Nigma Galaxy and GH. Potentially, we'll see where it goes, but I would say probably GH, right?
I think so. It's not really the best mid hero right now. You'll sometimes see it if a lot of the mids have been banned out and you need, a very safe pick towards the end of the draft. But they have liked this hero even when it wasn't good, and it's almost always playing support for them. They're just very comfortable with that style. So I see no reason to move it, especially versus a Storm Spirit where you would do okay. But you really like to solar bind people and then use your Spirit Vessel on them if you're playing core Keeper of the Light, which Storm Spirit just zips away from that. So I don't think you really want to be unable to threaten the enemy mid unless you build, like a fast Orchid, something like that. But then it's getting, I'm really deviating from the build for my counter pick. You're like, why am I doing that? So I think it should just be a support, but you have that flex if you want, especially with the Shadow Shaman now coming out. Could also move between 4 and 5. So if they want to play musical chairs, they can, but it does kind of look like it's just going to be the mid Earthshaker, GH on the Coddle with Omar on the Shadow Shaman.
Have to see what they want to go to, as this pick is now the Night Stalker for Yakuto. This Night Stalker hero is not the most picked. It's got
I think
2.
it's Yakuto that is picking this hero. I haven't noticed other teams grab it. I think this is now the 3rd time it's been picked, and it's
they're both picks.
Yeah, it's all Yakuto. So it's something they believe in. It is good catch versus mobile heroes. Usually the times they picked it, it was versus like, I think Storm Spirits or Pucks, those types of heroes. Technically, I actually don't have any of those yet on the side of Nigma, but it is good versus the shackles of Shadow Shaman, right? You just have to pass by him and it cancels it with your AoE silence, which is nice. Pair it with the Muerta, so it's a decently strong lane. It's also very different from our last game where they had the weaker supports. This time it's very strong supports paired with a strong core.
Miss Muerta pickup for Yakuto now gives them even more control. A hero that sometimes buys Rod of Atos. We see sometimes the Ags that makes those dead shots brutal to work against. I mean, it makes things kind of tough against those initiating heroes that try to blink in and make something happen, where they try to blink in, get hit by a dead shot, and all of a sudden they're in trouble. But even having that extra bit of lockdown, the Storm pulls in with the Vortex, you've got the calling, you've got that silence. This is not going to be an easy game to really execute for the moment for the side of Nigma Galaxy. I find that with this lineup from Yakuto that things might be dicey for Nigma Galaxy so far. But they do pick up this Templar Assassin. This is a Ghost go-to. And I kind of like that. He doesn't need to do much to really execute in terms of just getting out damage. Get that Meld Strike out there, hit those right clicks, get a trap down, do something to really, make things a bit more uncomfortable for the other side.
I also really like the idea of, one, you have the trap silence, which is very good versus the Fiend's Grip. You can just drop it, cancel it easily from afar. You could surprise the Storm Spirit with the surprise silence on the traps. But the Night Stalker, one of his strengths is providing vision superiority at night, because you're Night Stalker, you see the full time. But if you have a bunch of random traps on the map, that can actually help you deal with it to some degree. It's still not the same in a given team fight, but any little bit helps. So it's kind of a cool idea. We'll see if it actually comes into play in the game itself. I think that means we're looking for our carry for Yakuto and probably an offlaner for Noob, but there is that flex. Earthshaker offlanes do happen, though really not that often. And I don't see a reason for it strictly this game.
I'm a little scared to think it, but I'm almost going to say that we're going to see like a fly morph or something like that.
Not anymore. Banned out.
Oh, yeah. Banned out with the TB. Good.
It would have been good.
It's good, but fly is my go-to when I get nervous about morphing. So it's not available with both those bans. And now Undying picked up, which we've talked about in the past. Later in the draft, this pick feels better, where you've protected it.
10 seconds.
Though with that said, the last hero remaining is the carry that will likely lane versus the Undying. So in the past, we've seen Ursa's be quite successful at dealing with the Tombstone, but there are some other heroes that you don't really like dealing with on the Ursa. You get like Solar Bound, you're so slow in these fights, or just shackled up, hexed by the Shadow Shaman. Though of course, if you get to them, you will kill them easily.
Hear me out, bad prediction. Actually, let me see if it's been picked before I say something so stupid. No, it hadn't been picked yet. All right, Medusa makes sense. Never mind. Good. Glad I didn't say anything. Happy to not have said something stupid.
It's a good pick. You'll see it versus the Undying, since you don't really care about having your strength stolen. So you should be able to lane well, which kind of would have thought last game as well. And then Nigma kind of got them in the side lanes. So hopefully this counter pick is what they need to improve that in case your supports do run mid a lot again, which I would say there's another good game you could do that for. Get your Storm Spirit online while also slowing down Earthshaker. He provides a lot of stuns, but you need to get to the Blink Dagger. So usually what the game plan is you play the lane, you pick up some extra CS and denies because of Totem, and then if you can echo in the mid lane to get a kill, great. Emo shouldn't really give that easily. So usually there's a bunch of stacks. You go and echo those to get to the blink. So if you can disrupt that in some way as the supports, the Bane, the Muerta, then you're going to slow down the playmaking potential because this is an off-lane Undying, right? All he can do is walk at you. He can't actually start a play. I think you run the same idea, slow down Sumail, but you're going to have to execute better than game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if Emo kind of goes back and does what Sumail did in game number 1 if he can't get these CS notches under his belt with Sumail and just trying to deny them with the totem if things get a little bit too...
Start, you know, relies on the negative armor, but as time goes on, you just hit hard with like a Daedalus, you know? So if you can get to that point, I think they can deal with it. You also have an Earthshaker who nowadays they don't scale as hard in the right-click department like they used to. They go a little bit more magic damage, but it is still a lot to contribute, especially if you're getting some lower cooldowns from the Coddle, maybe some damage amp from Solar Bind. I think they've got the tools as long as she's not totally out of control.
We'll see if Yakatu, sorry, I have to call them their new name. I'm so stuck on the old one. But Yakatu can get that done. What they can do here before the horn with this smoke. And I'm wondering how the lanes end up going. I'm kind of worried about Emo here as he is, you know, he had a good lane last game. Like, it wasn't that bad from him. But he ended up being the one that had to make everything kind of happen in that early game as Fly got slowed down. Maybe that's not the case this time, but it is another case of maybe a carry not being available to the lineup of Yakatu to try and get things done. But the biggest takeaway from the last game, too, was that your offlane was struggling as well. And I think Nightstalker kind of needs to flourish early in the lane, have that effectiveness, and maybe they can work from there if they want to give Fly some space. See if they can get that done.
He does have Night Rain doing some early body blocks, so he should at least be set up for a better start. And I do see some early blocks from Ollie in that triangle. Again, knowing the game plan for Earthshaker. Stack up that triangle, drag them together, echo. It gets you a bunch of gold towards a fast blink. But you're going to have to clear out both camps before you can start that.
Yeah, both camps are blocked. I remember seeing Sentry Ward setups like that when Jinq was playing Techies. They made sure to shut his game down. That was years ago.
Techies used to do that too, yeah.
I think this was, what, 3-4 years ago at this point? I mean, that might have been forever ago.
As long as stacking is good, some form of instant stack clear will also be good. It cycles through which heroes it is. It's usually the carries who want to do it, but I mean, right now, it is very popular, right? If you need a stable offlane pick, just pick someone who will stack and farm triangle. You know, Beastmaster, someone like that, Axe, he can do it. It's just very
Dawn
safe.
gets through him well. Early goings and eaten one for Sumail early on. He was being pressured, though, behind the tower. He had eaten a bit of damage, at least early on, from Emo. But you hit that level 3, you've got that 0-1-2 build. Can you start to take away some of this CS, some of this momentum that maybe they're trying to use with this Storm Spirit? Last game I talked about supports that came through to mid that would help out in those water and power runes. I like both support duos to do so. They've both got control. I mean, the dead shot is pretty brutal from a distance to maybe secure a rune for the side of Yakutu. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see which teams end up being more fortunate as we get to that 4 and 6 minute mark. Meanwhile, Noob losing that courier to Ali, and it did have quite a bit on it.
Courier kills can be surprisingly impactful. I think it's one of those things, you know, if you look at the top, pretty close.
Yeah, Omar actually looking like the one who's going to end up dead here, and it will be first blood for Bobica. Again, I like to say that this guy plays pretty greedy, and on a hero like Muerto, where you can turn in this core 4, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a good start to be all in on trying to be that core 4. Top lane with Ghost. He's had a couple of these slower games. He does have a hero that can farm up quite well. We'll see if they can give him that opportunity to kind of stabilize here. Omar dying isn't the worst thing in the world, but mid also looking at 2 heroes that, well, want to get to their first bit of impact pretty early on. Emo, though, can probably do that quicker with him just needing that level 6. A little bit harder for Earthshaker.
Yeah, he just needs 6 on the Storm, which usually part of the reason Earthshaker's good is you pick up those denies. But I'm actually noticing a lack of denies on that last hit chart. Emo doing quite well, so his 6 timing should be perfectly fine. And that means you're kind of missing the point of the early Earthshaker. So the stacking into the blink, that's another thing they're going to have to work on. GH has come over twice, maybe 3 times. But has Ollie to mess with him. So there has been blocking and unblocking in these camps. And right now, we were talking about shutting down the Earthshaker. I'd say they're doing a great job.
Ollie just walking right by GH and taking that water rune. Both these sentries still exist here in this triangle. This is devastating. Oh, look,
Sentry doesn't cover it.
It's
this is the
right
change
out
to
of the range.
Okay, I actually think this will be changed in the future because we in the past had spawn boxes that didn't cover, it couldn't be covered by one single sentry, and then they changed a lot of the spawn boxes so that one sentry would cover it. Then as part of, also Shadow Shaman's dying up here. Oh, maybe not. No, just kidding. But then as part of trying to balance things out, they increased the spawn box of the ancient camps on both sides to be a little larger to make it harder to stack insane amounts, which is still pretty doable. But that means that now these sentries can no longer cover the whole box unless you put it in the middle of the box and then deny it, but that always feels bad.
Yeah, never the greatest usage. As we see the Shadow Shaman die again. Oh, like, I don't want to be a concerned worrywart here for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but it's 5 minutes in and they've got a 2,000 net worth lead here on you.
Panic, Nigma fans, panic.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit them right in the heart rate with panic early on.
I do think this sort of needs to happen when you're picking the Night Stalker, right? You take the Night Rain Facet. The whole point is that you have a strong early game, so this is somewhat expected, at least in this lane. Plus, you have the counter pick of the Medusa into the Undying in the bottom lane. So I'd say it's not too worrisome yet, but you need to bounce back in this daytime phase where Night Stalker is weak again. We need to see Ghost recover. I don't expect to see that in the bottom lane because it's still Medusa versus the Undying, but at least your TA needs to start to do well before the Night Stalker hits 6 and threatens a kill.
So GH is gonna potentially now get this D ward, but if you look at the ward really quickly, Ollie put this sentry here just out of range of knowing that he had to put that cliff sentry in, so he knew the range of it, knew where to put that other sentry, forcing GH to place another sentry to open up the camp. And all right, Ollie doesn't have a sentry, but I thought he was walking right back to do it again. That is some cyberbullying if I've ever seen some. They want to see me go
try to
up
steal
that
a wisdom
mountain.
charm.
Yeah, they're going to come for the Wisdom Shrine. They drop down that tombstone, a free 125 gold there for Ali. They get the kill on a GH, and now they'll finish off Omar. Both supports dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy. They're trying to get at least something here onto Ali, and they use that Echo Slam, and will get the kill onto Bane. So it's a 2-for-1 using that first Echo Slam, and the Wisdom Shrines both going the way of Yakuto.
This is sort of what they wanted to happen last game, but it's actually going to plan this time, right? They are shutting down the Earthshaker. They then make this play over to the Wisdom Shrine, and this time they make it in time. They steal it away while securing their own. So now their supports, which aren't even as dependent on it this game, but they are off to a great start. With that said, actually, Caudle and Bane are both kind of low level because they've just been playing in the triangle for so much of this. But that's actually very good for Yakuto bros, I would say. Because just to put some NA math numbers out there, GH has been trying to come to this triangle to stack since like 2 minutes is when he first came over. And this is the first stack that has succeeded here at 8 minutes after this endless sentry war. So if he had actually succeeded in stacking, you know, let's say most of the time, you don't always come every single minute, right? There should be an extra 1,000 gold for his team for all those movements that just aren't there, and he wastes all his time, right? Like, you're supposed to get the golden XP from stacking, and then you get the mid lane while the Earthshaker comes over and clears it, and Earthshaker looks over and is like, wow, why would I go over there? There's no stacks. So now you're just this under-leveled Caudle, and you're supposed to be a tempo hero. So that's why I think Yakuto is going to be really happy with how things have been going. Your Medusa is farming, your Storm is off to a good start. He's been hunting for kills. It's 1-0-1 right now with a regen, so he is ready to zip, fight, go straight back to farming. And to avoid him, so free tower.
Yeah, free tower. Bobica is also very high in farm. The difference between him and the other supports is kind of insane. Rarely do you see a support doubling the net worth of the other supports like this.
It's usually like a Chen, someone who can easily farm the jungle while making plays. Muerta, not known to be the fastest farmer, so like you said, a lot of this is off of kills and just good laning, and being given time in the mid lane while the Storm Spirit, who has been enabled, moves around so much.
Echo Slam got used in the triangle to grab a couple of stacks here for Sumail. Like you said, he was missing out on about 1,000 gold from himself because he'd be the one taking those stacks, right? The team gold is, you know, of course, GH getting a bit of gold for making the stacks. But that puts him now finally into this Blink Dagger, maybe something they wanted a minute or two before that could get them a couple of kills. And that first Echo Slam was used to get a kill onto the Bane and not those stacks. So it lines up a little bit differently. GH chased under the tower. Beyond is here. Of course, he's got a Helm of the Dominator to go with him and 2 allies. They do end up getting a kill there on a GH, and they've got themselves at a 4,000 net worth lead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the blink timing on Earthshaker is actually still pretty decent, but it's because he had to skip some of the early game items we might otherwise see from a mid Earthshaker. So it's now very do or die. You have to find successful plays with this Blink Dagger. Otherwise, your own game is going to struggle because Blink doesn't actually help you farm compared to the other items like the power treads you might have gotten. And your supports, who've been rotating around trying to do all this and it hasn't really paid off. The Keeper of the Light is level 5. The Shadow Shaman is 4.5. And it is almost 11 minutes into the game. So you need a successful kill here to get them some XP. Muerta's already level 6. Bane just about to hit level 5, right? Like, you have that XP advantage from these successful plays and the Wisdom Shrines. So this is where it's really tough for Nigma. You have to survive this while finding kills somehow at night versus Night Stalker and a Bane, who both have better vision than you. They're trying to
go for the Medusa. I mean, this is a fissure that blocked him in for a second. They've got the Tombstone trying to take it out. Flypug's got a lot of mana to work with, and now Beyond is here. This is very difficult to think that they're going to commit it even more on, but if the fight delays long enough, Sumail does have a Blink and an Echo Slam up in 8 seconds. There's no more Tombstone now. Meanwhile, Emo's getting that solo kill. The Nightmare, Sumail, he still has Echo. He ends up using it. They get the kill on a Fly. He at least gets that. Can he get anything more? No, he can't. He's dead to Bobica. Emo comes in. Ball Lightning Vortex locked down onto Noob. And that is going to be a dead Undying who will respawn immediately with that Ceaseless Dirge. Not the worst thing in the world here.
Yeah, Medusa's maybe a little grumpy she got killed, but that's pretty good for the rest of her team. They get 3 kills across the map in total. At least Earthshaker does find a successful kill on that Medusa with the Echo, which we were saying he really needed to with this early blink and skipping out on the small items to make sure he still got this at a good time. So that part was successful, but the gold lead did not really shift because of that, right? It's still a 5k gold lead for Yakuto. Win probability is a lot smaller than I thought, though.
Fissure out. They don't have epicenter. There is nothing that they're Echo Slam. Sorry. I think I said epicenter.
Dude, I would have thought this is a radiant triangle for how much time they have spent here.
The heat map?
Yeah. Yeah, if you have the heat map, I mean, this is their triangle.
The whole time, though, TA is kind of just farming. It's not top of the net worth or anything like that, but you're going Falcon Blade, Dragonlance, trying to get into the Desolator, and maybe Ghost at that timing with Deso can make something happen, especially with Sumail, if they've got the smoke into like a Blink Echo.
Your support's still on level 6, though.
Yeah, and you know what? You got a good
Really
point.
painful.
They're both like the exact same experience away.
They're walking him to Ghost. Ghost, please farm a camp for us. Please.
Farm this stack. We need
Help
it.
us.
We're unblocking again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, they hit 6 on both supports.
Ollie's got his. He wants to Fiend's Grip somebody.
Middle tower is under attack.
He wants to look for somebody with the smoke. Level 3 in the Nightmare, about to have it level 4, so it's 5.5 seconds on Nightmare. With the Fiend's Grip, might catch Ghost.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might really catch Ghost, but instead, it's Muerta who ends up getting caught here by Omar, but they will pierce the Veil Fissure to stop the TP, and it's just a matter of time until they end up dying. I say that, but they've kind of let him live. They stopped the Serpent Orb from hitting him after he came out of the Pierce the Veil to make sure that Sumail got the kill, and he finally lands the Fissure and does get it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's so much space, though. 4 heroes and massive Serpent Ward used to get support Muerta, who admittedly is quite rich, but right, that's so much space for the rest of her team. I guess you can't complain about it either, though. I think they've realized they're pretty behind, so I guess you have to take whatever you can get in those situations. And hopefully it gives them enough space to poke at this bottom tower, but I say that as Caudle gets found. Amplify damage Storm Spirit. Not much you can do about that. He's got 14 galvanized charges.
Yeah, 3-0 and 4, 14 galvanized charges. It ain't fun against this Storm at the moment for Nigma Galaxy. They kind of
fun.
Stopped the bleeding, I would say. A little bit on Nigma. Like, this net worth was kind of spiraling, but they have gotten it back a little bit. Like, they've not gotten it back, but it's held at 5.
If it stays for a while here, that would generally be good, because of course a 5k gold deficit at 10 minutes is really bad. 5k at 20 minutes is, that's actually not too big of a deal. But this is a Medusa game, right? And she hasn't really done much. So if you're going even with a Medusa as you get into the late game, like that's pretty scary, especially because we mentioned this is a really good Medusa game. She does not care about the Undying. The TA is okay, but in my head, that was because TA was more farmed, right? Usually TA is picked as a very strong laner who goes really fast. She is behind the Medusa,
who's taking some ginormous stacks right now.
Oh yeah, guys, this is our triangle over here. I forgot.
And nobody's
We've got one too.
They're gonna try and go again, but Beyond's the one who ends up getting spotted. He's got a shield rune. He's got an extra 900 life just free to his disposal. That is not what you want to walk into. And despite the fact that they've been blocking the camps, the stack totals have been equal.
But I mean, just imagine that hadn't happened then, right? He's probably sitting at 16 to 20 stacks or something for how much he has tried for his team.
Very, very true. Sumail looking for the shard. I'm looking at the TA. 200 gold from the Deso. And is that the moment you feel comfortable moving, or are you already at this spot where Medusa's like, all right, bring it? I mean, clearly, you know, it's not everything a Medusa needs, but the advantage ahead now starting to get exacerbated. As I said, they had held it at 5,000, but they are starting, you know, they got those stacks and they've got a little bit more. This Medusa is pretty happy with the farm levels that they've gotten to, as Ghost is still trying to break the top 2.
I think with the Deso, you try to get, I mean, any kill you can get, you take. But I think actually the easier thing to go for is the objectives. Snipe Roche, snipe the Tormentor as they come up, because Undying is good at it, the Massive Serpent Ward is good at it, the Deso is good at it, right? Those are static things that, even though you're behind, you can still do. These heroes on Yakuza are quite strong, as GH is experiencing firsthand right now.
Fiend's Grip, he's got 12, 13 long charges if he could have stayed alive, maybe to extend his life, but Emo under the vision. Echo Slam, Fissure, they need more lockdown, they've got the Hex, and now with the Shackles, they will kill off Emo. That is a kill for Ghost, who adds to at least getting himself a bit more gold and getting himself on the board. They do also get a kill there onto Ollie.
I think you go Roche. You finally got some kills, some pretty big ones too. Storm Spirit, take away some of those galvanized stacks. But also he was just worth a lot of gold, over 1,000 for the team in total. And now they're going to get Roche. Yeah, definitely just throw down the ults, take what you can, and this will help cut the gold lead down and give yourself the Aegis to work with. Though it is being contested.
Try and contest this without the Storm, but he's up in 7 seconds. They just need to be able to hold on. The Illuminate's coming through. They got the silence, and now they'll go the dead shot. Oh, the Aegis snatched by Beyond. Oh, dear.
That's a disaster.
Oh, God. Has the BKB ready.
I mean, that was really well done.
I'm earthquake proof.
That was really well done. They knew, you know, we don't want to directly fight. We don't have the Storm Spirit, but we have the vision from Dark Ascension. I'll pop BKB, send in the dead shot. We'll just try, you know? If we don't get it, it's not even that big of a deal. But if we do get it, then wow, have we just broken the spirits of Nigma. I mean, they're pretty resilient players. They're going to keep going, you know, but that feels real bad. You thought you had something going for you. Now you're going to have to settle for a Muerta kill, maybe.
It's a long time to be pierced and veiled as they're trying to get this kill. They will not get it yet. The dead shot connects, still alive. Oh, finally. They get themselves at least the decay to get that. Oh, God, that looked like one that was going to get away and even more debilitating to the mental.
Yeah, I mean, when you have to work that hard for a Muerta support kill, which you kind of predicted. She's been doing pretty well. I see a Dragonlance queued up. She got the Atos, got the drums. Like, I fulfilled my job as a support. It's time for some damage. I'm going to start right-clicking, guys.
Oh, wait, Ghost, you know, I was looking, he got that first kill on the Storm, but it must not have been while Storm, somehow with the Desolator, must not have been while the Storm was corrupted by Deso, because he didn't get charges for that. They're going to chase. They're going to go Fissure, Totem, Noob, trying to survive, goes into the Flesh Golem, throws a decay out, only hits on one of these heroes. They've got the Shackle. It is on the Beyond. They do give a Tombstone seemingly for free. It's 200 gold there for the Medusa. Fiend's Grip on a Ghost. He is in trouble. The Echo Slam comes out, but now they go to the Stone Gaze. They hit the X, and it doesn't mark the spot for them to finish the kill just yet. Nobody dead on the side of Yakuto just yet. And now they will get Sumail. They will get the kill onto the Earthshaker. They will take the Aegis away from Beyond. There is still a lot coming here from the side of Nigma to try and go for Fly. But the Nightmare isn't enough to get the save. Ghost still going in. He's got 4 heroes around him. No help! Where is your team? Oh dear. Ghost is in and nobody sees him. He needed a lens of truth to help him out to see where he was at, and that is unfortunate because Fly, who seems so vulnerable at the moment, was the one who got that kill. The Gorgon's grasp, the goal for Noob. He is still surviving. They hit the Hex on a Beyond, but he is able to walk away. Oh, dear.
I don't even know if you need to push that hard at the end. The start of that fight was already really good. That was a little risky to chase that hard, but you know, they get out. It works out. I gotta say, that was really good execution from Nigma, especially the Earthshaker. Sumail was very patient, knew the Fiend's Grip was gonna come out. He's like, I'm gonna go Echo, I'm gonna cancel it, gonna line up this Fissure. So close to getting a quick double kill on Storm and Bane, and then you turn it around. But they just lack the damage because they're 7k behind. And if he had that Kaya in that fight, right, that's probably the damage to finish the job. And then you get a winning fight. And this is why Dota is a game of inches or centimeters, depending what region of the world you're from, where just every little bit helps you in the next fight. And, you know, it's Nigma on the back foot. So this fight does not work out for them.
Yeah, it doesn't work out. And now Ghost ends up dead. He does not like to feel that kind of pressure on him. And you can see the net worth is starting to split between not only him and the Medusa, but the other two cores on the side of Nigma Galaxy. You can see Sumail's kind of struggling a little bit to find gold. But of course, the big fact that they do have themselves a Muerta that is getting a bit of net worth under their belt. They go to the Hex, it's onto the Storm. They're chasing Omar. They've got Beyond nearby, but Omar is not going to be the one who ends up getting got. Sumail needs to maybe try and escape this. He throws a Fissure and a Totem to clean up a creep wave TP attempt. Oh, God, Emo.
Oh, so close.
You said game of inches, game of kilometers. I mean, that is, woo.
You do have to take those. You have to take those risks. You know, there's another world where he does get caught, and it's like, oh, why did he do that? That's so bad. But I mean, when you're this far behind, you have to delay them from pushing. You have to cut these creeps. And of course, it's risky, but I mean, you're not going to catch up if you don't take any risks. So you just need small things like that where you barely get away. Like, that's how you slowly come back in a game of Dota where you're this far behind, which is going to continue being tough because here's the Tormentor taken, and it goes over to the Bane, which is much better than the Muertas. Well, maybe Baboka doesn't think so. You know, he's building towards right click. He wants that shard, but you usually don't have any stacks this early, so the farming speed on Bane will go much better for your team. Nigma's trying to find them on the retreat after the Tormentor. You know, they're all low from doing it. Can you get a quick kill? But a very good escape from Yakuto, and Nigma, a little unlucky too, chose the path that no one took.
Definitely the path less traveled, especially by the Radiant side. Throw down the Giga Ward, try and grab a tier 2 tower. They've got this Deso, they have the damage to put some hard hits on it, but will anybody react to try and defend this? Doesn't look to be the case. There's that back door for a moment. Creeps come in, and that is a tier 2 tower for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I don't think they're too worried about defending that. I feel like they're closer to their own timings, and they needed to wait for their own skills to be up. They're actually smoking now. They've had a chance to heal up. They want to go while some ultimates are down. And Knight is up now, right? You don't even have to use your Dark Ascension strictly. Well, now you will, but you were hoping at the tail end of the night to find it.
Beyond 2,200 gold. Ooh, yeah, another kill here on a GH. And they will find Omar. They've got the dust ready. And they will get both supports on Nigma Galaxy. I understand GH being here. He's been here a lot, trying to get some farm, trying to push out these waves with the Illuminate. You got that +1 with Omar in the vicinity, though, and you know, how many heroes need to be that far on the other side of the map?
In a way, I think you want to, again, going back to you are behind, you need to force them to go back, which they did, right? That was a lot of heroes coming to their own half of the map. But because they are so far ahead, you know, Fly's free to, okay, I'll be over here farming. You know, I'm okay, like, moving away as soon as the fight ends. I'm not scared of running into their heroes. So it's not that bad either, making that play and getting support kills. Especially as you're just biding your time. You're waiting for the second Roche. You're going to finish a Scotty on Medusa. Curious what he decides to build on the Storm. Oh, there we go. BKB. I was thinking BKB makes sense to line it up, but maybe he wanted something else. Something a little greedier, perhaps. No, it's going to go for the safe BKB. You're going to line up all these timings nicely, get that second Aegis, get the banner, push high ground. Here's the Crystallis for, is that the TA I saw?
Had they just stepped a little bit more forward, they might have been able to take out the Fly Courier, but he didn't buy that ulti orb on it anyway because he's short the last bit of gold. You get the top tier 1, but Ghost, he's going into the Crystallis. He wants to get this Linken's to feel a little bit more safe in these fights defensively. And unfortunately, you know, now you've skipped it, do you feel like you can step up to these heroes? You've got Omar who's trying to get a big defensive item in the BKB to try to stand his ground there when he's shackling or hexing or controlling in any way. But it ain't going to be easy. I think a big turnaround point, as we've talked about, was that Roche in that bottom area of the map. And them not getting that Aegis was a big play here for Yakuto to shut down what was seemingly the beginnings of a comeback.
Yeah, it should have been 5 minutes of strength for them to recover. Instead, it ended up being 5 minutes of continual punishment.
Can they find the fight, though? These traps are down, the smoke, they go into the triangle, maybe they can get them from behind, but they know exactly where Ghost is, and he doesn't really have a way of escape. He actually went further towards the tier 2 tower, putting him away from his team, and that means he's dead. His team was wrapping around the other way, which means they cannot get there to save him.
That's the strength of the Night Stalker. You pop ult, you see everything you need to see in these fights. So even though he does get a fast blink away on the TA, you just can't out-blink a Storm Spirit Zip. You get run down. Like you said, I think even if he goes towards his team, you probably still can't take that fight. So, I don't know. Maybe it's better that it was just one hero. They're going to try, though. I'm not sure about this.
This is rough. But
she does a lot of damage.
That Beyond dies very quickly. So they at least get one. And they're delaying the Roche getting Beyond. Does it delay the Roche enough for Ghost to be back?
That was
it's going to be 1 minute till Roche goes top, too. So this timing is going to be interesting.
Okay, I was not a believer in that, but between the damage amp of Undying, I don't know if there was a solar bind in there, but they all landed spells at once and just deleted the Night Stalker.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. And they're pulling Roche, just trying to get it away from Yakuto, who are definitely sitting there. Deadshot lands
all
immediately on Ghost.
1-2 seconds right there.
Pulling Roche, they've got the Hex, it's on the Muerta, ball lightning into the Vortex, pierce the Veil, they want to get this kill onto the Muerta, but he's got the Rod of Atos, there's the Hurricane Pike to get some distance. Fly walks in, Roche hitting on Ollie. And there's the stun onto Noob, he needs to be careful. Ghost doesn't exactly have the damage to get the kill on a Fly very quickly at all, but Roche is still here, and he's going to start moving in 5 seconds. Does somebody want to continue to grab this? The dead shot misses, but Beyond, he's got that dominated Wild Wing Ripper that pushes Ghost out of the pit, and now somebody needs to go in, but it's another snatch! Oh, God! And Nigma Galaxy, they cannot grab the Aegis! And that is going to be Sumail dead. Fiend's grip on a Ghost, he's gone too. And that all starts because that Wild Wing Ripper pushes the TA out of the pit, and they had already fissured. There was not really a way back in.
There's actually so many sick plays there back-to-back from both teams. So they know it's really hard to force Roche for both teams because of Stone Gaze being up. Like, as it gets close, you pop it, run in, steal it away. Same thing with Echo. You can't all rush in the pit or you get killed. So they fissure block the front to prevent the Stone Gaze steal, but the Hurricane creep that's in there just pushes him out so that you have time to get in there, and only Storm can go in easily with the zip, and so he steals it. That's actually such a sick series of plays back-to-back, which in the end does favor Yakuto Bros. Now you have all the power you wanted. Yeah, maybe you would have put the Aegis on the Medusa to actually hit the buildings, but you're not going to complain about having it on the Storm Spirit, which I actually think is also decent on him. Medusa's proven very difficult to kill anyways. She has the evasion that this TA is not doing well enough. Otherwise, you could have an MKB, but I mean, you're 5,000 gold behind the Medusa. That's the MKB difference right there.
Oh, yeah. Fly died 11 minutes into the game when they dropped an Echo Slam on him, and that was the only time that he's died. It is in the Medusa show since. And it seems like it's going to be the Medusa show afterwards. Oh, Ghost caught by Beyond, and Emo needs a lot of help. But they are still going in. They've got the BKB. They go to the Stone Gaze. They hit the Hex. It's onto Fly. They go in a little bit deep, but they do not want to go up onto the high ground and past. Job not done just yet. For Yakuto, they got to get it done completely to force this game 3.
I can't believe there were 2 Roche snatches. I feel that's quite rare.
One is rare, yeah, too. I don't know how many
I wonder
games
if we
we've
have a
had
stat on that. I wonder how many snatches there have been in a Dota game, like a pro Dota. Because it's quite rare. You usually secure it yourself. Like that's probably 95% of Roches. Like you just secure your own Roche. Or you steal Roche. You steal the kill and the Aegis. But actually they get the kill and you steal the Aegis is rare to happen twice. Maybe a third time if we keep going. Because it's looking pretty rough for Nigma. They're 15k down, but this has happened to them in this very tournament itself, and they seem to hang on and drag it out. Maybe they don't win it all the time, but they will make you work for it. And if you slip up, they could take this back. I mean, this is massive Serpent Ward and a TA. Right, so if you slip up, you wipe going high round, they will run down to your base and take barracks real fast.
My question just really is, how many items away from that are they in reality?
From rushing down the base.
From taking a fight, first of all. I mean, they will find Ollie. And that is 1 kill. That's gold going their way for Noob. But like, now you've got Ghost, who was thinking about going back into the BKB to try and, you know, have more survivability, which I think they desperately need, but have committed to the Daedalus. They are in such a bleak position. And Yakuto, they're working with an Aegis for another minute and a half. They don't have to force themselves to make moves because I think they feel as though they are really far ahead items-wise. It's just going to take so much for the side of Nigma to get back into the game.
They're definitely ahead now. I do think we're at the point where you want to capitalize on your advantage, right? You actually want to break the base, which is what they're committing to now. They were trying to do what happened last game, which is, you know, spend most of Aegis looking for a pickoff. If you get it, great. Take buildings then. Otherwise, force it at the end of Aegis, though this is a little deep.
Yeah,
Chain stun?
Aegis killing him once isn't going to be exactly the best. Meanwhile, you know, Ghost isn't here. He just took a Tormentor. He got a shard for GH. That doesn't matter, though. Noob is dead. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge, so he will be back immediately. Emo still holding on to this Aegis for another 34 seconds, but they'll take that out with a Decay and a Totem shot from Sumail. But can they get the control continually? The Fissure nowhere near the mark. They got the 2-3 up towards top. Fly standing his ground. Do they have the damage to even get a kill here? Again,
Deny
still,
it.
Ghost is not here. Finally shows up. Fissure. There's some blocking potential, but can go the other way. Yeah, he still has Beyond though to just pop Dark Ascension, BKB, and jump in. So not bad, honestly. Yakuto, they get themselves the melee racks. Rangeax isn't going to heal up. Top lane's going to be exposed a little bit. That's going to be pushing in. But do Nigma Galaxy have anything in the tank to really start to pull it back? These BKBs are going to be very, very necessary in step 1.
I mean, we kind of see the damage, right? The Storm has Aegis, so of course he feels a bit more comfortable to zip in that far, but he can die, right? Like, that's the thing. It's hope. You feel very hopeless when you just don't have the damage to kill anyone. You do have the damage to kill people here, but they have saves, so it's very tricky. You got to find the right fight, but that means there's a chance. And that's what you have to be careful of. You feel comfortable with the state you're in on Yakuto. You've got the top lane barracks, at least the melee, so that should push in, right? You just proceed very carefully here. Sit behind your Medusa. Keep chipping away at towers. Wait for Roshan, things like that. If you find pickoffs ahead of time, great. If not, you don't force anything, and you should be good. But if you slip up, if you lose sight of it, you lose a little bit of focus, feel 2 ahead, right? That's where you can give some kills over to this TA, who maybe is going to die herself right now.
No, TA went meld and then got away, but GH not so fortunate. That was
onto keepers, just to support, but that actually is still enough. the Coddle Blast are very annoying for your high ground. So actually, while he's dead, you're going to do a little bit of damage here. You don't have to commit too hard, but just chip away while you can.
Time to grab a tier 3 with illusions. Don't go up too far.
Yeah, I mean, off that kill, right, they took about 2/3 of that tower. Very safe, just off a support kill. You're just going to repeat that. Nigma's going to smoke out, trying to break this cycle, trying to find any kill they can. They can find Muerta top, but they don't have any vision.
That is not a fast kill. Has not been a fast kill for them either. Has the Hurricane Pike now. Has a Ranabetos trying to go in to get in that BKB. But the one who continues to get seen is Ali. We get the kill there onto the Bane. And they need to all escape. Nobody's coming over anyway. But it does push them a little bit more gold forward on this BKB for Ghost. Sumail not really farming much at this moment for the BKB.
No, there's not been a lot of space, believe it or not, as Yakuto has been keeping all the lanes shoved in. This move out gets you a Bane kill, but more importantly, it gets you on the map to try to de-ward, place your own wards. They do need to find this one on the cliff, though, that is scouting out a couple of them. I think they're waiting for the courier to come out. If you don't miss that, you might have a false sense of security, though.
Ooh. This is seeing GH, but they back off it. They back off that ward. Roche potentially up at this moment, but not up at all. At least not yet. Will there be a third snatched Aegis?
That would be crazy. Every Roche is snatched. I don't even care which team. I would love it. Let's see a third snatch.
That'd be crazy. I'm manifesting right now.
I would love it, but it's really tough because this is looking quite secure for Yakuto Bros. They have really good vision set up. That cliff ward is still there. Who could be? It would have to be like Earthshaker blink echoing and grabbing it, but he doesn't have a BKB, so he might get stunned on the way in.
Let's see. They will look up at the high ground again. Hex hit BKB from Omar, ready to just go and stand his ground. Now Fly turns this one, and that's the BKB used by Omar. The fissures have crossed paths, but this isn't really doing enough. They nullify Ghost. They got the Vortex. Here comes Beyond. Ghost saved by the Soul Rip. Oh, coming back towards the side of Yakuto and ends up gone. They just cannot help him enough.
That was an unfortunate force step. I think multiple happened at the same time, so he spun around. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but went in the wrong direction. That's going to be... Well, Fly stuck in a weird spot, but had enough range to take the barracks at least. Can he get out of here? Manta's out.
Ooh. Can they clean up anything from this? Fissure on it too? Alright. Maybe they can get something, but there's the Nightmare, and that's new being sent back.
The Nightmare has been so good. It's why Bane and Ringmaster are very good versus Shadow Shaman, or actually Fiend's Grip as well, if it's like Ringmaster versus him, because that was the BKB reveal from Shadow Shaman. They were trying to get a lot off of that, like, let's lock her down, let's kill her. They can't stop me because of this BKB, and he's not going to Fiend's Grip me. Oh, he just Nightmared the Medusa, and that ends the Shackle BKB. Right? That's why that save is so good, while you just sit behind Medusa, let her hit the buildings. They secure mid. They're going to go reset, get this Roche. It's now the third Roche, so you're going to have a Refresher Shard. I guess you give that to Storm. 2 BKBs, 2 Hexes. That's pretty good.
You have Echo Slam. Do you have to contest this?
Well, you've got to. Otherwise, we're not going to get a third snatch in this game.
The game's going 60 minutes. Come on.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're right. You're right. What am I saying? They're not going to make it in time for this. This is falling pretty quick.
Disappointment, unfortunately, for all the Aegis stealing fans out there.
How many fantasy points is an Aegis snatch?
I don't even know if that's
I don't
even
know. Yeah, it
in
may not be
the
counted.
criteria.
10,000.
All of a sudden, maybe I'm catching up.
Well, with the Aegis now secured, the last Aegis was on
they
the
know they're
Storm,
gonna go for this shrine.
but I think you wanted it on the Medusa, which they have it now, so they can just sit behind her. They're not quite behind her yet. Okay, now here they are.
Waiting for the damage. 8 ain't coming. Hex reflecting the nullifier. Ghost is
There's
dead
some
again.
damage.
The story of the ghost was quite short.
No
And this
ghost.
trip to the shrine was short as well.
80 seconds. I don't think you're defending this last set of barracks here. Really aggressive banner placement, though.
Even 200 gold, but that means you're going to get hexed, reflect the nullifier again. Again, Fly in a very vulnerable position, but he's got an Aegis this time. BKB's going to be popped by Boca. They go to get the kill onto Noob. 2 heroes, no buyback, and this is your bottom set that's going to be quite vulnerable. You do still have a ranged barracks with 66 health over mid, so if they get just the bottom, it's just the bottom center axe and not mega creeps just yet. But there's Zemo coming in with a refresher. They've got the double hex on to the Earthshaker. Sumail ends up dead. He'll buy back immediately. They're looking to get the Fiend's Grip and the kill on a Noob, and they will. He is dead for quite some time. The ceaseless dirge ceases to exist.
It's gonna be the last barracks secured here. Yakuto looking like they've secured their way to a game 3 here in classic Nigma fashion. They'll hold on until the very last moment. You know, maybe something possesses Yakuto to lock into the Fountain S5 to get a massive blink echo. I think that's
Watching the
step
LGD
one.
replays.
Step 1 of a 6-step plan to get back into this game.
Oh, Ghost gets the BKB off, but that has not looked like it has mattered all too much. The Lotus is what helps out too, but Ghost steps in for a split second and then just kind of
steps
melts.
back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just sitting behind Medusa. No mana, but 2 minutes on this Aegis. I don't see a way to kill her twice. Again, outside of perhaps
kill me,
bringing her
replenish
to the
my mana.
fountain somehow.
Everybody buy 4 staff.
Now that would be a hype play. 5 4-staff into
okay.
fountain.
Gets the Aegis kill off the Psionic Trap. But you're not going to have this ward anymore. Can they kill Medusa for a second real time? Ball lightning in deep, not catching anybody, but the throne is exposed. They should be able to get the kill here on a Noob. He still doesn't have the ceaseless dirge. The calling is down, the blink is forward, the stone gaze active. They are looking to kill off all these zeros on the side of Nigma Galaxy. They get the kill on Omar and Ghost. The throne explodes, and game 2 goes to YB.
I really like that early game from Yakuto.
။စိုင်းကျော်လက်ဖေးတစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖေးဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလိမ့်မယ်။တ တပိတ်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးစိုင်ဖြိုချူစိမ့်တပိတ်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်တီးဆိုင်ဖြိုတပိတ်ကတပိတ်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီစိုင်ဖြိုရတာစစ်စစ်စန်တီးဆိုင်ဖြိုတပိတ်
ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
ရုပ်ရှင်အဖြစ်မြင်တွေ့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပြီးမျောလင်းချက်ကြီးကြီးမားမားတွေရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဘောကြလို့လည်းဆော့ဖြစ်တယ်။ခံကုန်ပြောရရင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဆော့မှုသမျှတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံးရှိတဲ့ဂိမ်းတော့သွားချ။
အများကြီးမှရှိပြီးတော့ retro game တွေကစလို့နောက်ဆုံးတော့ game machine တွေအများကြီး
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စီတာ Bella Roll-on ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
但算比那毛嘞，不拉多人留我这个，shiny 叫马嘞
Shiny စမြင့်အောင်စီမွေး Shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကက်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စန်နယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော် Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှင်းညက်စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ် Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ဘော်ဒါရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမှမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ coffee rich creamy together no yada ချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
ရုပ်သားတောင်းတမင်းကြိုက်တာလားရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ထဲသွားဟာတဲ့ရစားဖို့တွေ့လားရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုစားလူရန်သားမျိုးစားကုန်တယ်ရှမ်းကြီးရှိတော့တအားပြုံးတိုင်းထမင်းမိန်ပဲလက်ပတ်ဆုံးအကောင်းဆုံးကရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ပြောရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုချင်းဒီမဲရပါတော့ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုစားမင်းစင်မဲဟစ်တော့ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုချင်းချင်းငန်းငန်းဆက်ဆက်ရှမ်းကြီးငပိလက်ပတ်ကိုကောင်းဆုံးပဲရှင်
High Sport ရဲ့ News Program လေးကြိုဆိုလိုက်ပါတယ်
Sunday Night Coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica Coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှားပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှားမနေပဲ နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မော်နေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက် coffee Sunday နှက်ဖြော် coffee
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ coffee ရနဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ coffee ရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မရှိမဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
စပြီးကြိုက်တော့ပါလား item လေးဆက်တာမလို့ရော TBD တွေစုတာခံရရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေ Roshan ဆော့တဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအတွက် item က video guide နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်လွှင့်ပြသတော့မယ် Story Matter
စိုင်းကျော်လက်ဖေးတစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖေးဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖေးဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးစိုင်းကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖေးရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်Sunday ဆိုင်ဖြော်လက်ဖေးကတစ်ဖေးချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ဖြော်ရတာစစ်စစ် Sunday ဆိုင်ဖြော်လက်ဖေး
ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကာဝယ်ပေးပါမယ်။ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
ရုပ်ရှင်အဖြစ်မြင်တွေ့ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပြီးမျှော်လင့်ချက်ကြီးကြီးမားမားတွေရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။ဘောကြလို့လည်းဆော့ဖြစ်တယ်။ခံကုန်ပြောရရင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဆော့ဖို့သမျှတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံးရှိတဲ့ဂိမ်းလောက်သွားကြ။
အများကြီးမှရှိပြီးတော့ retro game တွေကစလို့နောက်ဆုံးတော့ game machine တွေအများကြီး
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll-on ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်ဆဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
但算比那毛嘞，不拉多人留我这个 shiny 叫 shiny 叫嘛嘞
shiny စင်မြအောင်စီမွေး shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စံတော်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလားရှိုင်းလေးကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မံထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်ရှိုင်းလေးထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပျက်စီးခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်ရှိုင်းလေးစံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ border ရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament throwback
TBD rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာလူမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ coffee rich creamy together no ရတာချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
high sport ရဲ့ news program တွေကြိုဆိုလိုက်ပါတယ်
Sunday Net Coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica Coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica Coffee စစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့ Net Coffee Sunday Net Pure Coffee
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ coffee ရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ coffee ရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ခွက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ပြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်
unbeatable in this scenario currently, but yeah, we're getting it out of here, and it leaves open one of the heroes that we haven't really we didn't really see in the last game, but it was the Dawnbreaker.
It also leaves open Natures and Naga Siren. Two heroes that have a very high contest rate, though amazingly, no hero. We're only into the second day. No heroes have 100% pick and ban, which happens a lot. That there's just one or two heroes at the top that are just so strong, but that shows I'm gonna say the balance of the game. Admittedly, a lot of the heroes have like 98% pick ban, so it's still quite high.
There is that Nature's Prophet picked by Ayakuto Brothers first, and then the kind of immediate response of going into the Lycan. And we saw game one, Lycan noob played really well. I'm ready to see it again. Both these picks are definitely, I don't know, I like to see it. They're definitely hard to deal with if you're a support, though.
Yeah, I think that's the question now. How do you deal with this? For the natures, you kind of want to... I want to say you want to force it to be support, because I think core natures is even more obnoxious to deal with. Since he reaches that level 25, you've got that endless TPing everywhere, which you'd love a hero like Storm Spirit who can zip around and catch him, and since you kind of banned a lot of those out, it means the core Nature's Prophet could be a real menace. I think the Lycan helps with that, since you don't actually have an escape on the Natures, so you can easily be run down by the Lycan and his creeps. Bat Rider can also find you, flying through the trees, burning them down, doesn't care about Sprout, knocks you out of Sprout, lassos you. So two heroes really good at finding and catching the Nature's Prophet while he's trying to split push, while he's trying to farm far back in the jungle. You could still run him core. We'll have to see what the rest of the draft is, but if you already want to move him towards support, pick some different heroes, I think that'll be fine.
All right, interesting. Also, with the pickup here of the Bat Rider, we've seen previous Nature's Prophets like to sprout BKB TP out, but you don't have that option anymore. Life ain't that easy, so I like your idea of maybe seeing this kind of fall down the position line. Enchantress, 7 picks, 43% win rate.
She's a strong laner, which you need versus this Bat Rider and the Lycan. Lycan, farming up to that Helm Dom, that's when he really hits his timing, so you can steal away the wolves if you want. You're also just very annoying, harass him down. The Bat Rider wants the lane to go well, so it can be free, so he can go stack and farm. And as soon as you do that versus an Enchantress, your offlaner is getting bullied. So it's going to force you to stay in the lane a little bit longer. You're not going to get that super fast blink that you like to farm for.
God, I love that animation for Pango. Big bowling fan over here. I'm a bowler myself.
Oh, nice.
The only thing that would make that animation better is if once he hits the pins, it just does the Nintendo strike, and like that would just somebody could make that. Thumbs up to you. That would be great. Enchantress played once by YB, the Yakuto Brothers. It's played by Bobica, who did end up losing that game.
That is true. He's one of the few heroes who will play position for Enchantress. It's usually almost always a position 5.
When they had it, they went Bane as their other support. Do you potentially go Prophet 5, Enchantress 4?
You can.
Or the other way around? Save myself there? You had a lot of, you didn't answer me with such confidence, so I had to make sure I didn't sound too stupid.
Me thinking it through. I was slow brain processing power over here. Well, hold that thought. Let's see what the other heroes, because that might help us decide where they should go. Ooh, Monkey King clones everywhere. Lore accurate. So the Monkey King come out. Could be carry, could be mid. Potentially you could just do like the mid Monkey King versus the mid Pango. But if you do pair it with the Pugna in the... Like, let's say you pick an offlaner weak to this. I mean, that is a terrifying safe lane to have to play against. The Monkey King going to be running you down. Pugna, such an annoying support, which you could swap, actually. Pugna and Bat Rider can actually swap lanes depending where the matchup is better. Now you gotta actually, now you have to decide where this enchantress should go with her enchant, because it is a dispel as well as a very strong slow. So it can deal with Decrepify, but every time Bat Rider tries to Firefly at you, you can just enchant him and walk away. So it's actually quite strong against both those supports. I don't know where you put it. Queen of Pain.
What you could do is just put it on whomever and see where the matchups are and see what you like best, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be player specific. You could just, we've seen the swap before. We saw it our first day. We saw players swap their support positions.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. You don't need to, oh, I'm the 4, I only go into the off lane.
I do think Dota is moving that way more and more. In the past, the lane swaps would sometimes happen, but it was a little bit rare. But nowadays, you're seeing players move around and heroes moving around. You know, like there's been some Tinker position 1 from P-Vision. We're getting to that stage where it's going beyond, oh, the carry must be in the safe lane. You know, we are getting into the wild ages of Dota.
It's my favorite part of the of Dota is the wild ages. So I'm super down for whatever we get here and wherever we get it, because I like to see that variability where players can just, their heroes can just go wherever they want. Let me have that. Let me enjoy supports being so good they could be cores, and cores being, you know, that's what facets open up, right?
Yeah, and I think this game, Nature's support transitioning into an eventual core looks pretty good here. I think Spirit Vessel is really strong versus Pugna and the Monkey King. You can also help find the Monkey King, and it's less dangerous. Like, if you're a core, you want to be farming real deep, and they've got so many heroes to go find you, and you don't know, and if you get killed, that feels really bad if you're the carry. So I think you just make this a support Natures, pick a new carry. That's what Nigma is also thinking, so they're banning out some last pick carries here.
They ban out that Weaver. Could have been a 1, could have been a Bobica 4 Weaver with the Prophet going 1. Seen it before. Bobica loves playing that. Guys, I production, let me fantasize a little bit over here. Come on, guys.
No, you're right. You're right. Support Weaver's doable. Clearly, no team wants to do it right now, but it's doable.
This is happening too much. I'm giving away my bracket real easily.
Where's the Phantom Assassin right now?
I ban it every game.
10 seconds remaining.
Very strong carry.
5 seconds.
Come on, guys, please. But maybe that Weaver's a thought into just banning these carries. Nature's Prophet. Got to make sure that they have that Nature's Prophet support.
I think some of the idea is that your catch is not that great. Right now you have Boundless Strike and you have Lasso, right? You don't want to be dealing with a Shikuchi Weaver time lapse and all that. It's a huge pain, especially when you've already got to deal with the Queen of Pain, even the Pango, right? So actually grabbing a Spirit Breaker here. So it is going to be a carry Nature's Prophet unless we're getting real wild. Likely a position 4 Spirit Breaker with the 5 Enchantress, which is going to give him a lot of lockdown. You're going to be able to chase this Monkey King, maybe even this Lycan running around, get to the Pugna in the back line. I like the idea, but your laning stage is kind of weak. We've seen that decide a lot of these the games this series, is that you have the idea of the support being good later, but you just come out of the lanes too far behind and never really get to do it.
That last pick, SF mid, and it puts Ghost in the safe lane. Monkey King, Ollie does end up going on the Enchantress. That puts Bobica on the 4 position. Spirit Breaker, Fly on the Nature's Prophet. Who are you liking? And I don't say it like that as a pun on Lycan.
Well, you should have intended it. It was a good one.
I had to be honest.
So if I would just looked at the draft, I would say I think I like Yakuto Brothers draft a little bit more. Feels like it covers more of the bases. you know, Spirit Breaker's going to go charge someone. You're going to have a core Nature's TP in. I do think that's what scares me a little bit, is if this core Nature's gets hunted down by Lycan, Bat Rider, and Monkey King. But following our trend of how does the lanes go, I'm thinking about the mid lane, how pivotal it has been. And I think the idea of the Shadow Fiend is that, okay, Queen of Pain, you know, kind of bullies a lot of heroes who's left in the pool that hasn't been banned out. Shadow Fiend, you know, push the lane in, just jungle. This is where Spirit Breaker can be quite scary, though. Spirit Breaker plus Enchantress, great roamers to come mid on a very immobile mid hero. And then if you want to, like, really get this guy, Nature's could TP in, too. You could have 4 heroes ganking Sumail. And it's what they tried game 1. It didn't quite pan out. Game 2, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And I feel like game 3, maybe you go for it again because you know how much momentum he typically brings. But maybe then Noob gets space on the Lycan, and we saw how well he can do in game number 1. You know, give this guy space. He was microing all over the place, running down heroes.
It was tough.
I don't know. Gonna be a fun game 3, I think.
I think so too. And I'm looking at these drafts and I see the lack of lockdown for both these teams. You know, a lasso, balance strike. Meanwhile, potentially Sprout, Rolling Thunder, a charge in there with an ult. Maybe Enchantress has something in the back pocket for you. But this is, you know, 2 teams that are going to kind of roam free in these fights. So the benefits of that, in my opinion, probably benefit, and I agree with you, Yakuto, more. Quap not feeling really much fear. And maybe Fly is just able to position however he wants. And if Beyond's in the fight knocking you up, I don't know if Nigma Galaxy have the tools necessary to deal with it.
Okay, quick. Will into existence the 60 kills at 20 minutes. Endless bloodbath game we were hoping for in another series. No, they're scattering. I thought we were going to have a 5-on-5 at this first bounty rune. Come back, guys.
Unfortunately not.
Come back.
No fights for us, but before the horn, or I say that, the smokes end up getting broken up in the top area. The Dominator already queued up for Lycan. What is new? I'm curious to see what Bobica wants to build. What's his Spirit Breaker build? Because he goes a little bit different than everybody else on everything that he enjoys. So we'll see what he ends up going for in GH. Take some damage here from Emo. The bounty runes will be 3 for the side of Nigma Galaxy. And, you know, that's quite a nice start, at least here for Nigma, when they got to try and make these lanes secure. Charge coming through on a Ghost, but this is just the charge. Not really the most effective thing in the world, but Beyond going to block this creep wave. He wants his creep wave to go under the tower. And it will. And meanwhile, top Fly already at about half health.
I like the emphasis on the bottom lane. The Monkey King can be a lane dominator versus Pango, who's a melee hero. You do have 2 escapes, but you're level 1, so you've only got 1 right now. So I like this creep block to get yourself to a level where you're no longer scared of the Monkey King. So far, so good, as long as you don't get punished too hard before you hit those higher levels.
Fly just gets burnt out. Just a flame break and Noob running him down. Okay.
This is why flame break's really good. It just, you know, puts you out of position on these immobile heroes. Lost a lot of his health while the Enchantress was bottom trying to set up the Pango. So maybe a little bit too far up now being punished. At least he's able to TP back right away so doesn't miss too many creeps.
That is not the start you want for Yakuto at all. Fly trying to get revenge top, but this is just not turning into anything. At least not at the moment. And another flame break. They want to go. They want to find something. And they'll put some heavy damage here early on to the Enchantress. Things already proven to be a strong lane here for Nigma Galaxy. And dealing with this Sprout, everybody's got their Quoing Blades, right, guys? Yeah, everybody's got them except for the SF mid. So they're all ready, just in case. This top lane, we'll see how Ali does, but he is hurting. Mid, taking a look, 11-2 to the 9-1 of the Queen of Pain. Emo had a good game in the last one, and we'll see what he can do here in this game number 3. Picks up that water rune and eats a couple of raises. There's another one. Pops the water rune, TPing away. Oh, God.
That was scary.
I just picked up a water rune, filled up, sipped up, let myself get hit by 3 raises, only to be forced out by TP. Show the answer on the board. It's Emo Min. That I was not expecting.
Sumail forcing the enemy mid to go home. Now that's something I was expecting. That was not the manner I thought it would be, but that's massive. I mean, he's doubled up his CS right away. And I know this was the counter pick. I don't think SF is supposed to shut down a Queen of Pain this hard, right? You're supposed to like bully a little bit, get more last hits because you have good damage, and then stack and farm those, not force her home with triple raise.
Triple raise, I'll be honest, Emo kind of stood there. I'm just saying. And now he's eating it again. There. Sometimes we get stun locked with just raises. And Emo not enjoying his time. Now he's got the 2-1-1, so he does have the blink option. But this should have been an easier lane, right? Like Shadow Strike should have been helping you out a little bit more. Charge came in on the Sumail, but didn't have any backup. Emo went towards top.
He's gonna kill this Bat Rider.
All right.
Get the Hellbear Thunderclap, slowing down the Bat Rider. That's why there was no help on the Sumail charge. There's action in the mid lane. Pugna's over here too.
Everybody is here right now. Blink forward. Uh-oh. Sumail getting charged again. Here comes the Hellbear Smasher with a clap. And the charge in, the kill for Ollie. The chase is on. Emo in trouble. And he is going to get burnt out by the Flame Break. Nature's Attendant's only level 1. The Nether Blast and the stacks are stacking. But the TP in from Fly. He's here to take some heroes out. But GH stands his ground for a second. There's no Sprout for 5, so there's no way to get another one.
This is how you punish the Shadow Fiend mid. When you bring this many heroes in, you just have no way to escape. Like, if you think about, like, Void Spirit, right? You just, like, dissimulate, dodge the charge, get away. A lot of the mobile mids can deal with Spirit Breaker, but Shadow Fiend can win the lane, susceptible to ganks. So this is going to have to keep going, because he is off to a great start. Got to keep punishing him to get Emo back into the game.
Trying to get back. 17-5, like, yeah, you got the assists, but still, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. Charges coming through onto Noob. They've also got Ollie in the area. But can they kill him? Noob blocked out by that Sprout, but again, under the tower, the TPs come in, and they just back away from that.
That's fine.
You forced it 1v1 bottom.
You force the rotations, you get half of Lycan's health, so he has to play a little more scared. You have a Spirit Breaker. He can go all over this map. He doesn't care.
And here he goes again. Towards Sumail, who's now level 6. Ollie is here. And moving forward, he does have a Requiem if he can get it off, and he does. Oh, that damage on the Emo. Come for me and I'll kill you.
Who's ganking
and he's
who?
got a double kill. Oh, Sumail still alive. Fly even came in, and he's got this stinky napalm on him at 4 stacks. He needs to survive. Finally gets the kill on a Sumail, ran up onto the high ground. Ollie looking to get a kill on a Omar. But man, Sumail's gonna make you pay. The Taxman is in, and you come to mid, he'll tax your gank.
Spirit Breaker charged through Bat Rider, and Sumail didn't react, and I was like, oh, that's strange. Oh, wait. He's pretty fast. I think he should be okay here.
Ghost is in maybe a little bit far. Sprout connects, but do they even have the catch to contain him? Not really. They have a charge on cooldown. That's it. This is a bloodbath of a kill a minute so far. We're over a kill a minute.
Maintain.
60 kills by 20.
Keep it going. We've had very slow, calculating games, you know, earlier. Now we've got the high-paced action. Not from Beyond, though, who's been quietly farming away, taking advantage of all the space and the chaos being made in what is a rough matchup. He's still behind, but has his level 6, so maybe they can make something happen here, especially as he's got his urn. Maybe if they see Monkey King coming back through the Twin Gate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane getting beat up and blasted.
Here comes the Natures.
Yeah, once again coming through. Ghost, Balanced Strike looking to survive this, but the charge and the Rolling Thunder control is there. And they get the kill on the Ghost, and that can open this up a little bit more here for Yakuto as they're trying to get Fly some more gold and really start to slow down this Monkey King. He's towards the top, but right now the reigning leader in the net worth, as you see on your screen, is Noob. He's got that Helm of the Dominator. He has dominated a Wildling Ripper, which we've seen be the MVP of a Roshan attempt.
What are the odds of seeing that again? Hurricane back the Enchantress, but they don't have actual lockdown, so she just skips away. Here's some actual lockdown. Not enough, though. Leave him be. He's getting flashbacks of being Requiem'd and triple raised.
Oh boy, Fly. Getting caught by Ghost. Getting hit there by Omar. No lasso to go with that, but that didn't matter. They were able to get this catch here onto the Nature's Prophet again. And this is carries, cores, everybody dying 5-5 already. Lycan's the one who's clear of death so far. Is he the only one?
You just put the creeps forward to the dangerous stuff. You play it safe. He's been doing a great job of that so far. They are trying to get a little bit more done with the creeps now.
Bobica sees Noob, first hit bash, 17%. Goes into the charge. There's the Wrath of Nature, not really doing a lot of damage here onto Noob. They actually want to focus some gold to get here on the Dominator. Creepy Mo gets an extra 100. Beyond sitting here bottom. He's going into a Spirit Vessel first. Ghost wants that Echo Saber. Sumail getting close to the edge of his life. He's looking to go Kaya Yasha. Things are slow, but for the moment, benefiting Nigma Galaxy, who are up 2,000 net worth. So Nigma Galaxy happy.
I think you have to wait for this Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider before you can really make plays. We talked about the lack of crowd control on Nigma, so you can't really make plays unless you can just run at them with the creeps, or say Pugna is set up in front of your tower. There's been so much action going around with Spearbreaker charging teleports that you would like to just set up on their jungle, place wards, and blast towers and send creeps, but you keep having to rotate around and help out, which is exactly what Yakuto needs to do. This will be a little easier as you take a tier 1 tower. Maybe they're gonna try to defend it?
Flame Break, but no Firefly initially. They're going to shape shift, and the charge actually stops them from getting the lasso off immediately, and Beyond's able to roll away. Because of the charge that cut through, Bat Rider for a split second was disrupted and couldn't get the lasso. Meanwhile, mid, there's a life drain, there's a TP over. It's going to be this Bat Rider coming in, and they just cannot kill GH. Sprout again, lasso now connecting on a fly, Sonic Wave pushing him back with a Balance Strike on a 3. Oh, the Decrepify doesn't matter. Bobica goes in with that Nether Strike. Ghost is going to get low, but he's being life drained, or well, life gained, but it's not enough from GH, and Sumail will end up getting a trade onto Bobica.
This is where your Shadow Fiend is strong, but you have no one to enable him to do the damage. He just keeps, trying to walk up, getting sprouted out, enchanted slowed, blink away. Can't actually do his damage. They'll at least deny the tower for their efforts, but you lose the Monkey King, and you ultimately lose the tower, which is still what Yakuto wants. They want to be able to charge freely. They want to be able to teleport wherever they want. Right side, Noob still free farming. On his way to the Helm of the Overlord. Only needs 1,000 more gold. It's going to be pretty good timing. Then you can start forcing some objectives a little bit easier. Roche for the Shadow Fiend that has been on, the target of so many ganks.
Looking nearby, and so is this Bat Rider who doesn't have lasso for another 15 seconds. Ollie is going into the Solar Crest. End up denying the bottom tier 1. What is Bobica going for? Yule's first. That is the first item. He's also got that Kobold Cup. Things slowed up a little bit. We'll see what is the next move for either of these teams. What do you expect coming in from Nigma Galaxy as they wait for this Blink Dagger on Omar?
Well, he's really hoping to get an Invis kill here with Requiem, but they're suspecting it. They even put a sentry down. All right, that's going to be the cue for Sumail to get out of here. I think Nigma is just waiting for the Blink Dagger and Helm of the Overlord on the respective heroes. Blink Dagger on Bat, Overlord on Lycan. Yakuto is trying to find plays a little bit more. They don't really have to wait for much, right? You just charge an isolated hero, teleport in the natures, whoever happens to be there of the remaining heroes helps out. So if you can just find scattered heroes, you're good to go. Force stuff out like this, that's fine too.
Just the charge too.
He doesn't know.
Maybe trying to come towards mid and get this kill on Emo, who right now thinks, hey, it's just wolves.
I mean, he didn't see the other heroes, so he doesn't know if that charge is going to lead to the rolls, everything else. So he's just popping it early, playing it safe.
Monkey King is here. Balance Strike stops the Rolling Thunder. And that doesn't really lead to anything for Noob. Now on cooldown for 80 seconds. He's going to have the Helm of the Overlord in a second, but not the best feeling in the world. Lasso. That connects. Monkey King is here. Beyond trying to get out of this, but another Balance Strike stops the Rolling Thunder. And with the Wukong's command and having that lasso, they will get that gold on Omar to push him close to this Blink Dagger after they get that kill. They need a little bit more, and Omar's been trying to farm some stacks. Sometimes he's been the beneficiary of his own stacks. Sometimes Ghost comes over and says, all right, I'll take these as he's farming them.
This game, I think you do want to give it to the Bat Rider in the interest of getting this blink. Can he be saved by the Pugna save?
Charges coming through. Oh, knockdown Ghost. Sonic Wave hit on a 3, but the Requiem goes off, and that Fear hits on a couple. Flame Break connects. The raises are there. Emo is dead. Nether Strike out, but Sumail's still alive, and the life drain coming from the low ground. GH keeping these heroes healthy. Bobica is dead, and Noob's up in the foreground. Boundless Strike connects. That's going to be a third. They're looking for them all. Ollie in trouble. The Rolling Thunder, what's it there for? They'll chase the ball. They'll still continue with you, and they might even go and get themselves a full team wipe if they can get this kill. Ghost moving forward. He's trying to find the Pango. Boundless Strike connects on the swashbuckling Pango. His Beyond is on the run. Do they have enough to catch up? No, they will give up chase, but that is 4 kills for the side of Nigma Galaxy. That is
GH did so much there. You commit onto his teammates, but he just sits behind them, decrepify, life drain, heal them up. Siphoning Ward going to heal him throughout this. So it starts with the Bat Rider, right? They think it's a pickoff, get him. Can't hit into Ethereal. It was a nice charge through to prevent the Monkey King abilities. It might have been somehow even more one-sided if that went off. But there's the Bat Rider, full health despite being the initial target. Oh, maybe we've almost got Sumail. Nah, maybe Sumail's full health. Back into the live game, maybe we kill the Pango, get the last outer tower.
Yeah, they shapeshifted, went for Beyond, got the kill. And, I mean, it's delayed, but it is a team wipe, I guess. Blink Dagger now for Sumail. You've got this Blink Dagger flying out for Omar that just got delivered, and now you have that to follow up and have that lasso. You can just play aggressive at this point with Ghost getting you that vision.
Yeah, this is what they were waiting for. This is the timing they need. You scout with the wolves, get your own wards down, see what you can find. Ring around the rosy. They don't quite catch sight of the Queen of Pain, so she's out for now.
Settle for an Enchantress, though. Rolling Thunder, not going to matter. Ollie's still dead. Ghost gets the kill. They go to the Wukong's command to maybe deter anybody from coming in with that Rolling Thunder. But that is... Well, that's it. It's just an Enchantress kill. I'm starting to really love this voice line.
Stockholm. It's grown on
Is
me.
it Mambo or Mango or... I have no idea. I'll have to ask,
Mondo is how it's
Mondo.
spelled. Yeah. I don't know what it means.
Alright, well...
You're gonna go support him. Get it. Spam out.
I might. Might have spent my allotted money.
Roach Snatch incoming? From a Satyr? From the top?
Oh!
Oh, not yet.
Throw the shockwave!
Wait.
Oh my god! That would have been sick. They tried and they won't get the kill onto Ghost. While that's all going on, they were like, oh, all right, you guys are going to do your Roche without Ghost? All right, well, we'll turn him into one.
I mean, this is the nice thing of pairing the Spirit Breaker with a Nature's Prophet, right? Usually you'd be okay to split push quickly with these kind of slippery heroes like Monkey King, but as soon as the charge is on you, you've got no idea. And in comes the stun, there's the global rotation, easy kills anytime you're scattered from your team.
What can they do? Not to get a kill on the Ghost, but what can they do while the Aegis is here? Lasso and Requiem. Beyond is going to die to Sumail. Sumail now going for the Ags. He's got, of course, that Yashikaya that he was going for. He's got the Aegis. Uh-oh. Sonic Wave. Omar, he ends up dead.
Sonic Wave gets Omar while the Croaker creep griefs Ghost over there. As they were trying to kill the Enchantress and the leap got interrupted by Tendrils of the Deep. I don't know if that was the Enchantress's cast or the auto creep cast, but Croaker was a big Yakuto fan.
The Croakers are a big fan of griefing. Biggest griefers in the game.
They use it more than any other creep. I don't know why their coding is different, but they love throwing out Tendrils.
They got this vision. They had that vision seeing Noob, seeing Ghost for at least a second. Getting some info to work with, knowing that they're top. They'll go for Sumail. He's got an amplified damage. You guys might want to be a little bit careful on this one. They don't need to be careful. Let's take the Aegis. Can they get a second? This team of Nigma Galaxy is reacting. And this is going to be Sumail in trouble.
Healing from the high
get
ground.
bounced up out of the high ground, but look at GH unbothered and untouched. Fly, Bomica both go down. They will drain and fill up Sumail's life as they get themselves a third, and that goes poorly for Yakuto again.
Guys, if you aren't playing Pugna in your pubs, you're missing out. The saves are just insane on this hero.
Well, you have nothing to really stop it, right?
When you don't have a lot of crowd control, yeah. That's why they got the Spirit Vessel to help try to mitigate this, and roll and charge are good for it, but they use it on the Shadow Fiend himself. Pugna runs in through the back, does it from the high ground in the trees, so they can't get to him easily. And as you try to get to him, I mean, you're just going to activate Siphoning Ward as well. You just go straight to pushing because everyone's healthy after a big team fight like that, because GH is just keeping his team topped up.
One-man Torm with the Ancient Thunderhide. Easy peasy shard now for Omar. He's happy. Happy to get the extra influx of golds. Happy to be top of the net worth for the supports. It is a 14,000 net worth lead. They don't have the Aegis anymore, but this is an Nigma Galaxy game. Just say. Not to put it out there. I just want a very close game for me.
It started okay in the laning stage. It was real close then. It's kind of falling apart after that.
Yeah,
I think it all started when Sumail got ganked and then killed them all. That was the start of the downfall.
They're in. Sonic Wave, and there goes the Requiem, but Sumail, where's your help? Shapeshift But are they going to be there in time? It's actually Noob gets the kill on a Bobica. It takes a while to get the kill on a Sumail. They're still chasing the TP attempt out by Beyond. Ooh, the balance strike from a distance. Ghost follows that up. He's got the shard. He's there to get the kill on a Beyond, and that is a 2 for 2.
That's a 2 for 2 that started as a 5-on-2, and Nigma slowly brought the rest of their heroes and still technically went even, but thanks to their massive gold lead, we do see that was a gold gain for Yakuto. Still doesn't feel the greatest, though. You kind of need bigger wins to pull back a gold lead like this. Though, if you do just drag on the game, keep creep cutting, stall things out, you know, the 13k gold lead starts to mean less and less, but you got to go, I don't know, 10, 15 more minutes for that to happen.
That's usually in the MO for Nigma games. We said that their timer on finishing games are long. So you do have that kind of time, right?
This one should be fast. You have Lycan, you've got Pugna, Nether Blast. Batrider Shard is not usually considered good, but this one also works on buildings now with the Shard.
Ollie. Flame Break connects. It's just a matter of time. Nature's Tenant's really doing what they're getting paid to do. That is heal them up, but not all the way. Now Ag's finished for Sumail.
Time to
pushing
walk
out the
up
top
to
wave with
buildings
that
and
Mjolnir.
press Q. I guess they don't see the heroes. They're a little worried. They're playing a little safe for a bit there until they regroup.
Oh, they're trying. They want Bobica. That's okay. I thought
all
maybe,
part of the plan.
Yeah, we tricked you. We gave you that glimmer of hope, making you think, oh, he fireflied his own Monkey King. I'm gonna be able to TP out. Wrong. I have lasso.
Gonna make you laugh so hard you misclick and we get you.
Yeah, tricked you. Got him. It's all given time to fly to farm. He is level 16 to go to level 50. Going Thunder and the catch onto Omar. Immediately TP out.
Yeah, you've got to. You don't know if the Monkey King is on his way, watching you from the trees. You do things like this, scream and blink out. Usually it should be the enemy team that is having to play that way because you have the Spirit Breaker, but now that you're 14k up, suddenly that fear is not so scary anymore, and you're the one that gets to freak them out with your invisible wolves, your blink Batrider, your Monkey King watching from the trees. This makes the split push game very difficult for Yakuto.
They are doing it though. They are finding some success in pushing it all out. I say that, and immediately Fly at TP top, they're all heading that way. And Fly recognizes this and backs all the way off.
It's working for now, but Nigma has reached critical mass where not only do you have a lead, you've taken all the outer towers, you have the Assault Cuirass on the Lycan, so you get to just keep going around the map, trying to find these kills, trying to find these split pushers. The support maybe is not enough, but once you get a big kill, and I would say especially the Pango, if you take him out, he's a big part of their team fight, and you can suddenly just rush down a tower, throw the creeps, throw the Nether Blast, all of that. In the meantime, you wait for Roche. If you get it, great. Then you kind of continue the same plan. Like, even with Aegis, I don't think you have to change too much. We've seen them play that way. Patiently find the pickoff, and then all go. If you don't find anything at the tail end, you can do it, you know, like the last minute of Aegis. Invisible Wolf, looking around.
Oh, yeah, seeing Bobica now seeing themselves beyond.
Found a different target.
Bobica's still here. He's still in trouble. Oh, the Boundless Strike on the edge. And then he's going to try and TP out, but that ain't happening. Requiem, meanwhile, it's a third? Ollie's here too. Nature's attendance, but the raises stack up, and you end up dead. That, I didn't expect 3 heroes to be close enough where they're all dying.
Yeah, they should be a little bit more scattered. You know, like someone dies in the top part of that jungle, as another hero is waiting in the bottom part of the jungle.
He just saw 3 of his allies get caught there, and he's in that area.
That's why he thought surely they'll leave this area now. After killing us, they're going to go push. But I suppose Nigma wants to wait for the Aegis since it's close to being up. You know, I mean, they don't know the exact timing, but they know it could spawn. So they hadn't actually left the area yet.
Prophet closing in on a Revenant's Baroche. And
like
they
it.
smoke up. Sonic Wave on cooldown, though, for 35 seconds.
Dire are scanning.
It ain't easy to get a big team fight without that.
Time to rack up those Aegis snatches.
Shrine available to be taken. They'll throw down some sentries and get themselves the shrine on Emo. He is level 18. He'd love to have that level 20 minus 45 second Sonic Wave cooldown if he's going to be pushing out the creep waves with it. Would put that on a 35 second cooldown. Quick math.
Aegis will be spawning in just a second here. Oh. Don't look too soon. Stay here, stay here. Come back, Sumail. That's okay.
Just about to be up. There it is. Roshan has arisen.
So not only Roche, but while they were waiting for it, they finished a Lincoln's on the Lycan, and soon a Lincoln's on the Shadow Fiend. So charges are going to be very difficult for the Spirit Breaker. GH, all the healing in team fights. He's now got a Guardian Greaves as well.
And Roche, and doesn't look like anybody is going to contest this. And then they just end up smoking away. So let's see what they can do with this now that they've got this Aegis to work with. They'll push out the mid lane. GH has the Nether Blast ready to just push out and make things happen. Bottom is being pushed by Ali. They are trying to take a tier 2 tower. Maybe they could stay out of the grasps of this Nigma Galaxy lineup. They are smoked and waiting for somebody to show over mid or top. They're like, hey, you know, guys, we're pushing. We've got a banner. Somebody show. I want to blink in and lasso here. But the tier 3 tower. Ooh, blink in. Omar looking for the lasso. Finally throws it out. Nature's attendance happens, but Nature's attendance didn't do their job to keep him alive. Rolls up, beyond Zin, rolls up for a second, rolling Thunder 5-5 from a distance, trying to do the damage, but he just doesn't have it. Goes with the double, as Ali and Boba both end up dead. Noob's moving forward, and this is looking like the beginning of the end for the side of Yakuto in this series. Requiem flies out, just touches this Pangolier, but they don't get anything more after the supports to start. Maybe this is the time for Yakuto to try and turn it to get something of their own. You're dealing with Sumail having an Aegis, and these heroes being able to escape pretty quickly, and that just doesn't turn into anything the dire side can really make happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can. I mean, you'd love to find something as they retreat, but clean retreat from Nigma. I was going to say they all get out. I actually see GH hanging around, but he catches sight of Queen of Pain at the last second, turns around in the tree line. So now a clean escape for all of Nigma. You break the high ground. You still got plenty of Aegis time. 3 minutes. The Amplify is bottled up. Like, once you get the cooldowns, you just go again.
Yeah, cooldowns and go. You are also currently holding on to a Amplify damage on Sumail. Rip through these heroes in a heartbeat.
They got some time to take the Tormentor first. In that time, they're going to try to find a pick-off. Oh, they are going to get the Bat Rider. They're gonna get the Bat Rider, right?
Yeah, you say that, and they do. They do get themselves another Tormentor. They do get a shard here for GH. So he's got that Nether Ward, increased cast range, and Life Drain can now target your Nether Ward. Refracting Life Drain.
Probably won't use it too much. Support Pugna is mostly just about healing allies, so the shard ends up The best thing about the shard is that you can cast the nether ward further away. The actual aggressive potential, you only do it if you're already winning, so kind of makes it a bit redundant.
Remnant's Brooch, Nullifier now for Nature's Prophet. Can Fly get the gold needed to bring them back into this game? They're down almost 20,000 net worth. What's the plan? What do you do here? You hope for a little bit of an overextension on the high ground?
You keep stalling it out. You're almost at no cooldown. Teleport.
Sumail? Well, Requiem, there's not much mana left here for Emo, and there's no life left for him either, but a Rolling Thunder and a roll-up. This is kind of similar to game number 1, where Beyond would react to these deaths. He was on the Dawn in that first game, so not nearly as impactful with a Rolling Thunder like that, but that is the top set of racks going down very quickly.
It's definitely a tough call to know when a teammate is dead and you can't save him, but you're right.
Omar. Dead again. Has buyback. There goes the tier 3. They rip through these towers, and this is so difficult to deal with. Fly looking to sprout somebody or do something, but can't. Lincoln's popped. They have no chase.
And would you believe it if I said there's still 45 seconds on Aegis? So as your Bat Rider comes up, you could go one more time if you wanted to.
Probably could. Oh, why not wait for the Bat Rider? Bring him back into the mix.
Yeah, you're not too pressured to force the end, but this is kind of what Yakuto needs to do. He just got to drag the game out, but they have now lost several barracks, which is what they were hoping to delay as long as possible. But I'd say if you can get to level 25 on Natures, your odds improve a little bit, just because you can suddenly farm so much more effectively while joining any number of fights. And they have great tools at catching you, but I don't know. It's still kind of what you need to have a shot at coming back here. So 3 more levels to go for the Nature's 25.
Oh. You were kind of saying it like he was level 24.
No, yeah, you still got a while to go.
All right.
Well, I mean, maybe Nigma wipes. You know, he kills 5 heroes, gets it instantly. Right. I mean, you never know.
Hexon Noob's going to make that very difficult. Refresher Orb is also going to make that more difficult. Still somehow 17% chance that Gaben is giving them seems high.
Late game Natures, it's a menace. And technically the supports scale really well too. Spirit Breaker and Enchantress, they just happen to be really poor, so you don't feel it right now, but we got any greedy enchantments maybe?
No. Again, this requires a wipe. This requires a wipe to get them back into the game.
Smoke breaking from Ollie. It's going to cost him his life, but it should get his cores out of here. I say, Lycan's actually on the hunt. He's going to find them.
Uh-oh. John needs to start to think about getting out of here with potentially a Rolling Thunder, but the lasso connects, and that is also Bobica going out of position for a second, but no Rolling Thunder.
He's in.
Noob's still in. He's still in. Sumail,
also in.
Axe Requiem, and now they're going to go and find Fly pops the BKB. Are they in too far, though? Wukong's pushed out of it. That's stopped immediately by the Sonic Wave. Nothing lost. Nothing ventured.
They didn't even have creeps there, actually, so they're not even able to do building damage as they back out. They have to go get the creep wave. At that point, the pen goes up. He's going to have rolls, so you can kind of fight one more time. I mean, it's going to be tough, but you gotta, since if you lose all your megas, I mean, it will be the end of the game eventually. I think they technically have heroes that can deal with it, but you're just never going to catch up. You know, another hour-long game from Nigma, and then maybe you do.
Shapeshift, and here they go again. They've got the blink, they have the hex, they'll do exactly that to go in onto this Enchantress. Boundless Strike. bound for the ground in the grave. Dug below him. Sonic Wave comes in, they go to the lasso, they've got a connection here, but they almost got the kill on a noob, but unfortunately almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and that is not going to be enough to kill off noob, which means, well, GH is here, recharge him up.
He's full health, let's go again.
Was still in shapeshift for a second while getting back to full health. Sumail again
missed.
Just goes right in with the Requiem. Beyond never stood a chance. He's moved on to the Great Beyond, and now got the grapple 5. And there's the life drain again. Ghost just staying healthy, looking for an opportunity to go and attack Firefly. BKB, the damage, the turnaround. Ghost is dead, and now they get the rest. Uh-oh, it's time here, because now Yakuto are in. Down goes Noob, down goes Sumail. Firefly just hit the jackpot, because the money just is in his pockets. Oh.
Changing in the guard backfired
right
there.
Into the face of Firefly.
Not only did he go forward, but it also broke the life drain that was happening. So he was saved and being healed up, jumps ahead, low health, into danger, gets punished hard, and that level 25 that I thought was going to be quite far away, it's here now. So,
oh God.
They were feeling a little too confident coming in here. So here's the life drain, right? It was getting him back to full health, but then they jump in trying to go for more. The Sonic Wave knocks them all back. Suddenly you're in too deep.
Yeah, you're not at a Sum 41 concert either. You're up on the high ground to the side of Yakuto going, oh, wait a second. This might be too far, guys.
Right.
Omar's
Firefly's got his 25.
Where do you know where's Courier just die with that gem?
Oh, I'm not sure either.
Oh, Bobica's got it. I think no, Bobica bought his
Gem down somewhere.
That
I do
somewhere.
think it's hard to notice in the heat of the moment, but Omar has done a great job of interrupting the charges with Flame Break. He's done it in several team fights that just reduces the crowd control that Yakuto has. But in that last overextension, there was no Bat Rider. So finally, you're able to charge through several heroes at once on this Spirit Breaker, waste the BKB times, or just, stun, control them up. Can't be underestimated the value this Bat Rider brings besides the lasso. So I don't think we're going to see them overextend that way again without him.
You say that. He was
That's
in because
true.
he blinked in the lasso fly, and then they went in again, and I was just like, all right, guys. If they get an Aegis on the side of Yakuto, this game, net worth or not, seems pretty even.
I mean, suddenly it's 13, 12K at 40 minutes, right?
It was 20.
That's not an unsurmountable gold lead.
They are smoked. They are trying to find in the opening. Fly, remove teleportation cooldown, so he is going towards top. Wrath of Nature flies in. They smoked, and they are trying to find an opportunity. They've got this wolf getting the vision, so they know that they've been kind of found out here. Sumail, he can blink in and Requiem if he wants to go. Ali, again, being the one who's going to sacrifice his life. The Requiem comes in, but does he sacrifice his life? Yes, he does. Goes away pretty quickly. He's going to buy back. Khan's command comes out. Changing the guard, looking for the Requiem. BKB, especially if he's ethereal, he's not going to be bothered. They get to go to GH. Now they don't have that heal for the life drain, but is that going to be enough? Lasso from Omar, controlling the Fly. He needs to get out. He's got the Lincoln's help here, and he will TP away. They got the kill to GH. They might even get Omar. Ali's on the chase, looking with this impetus shots that come on through. Ooh, all right. For a second, Outworld staff, but he is still not going to be able to escape. They get Fly back into the fight. Bobica gets the kill there, and Roche might just be Yakuto's to take.
This is why level 25 Natures is so scary, man. This guy split push top. He healed. He joined the fight. He healed again. He comes back out to the fight. He's now getting Roche. We have a game. We've got a game here. This is going a while now.
Tell your friends we've got a barn burner on the C stream, as this one is now an Aegis, a cheese on Queen of Pain, a refresher shard as well. Uh-oh. No lead is safe. We've said it before, and we maybe have been saying it in jest a little bit, but it's become a reality now. Prophet. Looking to have that Satanic. He's got that Lincoln's. It's in his backpack currently with him having an Aegis. 2 defensive items on this guy with a BKB and the Lincolns.
He kind of needed it to get to this point for how much threat they offered. Now, what won them that last fight was that he was able to find the Pugna nullifier and kill off Pugna, the save that we've been hyping up and has helped his teammates so many times. He's the save. No one else can save GH. So when Nature's can TP right on him, it's just a death sentence.
And another Torn. New. Another shard, this time for himself. All right.
That'll help deal with the Nature's TPing everywhere. Get a Wolf to help shove in the lanes.
Also
I mean, you have some of the barracks.
With super creeps on a lot of them.
Yeah. If you win one more good fight from Nigma, I mean, you can close out the Megas and potentially the Ancient in one go just because of how good your tower push is. But you are back into that reality. Like, we really got to find a fight first. We should not have overextended. We should not force it because we got punished hard. We have to earn the win a second time now.
That's a good way of putting it. Earning the win a second time.
I'd say Yakuto did a great job of holding on. Let's see if they can close out what... they're technically still behind, 9k behind, but certainly feel like they're in control of the game now.
Smoke and the wrap through mid down towards bot. That's what they're going to try and go for the backstab. They've got Wolves looking for the vision. Obika is in Viz thanks to this Shadow Blade. They go to the Shapeshift immediately. They're going to try and jump on an Ollie. Flyby's in the front lines, but now they go to the Requiem. No, it's going to be stopped for a second. They got the stun. It was
Chain
on
stun?
Sumail for a second. Sonic Wave hits. He goes in the Oblivion Snap. There's the Requiem with the BKB. Oh, another Oblivion Snap, but now another Requiem. He's trying to stay alive. He's got a little bit of health. He heals up for just a moment and gets the kill of Obika. As the rest of the fight, they find 5-5. They get that Aegis. They end up losing GH. He's going to buy back. He needs to be here. Emo, not a lot of life, but another Sonic Wave. Ghost, he's low, but is he healing enough? GH is off to the side. He's got the decrepify BKB. He's going to be caught by 5-5. The jump out, but going for Emo. Emo with an Oblivion Staff of his own. Ghost and Sumail both die. No buyback available from Ghost. Omar is gone. No look over at Noob. The nullifier's on him. Lycan is dead. It's a godlike triple kill for Fly. This Nature's Prophet ripping them up. The net worth lead is there for Yakuto, and man, they have ripped defeat from the jaws of victory on the side of Nigma because this game is even.
The Shadow Fiend, I think he blinked into charge. He got stunned instantly. They identified it. They chain stunned him. Barely gets out for a moment with Outworld Staff and does get the Requiems off, but it's so late, he's so low that he gets killed anyways. He didn't do enough. They're now pushing for the end of the game. They broke the tier 3. They're going straight for it.
50 seconds, no Monkey King. Oh, God.
He's 100 short. Someone don't get it behind him.
Somebody get something.
Do you have time?
Somebody get this guy a Happy Meal. I mean, Jesus, he needs something. He needs to come back. There's still 30 seconds without him.
I think with the 2 buybacks, Yakuto, they learned from how they got here. You know, they're not going to overextend. They're going to back out for now and be very happy with the fact that they just equalized this game. I mean, not that they know, they can't see the goal lead, but they certainly feel it. Getting that many buybacks and now taking out a bunch of towers. You break the high ground, you get the melee rack, so at least bottom will, I would say, push in your favor. You actually also lost rack, so it's even at least. You're feeling a lot better than you were just 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. If you asked Yakuto how you feeling about this game, it was probably pretty despair.
Yeah, it was definitely very, very despair, but that fight that happened at about the 37-minute mark has turned this game around.
That is quite the drop. That is a very steep angle.
Cat ears on headphones are the common power-up in the Chinese scene. Plenty have worn them, plenty have gotten the power-up from them, and right now Fly trying to feed from his own cat ear headphones. Trying his hardest. Igame's had them in the past. Somnus has had them in the past. Probably some more I don't remember. but it is a common theme when it comes to these cores that are very important to their teams.
Tell me if I buy cat ear headphones, my MMR will go up.
I'm gonna say I'm indifferent. I have not been paid to say yes.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. No comment. Yeah. God damn, Fly. 7 slotted right now. That's
the game
still
could
pretty
end
far
at any
away.
moment. The game could end at any moment, but it also feels like a stalemate. Like neither team wants the siege now, especially Nigma. They want to wait out their buyback, so they're playing very defensively. And it's 8 minutes for buyback. I mean, we've passed some time, so 4-ish, 5-ish more minutes for a lot of these buybacks. That's just going to be defensive posturing. That gets us to 53 minutes. At that point,
You're really like, how do I mark off every minute here to make sure we get
it's
to
jest.
60?
It's jokes, but it's also real. Like the pros think about this stuff. Like we have to wait for buybacks. Next Roche is up. Now we have to wait through the Aegis because they're probably not going to fight for Aegis, which is about to potentially spawn soon. They're still not going to have buybacks. If you can find a pickoff, you can try to get that Roche. But Yakuto will be willing to buy back to fight for Aegis, because then they'll have Aegis and a few minutes of no buybacks on Nigma to force the issue. So it really is Nigma having to sit defensively for quite a while here. At which point we're getting really close to 1 hour.
Yeah, all right, we're there. 48 minutes, 60 minutes, same
Round
thing.
up,
We're there.
NA math. It's already an hour plus. Let's start thinking about our tier 5s. What do we want?
So now you've got the Wolf Bite, unlike him, by the way. Fly's picked up a Moon Shard that he immediately, clumped into a ball and devoured.
Yum.
He also picked up the Satanic. Yeah, I wonder how Moon Shard tastes.
Celestial?
That might be one of my next baking things. Get a mold that
Moon
looks like a
Shard
Moon
cookie?
Shard, and then
That's a good idea.
Either Moon Shard cookies or Moon Shard gummies, because I feel like it'd be gummy.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that tastes a lot like icing then to get that color on a cookie.
Ooh, yeah,
It tastes
maybe.
real sweet. Just like victory will for Yakuto bros if they pull this one back. They're getting Moon Shard cookies after this.
They might be. They're actually coming close to engaging because they saw this ward being taken out by Ollie. They know that they could still handle him pretty easily, but he's like the only one. And even then, he's now got this Outworld staff, and he's ready to get out of harm's way. Outworld staff, Obsidian staff. It's all the same.
Roche
Prophet
is
just
about
everywhere.
a minute. If I can read clocks right.
I don't know how to read a sundial. I'll be honest, this gets me. This
I
is
can't
my
read it.
hardest thing.
It's just me
I
guessing.
don't know how to read it.
They didn't teach me this.
They haven't switched to analog. It's the year of 2025, and we don't have an analog clock.
That's what I'm saying. We got an analog clock at the top. Just stick it in Roche. It's 2025.
Come on. Please. Dude, Prophet has gotten like 8 items in the last 2 minutes. This is so crazy. He had 10,000 gold before, but he's picked up the Satanic, the Moon Shard that he ate, and now he's got this Daedalus.
It's interesting. He got the Revenant's. It's pretty cool. He got the Revenant's brooch because it's cheaper, but I also thought it helped bypass a lot of the armor. But now that he's got endless money, he sold it, got the Daedalus, which is technically better DPS, depending on the exact armor calculations. But I don't think he's doing too much math. He's just trusting that Daedalus is typically more DPS in most situations.
$13,000 net worth lead this time for Yakuto.
I do think we're reaching the point. Okay, core players are not going to like this, but this is a support stream here, you and
Yeah,
I. Okay,
agreed.
as you get to these late game situations, I do think core players need to reduce their farm to some degree. Fly is approaching that point. He's already consumed a Moon Shard. He can consume an Ags, and then what? They're going to be like, oh, I need my backpack refresher. Oh, I need my backup divine in case. But if you put that amount of money on Enchantress, she could be chunking out damage. So
is true.
We are reaching that point. We're not there yet, but I do think he'll need to be careful about where he's farming as we drag on further and further.
Now a strike landing on Emo. BKB popped early. Sonic Wave hits. Wukong's command. Beyond taking a lot of damage looking for the Requiem, but he's able to get the Rolling Thunder out. So he's chased by Noob. It's just a wolf chasing a ball. We see this with our pets sometimes, and we've seen it there in the river. Not able to catch up to Beyond. Still going for Roche. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Roshan's Banner.
Ollie on smoke breaking duty. Up point
All
on the
these
cliff.
wolves coming in.
I don't think you can force this without the ultimates. You don't have Wukongs, don't have the first Requiem. Refresher is available, but you really need both. You need everything to win this fight at this point. 13k gold lead now for Yakuto. It doesn't really matter. At this point, it is all about how the fight breaks out, who finds who is getting deleted instantly off of a Hex. That will determine the entire fight.
This game means so much, by the way, with how we've talked about the elimination round being secured if you just get yourself to 2 wins. This is an important one.
This was fated to go 1 hour. It can't be a Nigma series without a 1 hour game. We didn't have it in the
7
earlier.
minutes. You said 48 minutes. That means 60 minutes. We're almost there.
This is, little do the people know, we're actually barely past the early game. We're just making it into the mid game as tier 5s are around the corner. First Tormentor, I think, for Yakuto.
Oh, yeah.
Bros. I think Noob has secured all of them on Lycan up to this point.
Meanwhile, this is still, you know, a stream of long games. C-Stream, I think, has had 60-minute plus, and all of a sudden, well, there goes the Aegis. Very quick slide. Powers the Lasso, the Sonic Wave, the Wukong's command. They go to the Refresher. Sumail looking for another Requiem. That pushes back Ali, but Wi-Fi with BKB trying to hit off. And they've got the changing of the guard. Beyond coming from around the back. With no Aegis, they might play it a little bit more safe, but Nemo's looking to blink in. Noob still within the shapeshift. Sumail trying to do the damage, but they did stop that life drain for a second. Sumail on the low ground again, leaving Ghost kind of by himself. Noob's here, but he's not able to help him out enough. They get that kill on a Ghost to look over Noob, and he is in trouble. He is alone, and they will take this dog and walk him into his own grave.
All right, it's time to start pushing. Buybacks are up again, though, because Nigma went through that safety period. They're up again, but as you buy back, there's no Wukongs, and there's no shapeshift, at least for about 20 more seconds.
Buyback on Lycan. He's got that wolf bite.
You don't even worry too much about megas. Of course, it'll make it easier, but really, if you just get a good dieback, you could straight end the game. Yakuto's got to be real careful.
Ghost trying to hold on to his buyback as long as he can. Realizes they're not pushing in immediately. They do have the Lycan back up. Dude, he's only died 3 times, but each have been very important. They're going to buy back on this lasso. The life drain keeping Omar
need to finish
alive.
this.
The boundless strike. They got the kill on Emo. The immediate buyback. He is TPing into the outpost. They've got the charge in from Bobica, but they've got themselves the lockdown. Ghost, he hits them down, and they've got the flame break. They get the Kona Bobica. He's going to have to buy back, but they'll get the shapeshift and the wolf fight on a Ghost. They're trying to chase for a second. Beyond thinking into the Rolling Thunder. The flame break stops Beyond for the moment, and they do hold on. Buybacks coming out from both teams. That maybe proved to be a bit of a stalling tactic.
There's a kind of a fake back on Yakuto, seeing if anyone will step up a little too far. I don't think you actually want to fight because you don't want Spirit Breaker to also have to buy back, which he could then TP and then charge in. That's why they're willing to posture like this so dangerously, even though it's 4v5. But if you don't have to force it, I think you will back out and play the game of buybacks. Queen of Pains is down, but so is Monkey King and Lycan, so it's slighted in your favor. And now both teams are going to want to wait for that buyback, which means...
And we might have hit it. I don't want to jinx it, because sometimes these games end at like 59-30.
That always happens to me. I always get so excited about seeing tier 5s, and then the teams will just end it the 59-minute mark.
Firefly with 14,000 gold. He's waiting for the holidays to spend out. He's got buyback by 9,000 gold. maybe an axe in his future. The Wrath of Nature upgrade would be quite nice, but he's going into a refresher first.
I'd be up for a backpack helm dom too.
Oh, don't say things like that. Come on. We're trying to convince people it's not the helm.
True.
The helm patch.
True. Well, I'm trying to convince Course to let me farm as a support.
Beyond having fun here, Rolling Thunder, he's just gonna... All right.
Trying to see if Lycan or Wolf Bite target, you know, bite, rolling ball.
There's a ball on the map. I know it. I can just feel it. Bad thing happens.
I would love to see a Wolf Bite onto Bat Red. Hold that thought. They're going to look for
on
natures.
Fly Omar. Ooh, Lincoln's pop BKB. Lincoln's placed on him by Beyond. The charge is coming through into Omar. It's a while, but they'll get the kill anyway. Sonic Wave even committed, but he was already dead at that point. Just making sure.
I think he had his 4-staff. I think if he 4-staffed as well, he might have made it. Well, he has buyback, and I appreciate the attempt. You know, if you just give Yakuto the space, they're going to trap you in the base, as they are doing right now, wait for Roche, you know, go again. So you have to try to find a pickoff like that. But that failed, so they are going to push here. Look at all these creeps here.
And he's also level 30, so he's got the extra 3x on these treants, too.
A zoo battle going on right here.
Yeah. Just a Pokemon battle happening over in the top lane. Now let's strike, go to the back lines. They're going to try and get the Requiem out. Blue comes, and Wi-Fi's dead. Oh, they blew him up. Beyond's in trouble too, but again, they're going to chase. They'll go over at Ali. They'll slow him down. They've got the bash. They have the Abyssal Blade coming out from Ghost. And he is on these heroes. But they continue to stay alive. The Outworld staff gives them some time to heal up a little bit more. Refresher used again. Rolling Thunder coming out. The buyback's going to be used by Wi-Fi. He goes up into the high ground. They get to go into bonus. They pick up a Spirit Breaker. He's back into the fight once he charges all the way through. But Ghost is the one in trouble. Ghost is the one who's going to die. He's gone for 2 minutes. So is Omar. And they got the kill on Asumeo, so he is forced to buyback too. Buybacks come out all over the place, as we are now going to see them kind of break away. As Noob, he's trying to shapeshift TP out. Oh, God, Noob. All right, he's back.
How does that work? It is
maybe the Wrath of Nature
5 versus 3. I think you just go as a team and you hit buildings. You don't
went for inch.
I think you can end the game actually, but Megas is the safer course when the game has gone. Dang it, dude! They're gonna end at like 59 minutes again. This is a dieback on the monkey. Like I don't think you can fight without it. But Nigma will hold on. Maybe you get like the most amazing Requiem in the world. You need it to hold here.
They're still 3 minutes 20 seconds away from having Monkey King having a buyback. Charge in, throne exposed. Somebody's got to do something. Somebody's got to go in somewhere. But Emo, Sonic Wave, that's going to push back. Sumail is going to be hit with the Wolf Bite. Now they've got the Life Tree trying to go and keep Noob alive. But the Rolling Thunder still coming through. They get the Thunder Noob. He's not going to have the buyback to Requiem. It's going to come out once. He doesn't have a refresher. He does have the Life Drain. He'll end up surviving. But the throne getting low. It's got himself on 1,200 health. They do have the Glyph. Charge into the base, but once this glyph is gone, it looks like so is this game for the side of Nigma Galaxy. They will try to get them to come in and maybe die to the fountain, but Yakuto get a comeback and a massive victory over Nigma Galaxy.
They don't look as happy about that. That is what a comeback. But I think that is the key point. It was a comeback. And
stressful.
That means they were behind and losing, and it did take Nigma overextending on that attempt. So it doesn't feel like the cleanest win, perhaps. So maybe already focused on how to improve and play better. And this is actually the moment where you probably could have just backed as Nigma continued to maintain a 24K gold lead, wait for another pickoff. But they try to force the issue. They get punished hard. Fly skyrockets from level 22 to 25 and just explodes in net worth from that point forward.
Yeah, that 37-minute fight that you saw on your screen to start these highlights out is where it kind of went wrong. And it's something that you brought up, that you use the changing the guard and you just get too far away from your health pack. That is GH, and that allows you to end up being vulnerable in that situation where Ghost is half health. He ends up dead, and then the rest of the dominoes fall. Like you said too, Nature's Prophet gets to 25. All of a sudden, he's got like 3 more items in the span of like 5 minutes. It was kind of insane, the item progression that he made. But if you look at 37 minutes, he picks up the BKB at 35-35. They're down 18,000 net worth. They win that fight at 37. He gets a Lincoln's, he gets an Aegis, he gets a Satanic, a Daedalus, and a Moon Shard. He's kind of getting everything at that point. It was kind of insane, the amount of gold he was able to start rocking through once they were able to win that fight.
At the same time, it wasn't just like one and done. There were so many clutch moments. Like in this fight we were watching, like the level 3 Lotuses are coming out to heal people. Cheeses were healing people. There were so many clutch moments. Like, look at that, how barely has a health bar, rolls on out of there. And, if you would actually get the kill there, that probably just ends the aggression, but him staying alive allows him to keep looking for plays. So there were so many close moments in these fights, and why the late game is so exciting to me. Like, you never know what's going to happen.
And you never really know when it's going to kind of turn the other cheek, and that is what happened here. Yakuto, they end up getting the victory. 54, basically 55,000 net worth here on Fly, doubling some of these heroes, tripling, maybe quadrupling. I don't really know math, but I mean, Emo also having a very impressive